Poems of Madison Cawein. Preface and Introduction. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ali. Preface. This first collected edition of my poems contains all the verses I care to retain, except the translations from the German, published in 1895, under the title of The White Snake, and some of the poems in Nature Notes and Impressions, published in 1906. Several of the poems, which I probably would have omitted, I have retained at the solicitation of friends who have based their argument for their attention upon the generally omitted fact that a poet seldom knows his best work. This new arrangement under new titles I have found necessary for the sake of convenience, and the poems in a manner grouped themselves in certain classes. In eliminating the old titles, some 18 in number, I have disregarded entirely, except in the case of the first volume, the date of the appearance of each poem, placing each one according to its subject matter, in its proper group under its corresponding title. Most of the poems, especially the early ones, have been revised, many of them almost entirely rewritten, and I think improved. Madison Cawein, Louisville, Kentucky. Introduction. Since the disappearance of the latest survivors of that graceful and somewhat academic school of poets who ruled American literature so long from the shores of Massachusetts, serious poetry in the United States seems to have been passing through a crisis of languor. Perhaps there is no country in the civilized globe where, in theory, verse is treated with more respect, and in practice with greater lack of grave consideration than in America. No conjecture as to the reason of this must be attempted here, further than to suggest that the extreme value set upon sharpness, ingenuity, and rapid mobility is obviously calculated to depreciate and to condemn the quiet practice of the most meditative of the arts. Hence we find that it is what is called humorous verse, which is mainly in fashion on the western side of the Atlantic. Those rhymes are most warmly welcome, which play the most preposterous tricks with language, which dazzled by the most mountebank swiftness of turn, and which depend most for their effect upon paradox and the negation of sombre thoughts. It is probable that the deceased craving for what is smart, snappy, and wide awake, and the impulse to see everything foreshortened and tipsy-turvy, must wear themselves out before cooler and more graceful tastes again prevail in imaginative literature. Whatever be the cause, it is certain that this is not a moment when serious poetry of any species is flourishing in the United States. The absence of everything like common impulse among young writers of any definite and intelligible, if extensive, parti pris is immediately observable, if we contrast the American, for instance, with the French poets of the last 15 years, where there is no school and no clear tin for executive ambition. The solitary artist whose talent foresees itself up into the light and air suffers unusual difficulties and runs a constant danger of being choked in the aimless mediocrity that surrounds him. We occasionally meet with a poet in the history of literature, whom we are inclined to say, charming as he is, he would have developed his talent more evenly and conspicuously if he had been accompanied from the first by another young man, like-minded, who would have formed for him an atmosphere and cleared for him a space. This is one regret I feel in contemplating, as I have done for years past, the ardent and beautiful talent of Madison Cawein. I deplore the fact that he seems to stand alone in his generation. I think his poetry would have been even better than it is, and its qualities would certainly have been more clearly perceived and more intelligently appreciated if he were less isolated in his own country at this particular moment. In this matter of serious nature, painting and lyric verse, Mr. Cawein possesses what Cowley would have called a monopoly of wit. In one of his lyrics, Mr. Cawein asks, "The songbirds, are they flown away, the songbirds of the summer time, that sang their souls into the day, and set laughing hours to rhyme? No cat scatters through the hush the sparkling crystals of her song. Within the woods no hermit thrush trails an enchanted flute along." To this inquiry, the answer is, the only hermit thrush now audible seems to sing from Louisville, Kentucky. America will, we may be perfectly sure, calm herself into harmony again, and possesses once more her school of singers. In those coming days, history may perceive in Mr. Cawein the golden link, that bound of music, of the past to the music of the future, through an interval of comparative tunelessness. The career of Madison Cawein is represented to me as being most uneventful. He seems to have enjoyed unusual advantages for the cultivation and protection of his poetical temperament. He was born on the 23rd of March, 1865, in the metropolis of Kentucky, the vigorous city of Louisville, on the southern side of the Ohio, in the midst of a country celebrated for tobacco and whiskey and Indian corn. These are commodities which may be consumed in excess, but in moderation they may glad the heart of man. They represent a certain glow of the earth. They indicate the action of a serene and gentle climate upon a rich soil. It was this delicate and voluptuous state of Kentucky that Mr. Cawein was born, that he was educated, that he became a poet, and that he has lived ever since. His blood is full of the color and odor of his native landscape. The solemn books of history tell us that Kentucky was discovered in 1769 by Daniel Boone, a hunter. But his first discoverers, a country who sees it first, and teaches the world to see it. No doubt, some day the city of Louisville will erect in one of its most principal squares a statue to Madison Cawein, who discovered the beauty of Kentucky. This genius of this poet is like one of those deep rivers of his native state, which cuts paths through the forests of chestnut and hemlock, as they hurry towards the south and west, brushing with imposing fringe of their currents the rhododendrons and camellias and azaleas that bend from the banks to be mirrored in their flashing waters. Mr. Cawein's vocation to the poetry was irresistible. I do not know that he even tried to resist it. I have even the idea that a little more resistance would have been sultry for a talent which nothing could have discouraged. and which opposition might have taught the arts of compression and selection. Mr. Cawein suffered at first, I think, from lack of criticism, more than lack of eulogy. From his early writings, I seem to gather the impression of a Louisville more ready to praise what was second-rate than what was first-rate, and particularly indeed without any scale of appreciation whatever. This may be a mistake of mine, at all events. Mr. Cawein has had more to gain from the passage of years in self-criticism than inspiring enthusiasm. The fount was in him from the first. It bubbled forth before he had digged a definite channel for it. Sometimes, to this very day, he sports with the principles of syntax. Has nature played games so long ago with the fantastic caverns of the valley of the Green River, or with the coral reefs of his own Ohio? He has bad rhymes, amazing and so delicate an ear. He has awkwardness of phrase, not expected in one so plunged in contemplation of the eternal harmony of nature. But these grow fewer and less obtrusive as the years pass by. The virgin timber forests of Kentucky, the woods of honey locust and buckeye, of white oak and yellow poplar, with their clearings full of flowers unknown to us by sight or name, from which in the distance are visible the domes of far-away Cumberland mountains. This seems to be the hunting field of Mr. Cawein's imagination. Here, it must be confessed, has hitherto been unfamiliar to the muses. If Persephone of our Cumnor Cowlifts never heard, how much less can her attention have been arrested by the clusters of orchids from the Akalawaha, or by the song of the whippoorwill that rang out when the west was hot geranium red under the boughs of a blackjack on the slopes of Mount Connects. Not here, one is inclined to exclaim, not here, O Apollo, our haunts meet for thee. But the art of the poet is displayed by his skill in breaking down these prejudices of time and place. Mr. Cawein reconciles us to his strange landscape, the strangeness of which, one has to admit, is mainly one of nomenclature. By the exercise of a delightful, instinctive pantheism, he brings the ancient gods to Kentucky, and it is marvelous how they learn to be at home there. Here is Batros, with a spicy fringement of calamus roots in his hand, trampling the blue-eyed grass, and skipping with the air of a hunter born into the hickory thicket to escape Artemis, whose robes, as she passes swiftly with her dogs through the woods, startle the hummingbirds, silence the green tree-frogs, and fill the hot still air with the perfumes of peppermint and pennyroyal. It is a queer landscape, but one of new natural beauties, frankly and sympathetically discovered, and forms a mise-en-scene which I make bold to say would have scandalized neither Keats nor Spenser. It was Mr. Hallwell's, ever generous in discovering new talent, as he is unflinching in reproof of the effectiveness of European taste who first drew attention to the originality and beauty of Mr. Cawein's poetry. The Kentucky poet had, at the time, published but one tentative volume, The Blooms of the Berry, in 1887, which was followed in 1888 by The Triumph of Music, and since then hardly a year has passed without the slender leaf of verse from Mr. Cawein's garden. Among these, if a single volume is to be indicated, the quality which distinguishes him from all other poets, the Kentucky flower, if we may call it so, is perhaps to be most agreeably detected in imitations of the beautiful. But it is time I should leave the American lyrist to make his own appeal, with but one additional word of exclamation, namely, that in this introduction Mr. Cawein's narrative poems on medieval themes, and in general cosmopolitan writings, have been neglected of mention in favour of such nature lyrics as would present him most vitally in his own native landscape, no visitor in spirit to Europe, but at home in that bright, exuberant West, where in the hazy morning runs the stony branch that pools and drips, where the red halls and the wild rose hips are strewn like pebbles, where the sun's own gold seems captured by the weeds, to see, through scintillating seeds, the hunters steal with glimmering guns, to stand within the dewy rings, where pale death smites the boneset's blooms, and everlasting flowers and perfumes of mint with aromatic wing, and hear the creek whose sobbing seems a wild man murmuring in his dreams, and insect violins that sing. So sweet a voice, so consent with the music of the singers of past times, heard in a place so fresh and strange, will surely not pass without its welcome from lovers of genuine poetry. Edmund Gauls, London, England. In the Preface and Introduction.
Lyrics by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Melissa T. Wine-warm winds that sigh and sing led me wrapped in many moods through the green sonorous woods of belated spring, till I came where glad with heat, waste and wild the fields were strewn, olden as the olden moon at my weary feet. Wild and white with starry bloom, one far Milky Way that dashed, when some mad wind down it flashed into billowy foam. I, bewildered, gazed around, as one on whose heavy dreams comes a sudden burst of beams like a mighty sound. If the grander flowers I sought, but these berry blooms to you, evanescent as the dew, only these I brought. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Wood God by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Wood God. 1. What deity for dozing laziness devised the lounging leafiness of this secluded nook? And how, Did I distress his musing ease that fled but now, or his communion with some forest sister fair and shy as is the whippoorwill flower there, did I disturb? Still is the wild moss warm and fragrant with late pressure, as the palm of some hot hamadryad, who, anap, props her hale cheek upon it, while her arm is wildflower berried, in her hair the balm of a whole spring of blossoms and of sap. 2. See how the dented moss that pads the hump of these distorted roots elastic springs from that god's late reclining, lump by lump its points impressed rise in resilient rings, as stars crowd, quarming through grey evening skies. Invisible presence, still I feel thy eyes regarding me, bringing dim dreams before my half-closed gaze. Here where great, green-veined leaves reach, waving at me their innumerable hands, stretched towards this water where the sycamore stands burly guard, where every ripple weaves a ceaseless, wavy quivering as of bands. 3. Of elfin chivalry that, helmed with gold, invisible march, making a twinkling sound, what brought thee here? This wind that steals the old grey legends from the forests and around whispers them now, or in those purple weeds the hermit brook so busy with his beads, lulling the silence with his prayers all day, droning soft aves on his rosary of bubbles, or that butterfly didst mark on yon hag taper, towering by the way, a witch's yellow torch, or didst, like me, watch, drifting by, these curled brown bits of bark. 4. Or con the slender gold of this dim, still unmoving minnow neath these twisted roots, thrust over the smoky topaz of this rill, or in this sunlight did those insect flutes, sleepy with summer, drowsily forlorn, remind thee of Tithonus and the morn, until thine eyes dropped dew, the dimpled stream, crinkling with crystal over the winking grail, or didst perplex thee with some poet plan to drug this air with beauty to make dream, presence unseen, still watching in yon vale, me, wild wood wandered from the haunts of man. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Loveliness by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Loveliness. 1. Now let us forth to find the young witch Spring, seated amid her bowers and birds and buds, busy with loveliness, and wandering among old forests that the sunlight floods, or vales of hermit-holy solitudes, dryads shall beckon us from where they cling, their limbs an oak-bark brown, their hair wild woods have perfumed, wreathed with earliest leaves, and they, regarding us with a dew-sparkling eye, shall whispering greet us, as the rain the rye, or from wild lips melodious welcome fling, like hidden waterfalls, with winds at play. 2. Let us surprise the Naiad, ere she slips, nude at her toilette, in her fountain's glass, with damp locks dewy and evasive hips, cool dripping, but an instant seen, alas, when from indented moss and plushy grass, fear in her great eyes rainbow blue, she dips, irised, the cloven water, as we pass, making a rippled circle that shall hide from our exploring eyes what watery path she gleaming took, what crystal haunt she hath in minnowy freshness, where her murmured lips, bubbling, make merry neath the rocky tide. 3. Then we may meet the Oread, whose eyes are dewdrops where twin heavens shine confessed. She, all the maiden modesty's surprise, rosying her temples, to slim loins and breast, tempestuous, brown, bewildering tresses pressed, shall stand a moment's moiety in wise of some delicious dream, then shrink, distressed, like some wild mist that, hardly seen, is gone, footing the ferny hillside without sound, or, like storm sunlight, her white limbs shall bound, a thistle's instant, towards a woody rise, a flying glimmer over the dew-drenched lawn. 4. And we may see the satyrs in the shades of drowsy dells pipe and goat-footed dance, and Pan himself reel rollicking through the glades, or hidden in bosky bowers the lust, perchance, fawn-like, that waits with heated animal glance the advent of the loveliness that waits thigh-deep through flowers, naked as romance, all unsuspecting, till two hairy arms clasp her rebellious beauty, panting white, whose tearful terror, struggling into might, beats the brute brow resisting, but evades not him for whom the gods designed her charms. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Waiting by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Melissa T. Were it but May now, while our hearts are yearning, how they would bound and smile, the young blood burning, around the tedious dial, no slow hands turning. Were it but May now, say, what joy to go, your hand in mine all day, where blossoms blow, your hand more white than May, May's flowers of snow. Were it but May now, think, what wealth she has, the bluet and wild pink, wild flowers that mass about the wood brook's brink, and sassafras, nights that the large stars strew, heavens on heaven rolled, nights pearled with stars and dew, whose heavens hold aromas and the new moon's curve of gold. So mad, so wild as March, I long, oh long, to see the red bud's torch flame far and strong, hear on my vine-climbed porch the bluebird's song. How slow the hours creep, each with a crunch! Ah, could my spirit leap its bounds and touch, that day no thing would keep or matter much. But now with you away, time halts and crawls, feet clogged with winter clay that never falls, while distant still that day of meeting calls. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Longings by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Melissa T. Now, when the first wild violets peer, all rain-filled at blue April skies, as on one smiles one's sweetheart dear, with the big teardrops in her eyes. Now, when the May apples, I wis, bloom white along lone greenwood creeks, as bashful as the cheeks you kiss, as waxen as your sweetheart's cheeks. Within the soul what longings rise, to stamp the town dust from the feet, fare forth to gaze in spring's clean eyes, and kiss her cheeks so cool and sweet. End of poem. This reading is in the public domain.
The Sweet of the Year by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Sweet of the Year. 1. How can I help from laughing while the daffodillies at me smile? The dancing dew winks tipsily in clusters of the lilac tree, and crocus mouth and hyacinths storm through the grassy labyrinth, a mirth of pearl and violet, while roses, bud by bud, laugh from each dainty lacing net, red lips of maidenhood. 2. How can I help from singing when the swallow and the hawk again are noisy in the hyaline of happy heavens, clear as wine? The robin, lustily and shrill, pipes on the timber-belted hill, and o'er the fallows skim the bold, mad orioles that glow like shining shafts of ingot gold, shot from the morning's bow. 3. How can I help from loving, dear, since love is of the sweetened year? The very insects feel his power, and chirr and chirrup hour on hour. The bee and beetle in the noon, the cricket underneath the moon. What else to do but follow too, since youth is on the wing? Lord Life who follows through the dew, Lord Love a carolling. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. In Middle Spring by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. In middle spring. Now the fields are rolled into turbulent gold, and a ripple of fire and pearl is blent with the emerald surges of wood and of wold, a flower foam bursting redolent. Now the dingles and deeps of the woodland old are glad with a sibilant life new scent. Too rare to be told are the manifold sweet fancies that quicken, eloquent, in the heart that no longer is cold. How it knows of the wings of the hawk ere it swings from the drippled dew scintillant scene, where the redbird hides ere it flies or sings in melodious quiverings of green. How the sun to the dogwood such kisses brings that it laughs into blossoms of wonderful sheen, while the wind to the strings of his lute that rings makes love to apple and nectarine, till the sap in them rosily springs. Go seek in the ray for a sordid fay, the chestnuts buds into blooms that drips, and look in the brook that runs laughing gay for the nymph with the laughing lips, in the brake for the dryad whose eyes are grey, from whose bosom the perfume drips, the fawn hid away where the branches sway, thick ivy low down on his hips, pursed lips on a syrinx at play. So ho for the rose, the Romeo rose, and the lyric it hides in its heart, and oh for the epic the oak tree knows, sonorous as Homer in art, and it's ho for the prose of the weed that grows, green writing earth's commonest part. What God may propose, let us learn of those, the songs and the dreams that start in the heart of each blossom that blows. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Spring Shower by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. A Spring Shower. We stood where the fields were beryl, the redolent woodland was warm, and the heaven above us, now sterile, was alive with the pulse winds of storm. We had watched the green wheat brighten and gloom as it winced at each gust, and the turbulent maples whiten as the lane blew grey with dust. White flakes from the blossoming cherry, pink snows of the peaches were blown, and star-bloom wrecks of the berry and dogwood petals were sown. Then instantly heaven was sullied, and earth was thrilled with alarm, as a cloud, that the thunder had gullied, thrust over the sunlight its arm. The birds to dry coverts had hurried, and hid in their leafy-built rooms, and the bees and the hornets had buried themselves in the bells of the blooms. Then down from the clouds, as from towers, rode slant the tall lancers of rain, and charged their fair troops of the flowers, and trampled the grass of the plain. And the armies of blossoms were scattered, their standards hung draggled and lank, and the rose and the lily were shattered, and the iris lay crushed on its bank. But high in the storm was the swallow, and the rock loud voice of the fall. From its ramparts of forest rang hollow defiance and challenge over all. But the storm and its clouds passed over, and left but one cloud in the west, wet wafts that were fragrant with clover and the sun's low sinking to rest. Rain drippings and rain in the poppies, and scents as of honey and bees, a touch of wild light on the coppice that turned into flames the drenched trees. Then the cloud in the sunset was riven, and bubbled and rippled with gold, and over the gorges of heaven like a gonfalon vast was unrolled. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Hepaticas by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Hepaticas. In the frail hepaticas that the early springtide tossed sapphire-like along the ways of the woodlands that she crossed, I behold with other eyes footprints of a dream that flies. One who leads me, whom I seek, in whose loveliness there is all the glamour that the Greek knew as wind-born Artemis. I am mortal, woe is me, her sweet immortality. Spirit, must I always fare following thy averted looks, now thy white arm, now thy hair, glimpsed among the trees and brooks? Thou who hauntest, whispering, all the slopes and vales of spring. Cease to lure, or grant to me all thy beauty, though it pain, slay with splendor utterly flash revealment on my brain, and one moment let me see all thy immortality. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Spirits of Spring by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Spirits of Spring. 1. Over the summer seas, from the Hesperides, warm as the southern breeze, gather the spirits, clad on with sun and rain, fire in each ardent vein, who with a wild refrain waken the germs that the season inherits. 2. See where they come, like mist, gleaming with amethyst, trailing the light that kissed vine-tangled mountains, looming over tropic lakes, where every wind that shakes tamarisk coverts makes music that haunts like the falling of fountains. 3. You may behold the beat of their wild hearts of heat, and their rose-flashing feet flying before us, hear them among the trees, whispering like far-off seas, waking the drowsy bees, wild birds and flowers, and torrents sonorous. 4. You may behold their eyes, star-like, that sapphire dyes, to which the blossoms rise, star-like, and shadows flee from, and, golden deep, as through the woods they sweep, see their wild curls that keep asphodel memories that kindle the meadows. 5. Music of forest streams, fragrance and dewy gleams, daybreak and dawn and dreams, high things and lowly mix in their limbs of light, which, what they touch of blight, quicken to blossom white, raise to be beautiful, perfect, and holy. 6. Come, do not sit and wait, now that once desolate fields are intoxicate with birds and flowers, and all the woods are rife with resurrected life, passion and purple strife of the warm winds and the turbulent showers. 7. Come, let us lie and dream, here by the wildwood stream, where many a twinkling gleam falls on the rooty banks, and the forest glooms rain down their red bud blooms, armfuls of wild perfumes. winds, or Auloniads busy with beauty. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Mirabile Dictu by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Czandra. 1. There dwells a goddess in the west, an island in death-lonesome seas. No towered towns are hers confessed, no castled forts or palaces. Hers simple worshippers at best, the buds, the birds, the bees. 2. And she hath wonder words of song, so heavenly beautiful, and shed so sweetly from her honeyed tongue. The savage creatures, it is said, hark, marble still their wilds among, and nightingales fall dead. 3. I know her not, nor have I known, I only feel that she is there. For when my heart is most alone, her deep communion fills the air. Her influence calls me from my own, miraculously fair. 4. Then fain am I to sing, and then again to fly and fly, beyond the flight of cloud or wing, far under azure arcs of sky, my love at her chaste feet to fling, behold her face, and die. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Dreamer of Dreams by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Czandra. He lived beyond men, and so stood admitted to the brotherhood of beauty, companioned as some sylvan god. And oft men wondered when his thought made all their knowledge seem as naught, if he, like Uther's mystic son, had not been born for Avalon. When wandering mid the whispering trees, his soul communed with every breeze, heard voices calling from the glades, bloom words of the llamaarts, or dryads of the ash and oak, who syllabled his name and spoke with him of presences and powers that glimpsed in sunbeams, gloomed in showers. By every violet-hallowed brook, where every bramble-matted nook rippled and laughed with water sounds, he walked like one on sainted grounds, fearing intrusion on the spell that kept some fountain spirits well, or woodland genius sitting where red racy berries kissed his hair. Once when the wind far o'er the hill had fallen and left the wild woods still, for dawn's dim feet to glide across, beneath the gnarled boughs on the moss, the air around him golden ripe with daybreak, there with oaten pipe his eyes beheld the wood god, Pan, goat-bearded, and half brute, half man, who, shaggy-haunched, a savage rhyme blew in his reed to rudest time, and swollen-jowled, with rolling eye, beneath the slowly silvering sky, whose light shone through the forest roof, danced while beneath his boisterous hoof the branch was snapped, and interfused between great roots the moss was bruised. And often, when he wandered through old forests at the fall of dew, a new Endymion who sought a beauty higher than all thought, some night, men said, most surely he would favoured be of deity, that in the holy solitude her sudden presence, long pursued, unto his gaze would be confessed. The awful moonlight of her breast come high with majesty, and hold his heart's blood till his heart were cold, unpulsed, unsinewed, and undone, and snatch his soul to Avalon. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Pan by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Agnes Robert Behr. Haunter of green intricacies, where the sunlight's amber laces, deeps of darkest violet, where the shaggy satyr chases, nymphs and dryads fair as graces, whose white limbs with dew are wet, piper in hid mountain places, where the blue-eyed Oread braces, winds which in her sweet cheeks set, of aurora rosy traces, while the fawn from myrtle mazes watches with an eye of jet. What art thou in these dim races, thou, O Pan of many faces, who art ruler yet? Tell me, piper, have I ever heard thy hollow syrinx quiver, trickling music in the trees, where the hazel copses shiver? Have I heard its droning sever the warm silence, or the bees? Ripple murmurings that never could be born of fall or river, or the whispering breeze. Once in tempest it was given me to see thee, where the levin lit the craggy wood with glare, dancing wild like wedges driven. Thunder split the deeps of heaven, and the wild rain swept thy hair. What art thou whose presence even, while with fear my heart was riven, healed it as with prayer? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Stormy Sunset by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Melissa T. Soul of my body, what a death for such a day of grief and gloom, unbroken sorrow of the sky. 'Tis as if God's own loving breath had swept the piled-up thunder by, and bursting through the tempest sheath, cleft from its pod a giant bloom. See how the glory grows unrolled, expanding length on radiant length of cloud-wrought petals vast a rose. The western heavens of flame unfold, where sparkling through the splendor glows the evening star, fresh-faced with strength, a raindrop in its heart of gold. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Woodland Grave by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Agnes Robert Behr. White moons may come, white moons may go. She sleeps where early blossoms blow, knows nothing of the leafy June that leans above her night and noon, crowned now with sunbeam, now with moon, watching her roses grow. The downy moth at evening comes and flutters round their honey blooms, long languid clouds like ivory that isle the blue lagoons of sky grow red as molten golden dye, with flame the pink pine dark looms. Dew dripping from wet fern and leaf, the wind that shakes the blossom sheaf, the slender sound of water lone that makes a harp string of a stone, and now a woodbird's twilight moan seem whisperings there of grief. Her garden where the lilacs grew, where on old walls old roses blew, head heavy with their mellow musk, where when the beetle's drone was husk, she lingered in the dying dusk, no more shall know that knew. Her orchard where the spring and she stood listening to each bird and bee, that from its fragrant firmament snowed blossoms on her as she went, a blossom with their blossoms blent, no more her face shall see. White moons may come, white moons may go, she sleeps where early blossoms blow. Around her headstone many a seed shall sow itself, and briar and weed shall grow to hide it from men's heed, and none will care or know. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Old Byway. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. The Old Byway. Its rotting bents one scarcely sees through sumac and wild blackberries, thick elder and the bramble rose, big oxeye daisies where the bees hang droning in repose. The little lizards lie all day, grey on its rocks of lichen grey, and there gay aerials of the sun the butterflies make bright its way, and paths where chipmunks run. Its lyric there the redbird lifts, while overhead the swallow drifts, 'neath sun-soaked clouds of palest cream, in which the wind makes azure rifts, and there the wood doves dream. The brown grasshoppers rasp and bound, mid weeds and briars that hedge it round, and in its grass-grown ruts where stares the harmless snake, more crickets sound, o'erhead the locust wears. At evening, when the sad west turns to lonely night, a cheek that burns, the tree-toads in the wild plums sing, and ghosts of long-dead flowers and ferns the wind wakes, whispering. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Woodpath by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Here spring her first frail violets blows, broadcast her whitest windflowers sows, through starry mosses amber fair, and fronded ferns and briar rose, hart's tongue and maidenhair. Here fungus life is beautiful, slim mushroom and the thick toadstool, as various colored as our blooms, dot their damp cones through shadows cool, and breathe forth rain perfumes. Here stray the wandering cows to rest, the calling catbird builds its nest in spicewood bushes dark and deep. Here raps the woodpecker its best, and here young rabbits leap. Beech oak and cedar, hickories, the pawpaw and persimmon trees, and tangled vines and sumac brush make dark the daylight where the bees drone and the wood springs gush. Here to pale melancholy moons in haunted nights of dreamy Junes wails wildly the weird whippoorwill, whose strains like those the owlet croons wild woods with phantoms fill. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Sound of the Sap by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. When the ice was thick on the flower beds, and the sleet was caked on the briar, when the frost was down in the brown bulbs' heads, and the ways were clogged with mire, when the snow on syringa and spirea tree seemed the ghosts of perished flowers, and the days were sorry as sorry could be, and time limped, cursing his fardel of hours. Hi-ho! Had I not a book and the logs that chirped with the sap in the burning? Or was it the frogs in the far-off bogs, or the bush sparrow's song at the turning? And I strolled by ways that the springtime knows, in her mossy dells and her ferny passes, where the earth was holy with lily and rose, and the myriad life of the grasses. And I spoke with the spring as a lover, who speaks to his sweetheart to whom he has given a kiss that has kindled the rose of her cheeks and her eyes with the laughter of heaven. The sound of the sap, what a simple thing! But the sound of the sap had the power to make the song sparrow come and sing, and the winter woodlands flower. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Dryad by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org. I have seen her limpid eyes, large with gradual laughter, rise in the wild rose nettles, slowly like twin flowers, unfold, smiling, when the wind, behold, whisked them into petals. I have seen her hardy cheek, like a molten coral, leak through the leaves around it of thick chickasaws. But so, when I made more certain, lo, a red plum I found it. I have found her racy lips and her roguish fingertips, but a haw or berry, glimmers of her there and here, just, forsooth, enough to cheer and to make me merry. Often from the ferny rocks, dazzling rimples of her locks, at me she hath shaken, and I've followed, but in vain. They had trickled into rain, sun-lit on the bracken. Once her full limbs flashed on me, naked, where a royal tree checkered mossy places with soft sunlight and dim shade, such a haunt as myths have made for the satyr races. There, it seemed, hid amorous Pan, for a sudden pleading ran through the thicket, wooing me to search, and suddenly, from the swaying elder tree, flew a wild dove, cooing. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Dead Lily by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Anthony Will. The south saluted her mouth till her breath was sweet with the south. The north in her ear breathed low till her veins ran crystal and snow. The west neath her eyelids blew till her heart beat honey and dew. And the east with his magic old changed her body to pearl and gold. And she stood like a beautiful thought that a godhead of love had wrought. How strange that the power begot it, only to kill it and rot it. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Dead Oread by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Dead Oread. Her heart is still, and leaps no more with holy passion, when the breeze, her whilom playmate, as before, comes with the language of the bees, sad songs her mountain cedars sing, and water music murmuring. Her calm white feet, once fleet and fast as Daphne's when a god pursued, no more will dance like sunlight past the gold-green vistas of the wood, where every quailing floweret smiled into life where they were set. Hers were the limbs of living light, and breasts of snow as virginal as mountain drifts, and throat as white as foam of mountain waterfall, and hyacinthine curls that streamed like mountain mists, and gloomed and gleamed. Her presence breathed such scents as haunt deep mountain dells and solitudes, aromas wild, like some wild plant that fills with sweetness all the woods, and comradeship with stars and skies shone in the azure of her eyes. Her grave be by a mossy rock, upon the top of some high hill, removed remote from men who mock the myths, the dreams of life they kill, where all of love and naught of lust may guard her solitary dust. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Pax Vobiscum. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. Pax Vobiscum. I know that from thine eyes the spring her violets grew, those bits of April skies on which the green turf lies, whereon thy blossom blew. I know that summer wrought from thy sweet heart that rose, with such faint fragrance fraught, its pale poetic thought of peace and deep repose, that autumn, like some god, from thy delicious hair lost sunlight 'neath the sod, shot up this golden rod to toss it everywhere. That winter from thy breast the snowdrop's whiteness stole, much kinder than the rest, thy innocence confessed, the pureness of thy soul. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
At Rest by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Sharon Larson. I heard the dead man, where he lay within the open coffin, say, "Why do they come to weep and cry around me now? 'Cause I lie so silent and my heart's at rest? Because the pistons of my blood no more in this machinery thud? And on these eyes, that once were blessed with magnetism and fire, are pressed the soldered eyelids like a sheath, on which the icy hand of death hath laid invisible coins of lead, stamped with the image of his head? Why will they weep and not have done? Why sorrow so, and all for one who they believe hath found the best God gives to us, and that is rest? Why grieve? Yea, rather let them lift the voice in thanks for such a gift, that leaves the worn hands long that wrought, and weary feet that sought and sought, at peace, and makes what came to naught in life more real now than all the good men strive for here on earth. The love they seek, the things they call desirable and full of worth. Yea, wisdom even, and like the south, the dreams that dewed the soul's sick drouth and heart's sad barrenness. God's rest with every sigh and every tear by them who weep above me here, despite their faith and hope, is confessed a doubt, a thing to dread and fear. Before them peacefully I lie, but haply not for me they sigh, but for themselves, their loss. The round of daily labour still to do for them, while for myself 'tis through, and all the unknown too is found, the bourne for which all hopes abound, where dreams are all made manifest. For this they grieve, perhaps. 'Tis well, since 'tis through grief the soul is blessed. Not joy, and yet we cannot tell, we do not know, we cannot prove. We only feel that there is love, and something we call heaven and hell. Howbeit here you see I lie, as all shall lie, for all must die. A cast-off, useless, empty shell, in which an essence once did dwell, that once like fruit the spirit held, and with its husk of flesh compelled, the mask of mind, the world of will, that laughed and wept and laboured till the thing within that never slept, the life essential, from it stepped. The ichor-veined inhabitant, who made it all it was, in all its aims, the thing original that held its course, like any star among its fellows, or a plant among its brother plants, mid whom the same and yet dissimilar, distinct and individual, it grew to a microcosmic bloom. These were the words the dead man said to me, who stood beside the dead. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Distance by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Agnes Robert Behr. I dreamed last night once more I stood, knee-deep on purple clover lays. Her old home glimmered through its wood of dark and melancholy trees, and on my brow I felt the breeze that blew from out the solitude, with sounds of waters that pursued, and sleepy hummings of the bees. And ankle-deep in violet blooms, methought I saw her standing there, a lawny light among the glooms, a crown of sunlight on her hair. The wood-birds warbling everywhere, above her head flashed happy plumes, about her clung the wild perfumes, at woodland gleams of shimmering air. And then she called me in my ears, her voice was music, and it led my sad soul back with all its fears, recalled my spirit that had fled. And in my dream it seemed she said, our hearts keep true through all the years. And on my face I felt the tears, the blinding tears of her long dead. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Deficiency by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynn Lua. Ah, God, were I away, away by woodland-belted hills, there might be more in this bright day than my poor spirit thrills. The elder coppice, banks of blooms, the spicewood brush, the field of tumbled clover, and perfumes hot weedy pastures yield. The old rail fence, whose angles hold bright briar and sassafras. Sweet, priceless wildflowers, blue and gold, starred through the moss and grass. The ragged path that winds unto lone, bird-melodious nooks, through brambles to the shade and dew of rocks and woody brooks. To see the minnows flash and gleam like sparkling prisms, all shoot in gray schools adown the stream, let but a dead leaf fall. To feel the buoyance and delight of floating feathered seeds, capricious wisps of wandering white, born of silk-bearing weeds. Ah, God, were I away, away among wild woods and birds, there were more soul in this bright day than one could bless with words. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Midsummer by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox by Aaron Kay. Midsummer. The red blood stings through her cheeks and clings in their tan with a fever that lightens, and the clearness of heaven-born mountain springs in her dark eyes dusks and brightens. Her limbs are the limbs of an Atlanta who swings with the youths in the sinewy games. When the hot wind sings, through the hair it flings, and the circus roars hoarse with their names, as they fly to the goal that flames. Her voice is as deep as the waters that sweep through the musical reeds of a river, a voice as of reapers who bind and reap with the ring of curved sighs that quiver, a voice singing ripe the orchards that heap with crimson and gold the ground, that whispers like sleep till the briars weep their berries all ruby round, and vineyards are purple crowned. Right sweet is the beat of her glowing feet, and her smile, as heaven's, is gracious. the creating might of her hands of heat, as a god's or a goddess's spacious. The odorous blood in her heart a-beat is rich with a perishless fire, and her bosom most sweet is the ardent seat of a mother who will never tire, while the world has a breath to suspire. Wherever she fares, her soft voice bears fecundity, powers that thicken the fruits, as the wind made Thessalian mares of old mysteriously quicken. The apricot's honey, the milk of the pears, the wine great grape clusters hold. These are her cares, and the wealth she declares in the corn's long billows of gold, and flowers that jewel the wold. So hail to her lips and her sun-girt hips, and the glory she wears in her tresses. All hail to the balsam that dreams and drips from her breast that the light caresses. Midsummer, whose fair arm lovingly slips round the earth's great waste of green, from whose mouth's aroma his hot mouth sips the life that is love unseen, and the beauty that God may mean. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Diurnal by Madison Cawein. With molten ruby clear as wine, the east's great cup of daybreak brims. The morning glories swing and shine. The night dews beat their satin rims. The bees are busy in flower and vine, and load with gold their limbs. Sweet morn, the south, a loyal lover, kisses thy mouth, thy rosy mouth, and over woos thee with scents of wild honey and clover. Beside the wall the roses blow, that noon's hot breezes scarcely shake. Beside the wall the poppies glow, so full of fire their deep hearts ache. The drowsy butterflies fly slow, half sleeping, half awake. Sweet noontide, rest, a reaper sleeping, his head on thy breast. Thy redolent breast dreams of the reaping, while sounds of the sights all around him are sweeping. Along lone paths the cricket cries, where night distills dim scent and dew. One mad star thwart the heaven flies, a glittering curve of molten blue. Now grows the big moon in the skies, the stars are faint and few. Sweet night, the vows of love long taken against thy brows lay their pale brows, till thy soul is shaken of amorous dreams that make it awaken. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Family Burying Ground by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Sharon Larson. A wall of crumbling stones doth keep watch o'er long barrows where they sleep. Old chronicled gravestones of its dead, on which oblivion's mosses creep, and lichens grey as lead. Warm days, the lost cows as they pass rest here and browse the juicy grass that springs about its sun-scorched stones. Afar one hears their bells' deep brass waft melancholy tones. Here the wild morning glory goes a-rambling, and the myrtle grows. Wild morning glories pale as pain, with holy urns that hint at woes the night hath filled with rain. Here are the largest berries seen, rich, winy, dark, whereon the lean black hornet sucks, noon sick with heat, that bend not to the shadowed green, the heavy bearded wheat. At night for its forgotten dead, a requiem of no known wind said, through ghostly cedars moans and throbs, while to the starlight overhead the shivering screech owl sobs. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Clouds by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Aaron Kay. All through the tepid summer night, the starless sky had poured a cool monotony of pleasant rain in music beautiful. And for an hour I sat to watch clouds moving on majestic feet, and heard down avenues of night their hearts of thunder beat. Prodigious limbs, bar-veined with gold, pulsed fiery light o'er wood and plain, while scattered fell from giant hands the largesse of the rain. Beholding at each lightning flash their generous silver on the sod, in meek devotion I bowed, I thanked these almoners of God. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Heron by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Anthony Will. 1. Evening. A vein of flame the long creek crawls, beneath dark brows of woodland walls, red where the sunset's crimson falls, one wiry leg drawn to his breast, neck shrunk at solitary rest, the heron stands among the bars. 2. Night. The whimpering creek breaks on the stone, where for a while the new moon shone, with one white star and one alone, lank hunter of the lone marshy lands, the melancholy heron stands, then, clamoring, dives into the stars. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Avatars. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. Avatars. When the moon hangs low over an afterglow, lilac and lily, when the stars are high, wisps in a windless sky, silvery, stilly, he who will lean his inner ear compelling may hear the spirit of the forest stream, its story to a wildwood flower telling that is no flower but some ascended dream. When the dawn's first lines show dimly through the pines along the mountain, when the stars are few and starry lies the dew around the fountain, who will may hear within her leafy dwelling the spirit of the oak tree, great and strong, its romance to the wildwood streamlet telling that is no stream but some descended song. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Lolita by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Nancy Beard. Can I forget how, when you stood mid orchards whence the bloom had fled, stars made the orchards seem a bud, and weighed the sighing boughs o'erhead with shining ghosts of blossoms dead? Or when you bowed a lily tall above your drowsy lilies slim, transparent pale, that by the wall like cups of moonlight seemed to swim, brimmed with faint fragrance to the brim? And in the cloud that lingered low, a silent pallor in the west, there stirred and beat a golden glow, like some great heart that could not rest, a heart of gold within its breast. Your heart, your soul were in the wild, you loved to hear the whippoorwill lament its love when dewy mild the harvest scent made musk the hill. You loved to walk where oft had trod the red deer o'er the fallen hush of fall's torn leaves, when the ivy tod hung frosty by each buried bush. Still do the whippoorwills complain above your listless lilies, where, the moonlight their white faces stain. Still flows the dreaming streamlet there, whispering of rest and easeful air. O music of the falling rain, at night unto her painless rest, sound sweet, not sad, and make her fain to feel the wild flowers on her breast. Lift moist, pure faces up again, to breathe a prayer in fragrance blest. Thick pleated beeches long have crossed old gnarly arms above her tomb, where oft I sit and dream her ghost smiles like a blossom through the gloom, dim as a mist that summer lost of tangled starbeam and perfume. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Miriam by Madison Cawein. White clouds and buds and birds and bees, low wind notes piped down southern seas, brought thee a rose-white offering, a flower-like baby with the spring. She with her April gave to thee a soul of winsome witchery. Large heavenly eyes and sparkling whence shines the young mind's soft influence, where love's eternal innocence and smiles and tears of maidenhood gleam with the dreams of hope and good. She with the dower of her May gave thee a nature strong to sway man's higher feelings and a pride where all pride's smallness is denied. Limbs wrought of lilies and a face made of rose bloom, and the grace of water that thy limbs express in each chaste billow of thy dress. She with her dreamy June brought down night deeps of hair that are thy crown, a voice like low winds musical, or streams that in the moonlight fall, or bars of pearl, and in thy heart true gold. She set joy's counterpart, a gem, that in thy fair face gleams, all radiance when it speaks or dreams. And in thy soul the jewel truth, whose beauty is perpetual youth. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Two Days, read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. 2 days. The slanted storm tossed at their feet the frost-nipped autumn leaves. The park's high pines were caked with sleet, and ice bears armed the eaves. They strolled adown the pillared pines to park where wet and twisted vines about the gateposts blew and beat. She watched him riding through the rain along the river's misty shore, and turned with lips that laughed disdain to meet no more. Mid heavy roses weighed with dew, the chirping crickets hid. I the honeysuckle avenue sang the green katydid. Soft southern stars smiled through the pines, through stately windows draped with vines, the drifting moonlight's silver blue. She stared upon a face now dead, a soldier calm that wore despair sobbed on the lips that said, to meet no more. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Moonrise at Sea by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Agnes Robert Behr. With lips that had hushed all their fury, of foam and of winds that were strewn, of storm and of turbulent hurry, the ocean sighed, heralding soon a ship of miraculous glory, of pearl and of fire, the moon. And up from the east with a slipping, and shudder and clinging of light, with a loosening of clouds and a dipping, outbound for the havens of night, with silence of sails and a dripping, the vessel came, wonderful white. Then heaven and ocean were sprinkled with splendor for every sheet, and spar in its hollow hull twinkled with mother of pearl, and the feet of spirits that followed it crinkled the billows that under it beat. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
In November by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Anthony Will. In November. No windy white of wind-blown clouds is thine, no windy white but low and sodden gray, that holds the melancholy skies and kills the wild song and the wild bird, yet, ah me, the melancholy skies and mournful woods, brown sighing forests dying that I love, the long dead leaves deep, deep about my feet, slow dragging feet that halt or wander on, thy deep, sweet, crimson leaves that burn and die, with silent fever of the sickened wood. I love to hear in all thy windswept coigns, rain wet and choked with bleached and ruined weeds, the withered whisper of the many leaves that fallen on barren ways like fallen hopes, once held so high upon the summer's heart, of stalwart trees now seem the desolate voice, of earth lamenting in hushed undertones, her green departed glory vanished so. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
In Late Fall by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Agnes Robert Behr. O days that break the wild bird's heart, that slay the wild bird and its songs, why should death play so sad a part with you to whom such sweet belongs? Why are your eyes so filled with tears, as with the rain the frozen flowers? Why are your hearts so swept with fears, like winds among the ruined bowers? Farewell, farewell, for she is dead, the old grey month, I saw her die. Go light your torches round her head, the last red leaves, and let her lie. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
With the Seasons by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Aaron K. With the Seasons. 1. You will not love me, sweet, when this brief year is past, or love now at my feet. At other feet you'll cast, at fairer feet you'll cast. You will not love me, sweet, when this brief year is past. 2. Now 'tis the springtime, dear, and crocus cups hold flame, brimmed to the pregnant year, all bashful as with shame, who blushes as with shame. Now 'tis the springtime, dear, and crocus cups hold flame. 3. Soon summer will be queen, at her brown throat one rose, and poppy pod and bean will rustle as she goes, as down the garth she goes. Soon summer will be queen, at her brown throat one rose. 4. Then autumn come, a prince, a gypsy crowned with gold. Gold weight the fruited quince, gold strew the leafy wold, the wild and wind-swept wold. Then autumn come, a prince, a gypsy crowned with gold. 5. Then winter will be king, snow-driven from feet to head. No songbirds then will sing, the winds will wail instead. The wild winds weep instead. Then winter will be king, snow-driven from feet to head. 6. Then shall I weep who smiled, and curse the coming years, you and myself and child, born unto shame and tears, a mother's shame and tears. Then shall I weep who smiled and cursed the coming years. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Tyranny by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. What is there now more merciless than such fast lips that will not speak, that stir not, if one curse or bless a God who made them weak? More maddening to one there is not than such white eyelids sealed on eyes, eyes vacant of the thing named thought, an exile in the skies. Ah, silent tongue! Ah, dull closed ear! What angel utterances low have wooed you so you may not hear our mortal words of woe?
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
What You Will by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Anthony Will. What You Will. 1. When the season was dry and the sun was hot, and the hornet sucked gaunt on the apricot, and the ripe peach dropped to its seed a rot, with a lean red wasp that stung and clung, when the hollyhocks ranked in the garden plot, more seed pods had than blossoms, I wot. Then all had been said and been sung, and meseemed that my heart had forgot. 2. When the black grape bulged with the juice that burst through its thick blue skin that was cracked with thirst, and the round ripe pippins that the summer had nursed in the yellowing leaves o'er the orchard hung, when the farmer his lips with whistling pursed to his sun-tanned brow and the corn was immersed, then something was said or was sung, and I remembered as much as I durst. 3. Now the sky of December gray drips and drips, and eaves of the barn the icicle tips, and the cackling hen on the snow-path slips, and the cattle shiver the fields among. Now the ears of the milkmaid the north wind nips, and the red-chapped cheeks of the farm boy whips. What shall be said or be sung, with my lips pressed warm to your lips? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Midwinter by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org. The dewdrop from the rose that drips hath not the sparkle of her lips, my lady's lips. Then her long braids of yellow hold the dandelion hath not more gold, her braids of gold. The bluebell hints not more of skies than do the flowers of her eyes, my lady's eyes. The sweet pea-bloom shows not more grace of delicate pink than doth her face, my lady's face. So, hi-ho, then, though skies be grey, spring blossoms in my heart today, this winter day. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To Gertrude. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. To Gertrude. These are the flowers I bring to thee, heart's ease, euphrasy, and rue, grown in my garden of poetry. Wear them sweet on thy breast for me, the first for thoughts, and the other too, for spiritual vision that's always true, so thou with thy soul mayest ever see the love in my heart I keep for thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Gardens of Falerina by Madison Cawein. Her hills and vales are dimmer than sunset's shadowy shimmer. Thin mists that curl of poppy and pearl above her bowers glimmer, and silvered o'er with sails of fairy galleys. Far off the sea gleams, glimpsed through fountained valleys. The moon floats never higher than one white peak of fire, and in its beams pale beauty dreams, and music tunes her lyre, and siren-like beside the moonlit waters fair Fancy sits singing with Memory's daughters. A cloud above and under, the ocean white with wonder, looms starry steep, and opening deep, grows gold with silent thunder, revealing far within, immeasurable, lost Avalons of old romance and fable. Ah, could my spirit shatter these bonds of flesh and matter, and at a word mount like a bird to her through mists that scatter, and raimented in love and inspiration, look down on earth from that exalted station. No mortal might inveigle my soul that like an eagle would soar and soar from shore to shore of her, the rare and regal, and by her love made all a lyric rapture, a wild desire, wing far beyond all capture. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Romance by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox by Aaron K. Romance. Thus have I pictured her in Arden old, a white-browed maiden with a falcon eye, and rose-flushed face, and locks of wind-blown gold, teaching her hawks to fly. Or, mid her boarhounds, panting with the heat, in huntsman green she sounds the hunt's wild prize, plumed, dagger-belted, while beneath her feet the spear-pierced monster dies. Or in Brescia-land, on some high tower, clad soft in samite, last of her lost race, I have beheld her, lovelier than a flower, turned from the world her face. Or robed in raiment of romantic lore, like Oriana dark of eye and hair, riding through realms of legend evermore, and ever young and fair. Or now like Bradamant, as brave as just, in complete steel, her pure face lit with scorn, at heathen castles, dens of demon lust, winding her bugle horn. Another Una, and in chastity, a second Britomart in beauty far, O her who led King Charles' chivalry, and Paynim lands to war. Now she, from Avalon's deep-dingled bowers, mid which white stars and never-waning moons make marriage, and dim lips of musk-mouthed flowers sigh faint and fragrant tunes, implores me follow, and, in shadowy shapes of sunset, shows me mile on misty mile of purple precipice all the haunted capes of her enchanted isle, where, bowered in bosque and overgrown with vine, upon a headland breasting violet seas, her castle towers like a dream divine, with stairs and galleries. And at her casement, cirque beautiful, above the surgeless reaches of the deep, she sits, while in her gardens fountains lull the perfumed wind to sleep. Or round her brow a diadem of spars, she leans to hearken from her raven height the nightingales that, quiring to the stars, haunt with wild song the night. Or where the moon is mirrored in the waves, to mark deep down the sea-king's city rolled, wrought of huge shells in labyrinthine caves, ribbed with pale pearl and gold. There doth she wait forever, and the kings of all the world have wooed her, but she cares for none but him, the heart, that dreams and sings, that sings and dreams and dares. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Valley of Music by Madison Cawein. read for LibriVox by Aaron K. The Valley of Music. 1. O cool as the flutter of fountains, and fresh as the fall of the dew, wet as the hues of the rain arch, in that vale is the dawn when o'er mountains, pearl-peaked and hyaline blue, through the Memnonian blue, her spirit like music comes slowly, a music of light and of fire, leaving her footsteps in roses there on its summits while holy, fair on her brow is her tire, gemmed with the morning star's fire. 2. And still as the incense of altars, and dim as the deeps of a cloud, mystic as winds of the woodlands, in that vale is the night when she falters in the sorrowful folds of her shroud, the far-blowing dusk of her shroud, by the scarlet-strewn bier of her lover, the day lying faded and fair in his chamber of purple and vair, when, above it, you see her uncover her star-girdled darkness of hair, gold-hooped with the gold of the even, and for the day's burial prepare. The spirit of night in the heaven o'er that vale is most hauntingly fair, so fair that you wish it were given that you in the rays of her hair might die in her gold-girdled hair. 3. There lies in a valley where mountains have walled it from all that is ours, a garden entangled with flowers, where the whisper of echoing fountains makes song in the balm-breathing bowers, where torrents plunge down from wild masses of granite from cavern-pierced steeps, with thunders sonorous cleave passes, and madden the world with their leaps, the clamorous foam of their leaps. 4. And oh, when the sunlight comes heaping with glitter the mist of those chasms, the foam of those musical chasms, you may hear a lamenting and weeping, and see in the vastness far sweeping, in wild and aeolian spasms, down, down in those voluble chasms, the spirits of light and of darkness, and the wave from the grey-hearted granite, in rivers rolls rippling around, meanders through shade-haunted forest, where many rock barriers can span it, and dash it in froth and in sound, where the nights with their great moons can wan it, or star its dark stillness profound. 5. And here with her harp does she wander, that daughter of music twice kissed, of the spirits of love and of sorrow, yea, here doth she wander and ponder, that maiden of moonlight and mist, with starlight on hair and on wrist, yea, here doth she ponder and wonder, mid blossoms with loveliness whist, mid moonlight with fragrances kissed, and ever her being grows fonder of forest where phantoms keep tryst, the people of moon and of mist, and often they troop to her singing, as she sits mid the undulant cedars, all savage of wildness and scent, whose tops to her beauty are bent, like the pennons and plumes of fierce leaders in worship and testament, like the pennons and plumes of fierce leaders, all ragged with battle and rent. 6. And oft with the moon like a palace of witchcraft shines white overhead, making pearl of the foam of the torrent, she wakes her wild harp in the valleys where the blossoms have built her a bed. She sits where a fountain of flowers rains fragrance from branches around, the blossom lianas around, keeping time with their petal-sweet showers, to her harp with its strain interwound, unfolding, it seems, to the sound, while her song is as redolence round her, and their fragrance as music, it seems, whose touch and enchantment have bound her with shadows and whispers of dreams, and she seems but a part of her dreams, a creature created of dreams. 7. One night as she whispered and wondered, in her garden of music and flowers, she saw, in a ray of the moonlight, a youth fast asleep mid the flowers, a youth on a mantle of satin, a poppy red robe mid the flowers. 8. Love housed 'neath his eyelids that slender as petals of roses were pale. She bent and she kissed them, and tender she murmured and bade them unveil, the blossoms beneath them unveil. And he woke and beheld her and panted, "At last I behold thee, O song, O beautiful pitiless song, thou who so wildly enchanted, and led me, eluded me long, evaded and lured me so long." 9. Then she knelt on the mantle of satin, and plunged a long look in his eyes. She knelt on the mantle of scarlet, and kissed him on mouth and on eyes, and mingled her soul with his sighs. And then in a moment she knew it, he deemed her a part of his dream. And she smiled, and she said, "I am music, and thy soul, 'twas my spirit that drew it, thy soul with a mystical gleam, a brightness, a glimmer, a gleam." 10. And he gazed at her strangely, and sobbing, cried out, "Yea, thy harp, is it strung? Thy harp of wild gold, is it strung? With fingers of silver set throbbing its chords with that song thou hast sung, so oft in my dreams thou hast sung." 11. Then he ceased, and his eyes, how they glistened, his eyes that were haunted with pain, with longing and beauty and pain. And again he cried out, "Oh, that music, that proud and that perilous music! O God, for that tyrannous strain, to which in my dreams I have listened. Ah, God, I have listened in vain." And he tossed on the mantle of satin his deep raven darkness of hair, and the song at her lips was ungathered, and she sat there to marvel and stare, like marble to wonder and stare. 12. Then there welled from her lips all the glory of music delirious with words, of music that told the heart's story, and trembled with God-given words, and rang like the crossing of swords. And it seemed that the spirit of beauty swept through it with farewells and sighs, the spirits of beauty and duty, and love with his beautiful eyes, and heaven and hell with its cries, sad hell with a tempest of cries. 13. The rapture was there of all passion, the heartache of all we have lost. The sweetness was there that we fashion from love we have won or have lost, its terror, its torment and cost. And over it all was a fury of wings that seemed beating above, of stars and of winds, and the glory of God and the splendor of love, the splendor and triumph of love. 14. And then from her poppy wings slumber dropped petals of sleep on his eyes, the spirit of slumber with pinions of vaporous silver, whose flutter had mixed with the music's wild number, lured down from the shadowy skies, lured down from her drowsy dominions, to nest in his tired-out eyes. 15. And in sleep he cried out to her, stilling a moment the rush of her song, the rainbowing torrent of song. "Cease, cease, for the rapture is killing, the glory of light is too strong. Oh, cease, make an end of thy song." But she, with the frenzy o'erflowing, cried out in an anguish of passion, "Thy soul shall be one with my song, with me and the soul of my song. Take my hand, let us walk in the glowing, sweet heaven and hell of all song, where the torrents of music are flowing, the rivers of music and song. Take my hand, dost thou hear? We are going, we, too, to God's splendor belong. Let us walk in the light of his song, the thunder and flame of his song. 16. Then she flung in her song the emotion, triumphant of heart and of soul, till the passion and pain were an ocean that swept her with billowing roll, as it seemed, to abysses of dole, abysses of infinite dole. 17. And paler than moonlight and marble, he lay on the red of that robe, lay white at her feet on the scarlet, with silent sealed lips and the glitter of tears in each violet globe of his eyes, and she said, "It is bitter to see him so still on this robe, like marble so still on this robe." Then she knelt and cried out, "Art thou living or dead? Have I slain thee with song? I gave thee the best in my giving, but all that I gave thee seems wrong. No blessing, a curse was my song, a curse and a sorrow my song." 18. And she shattered her harp in her madness, and rent at her breast and her hair, then kissed him on mouth and on temples, and spoke to him, smoothing the sadness. The calm of his brow that was fair, was perfect and hopelessly fair. Then she wailed to the stars in the heaven, and railed at her song as a thief, calling out, "For a curse wast thou given, yea, thou, for a curse and grief, a curse and an infinite grief." 19. And the moon, it went down like a broken great dagger of gold in the west, like a dagger of gold that was broken, her dagger of song that had spoken, and pierced with its beauty his breast, had ravished his soul from his breast. And she lay with her hair deep and golden, thick showered and shaken on his. Her arms were around him enfolden, her lips clave to his with a kiss, the love and the grief of a kiss. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Lodewith by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Agnes Robert Behr. Not that demon's son, whom Arthur erst for necromancy at Caerleon first graced greatly Merlin, not to him alone did those lost learnings of white magic, known as sorcery and witchcraft, then belong. Taliesin now hath told us in a song of one at Arvon, Math of Gwynedd, lord of some vague cantrevs of the north, whose sword beat back and slew a southern king through wrath, and puissance of Gwydion, whose path thence on with love he honoured. Now this Math was learned in wondrous witchcraft. As he willed, he wrought the invisible visible, and filled the sight with seeming shapes, which it believed realities, nor knew it was deceived. For at his word the winds were wan with tense, and armies rose of airy elements, and brassy blast of war from bugles brayed, and armoured host in battle clanged and swayed, and at a word were not, and at his nod steeds rich accoutred, whinnying softly, trod the daedal earth, and hounds of greater worth, and wirier too than dogs of mortal birth, rose up like forest fungus from the earth. Around the astonished stag or flying though, let Math but wish it or his trumpet blow. But only things that had their counterpart on earth could he make real through his art. Now to his castle Math, through Gwydion, the son of Dawn, the daughter of dark Dawn, the silver-circled Ariadarad, had brought a southern rose of beauty, whom Math thought to wed in love and friendship without blame. And at Caerdathel, when the maiden came, said Math, "Art thou a virgin?" Like a flame, mantling her answer angered, "Verily, I know not other lord than that I be." So wrought he then through magic, that the form of her boy baby seemed upon her arm, white as a rose. "A Mary, yea," laughed Math, "forsooth another Mary," that in wrath laid harsh hands on the babe, and fiercely flung far in the salt sea, but the strong winds clung fast to the elfin, and the lithe waves swept him safely shoreward dry. Some fishers kept him thus unseed, and christened Dylan fair, son of the wave, and fostered him with care. Nor was this really hers, but Gwydion, brother to Arianerald, before the sun had time to glimpse it with one golden glaive, swiftly, as hoping the real babe to save, some dim small body on the castle pave, in raven velvet seized, and hiding he stole this from court, to subtly raise to be a comely youth, in time to Arianerald, came swearing by the rood and blood of God, he brought her back her son. Quoth she, more shame dost thou disgrace thyself with, and more blame dost damn thyself with, thus to mix our name with this dishonour, brother than myself. Then waxing wroth, cried Gwydion, the elf is thine then? Tell me, wanton, is thy son Dylan the fisher, or this fair-haired one? This youth, God's curse, and daggered her with looks, and she in turn waxed fiery, saying, books of magic I have read as well as math, and now I tell thee, keep from out my path, thou and thy bastard, he as well as thou, thou dog, and on thy folly listen now. I lay a threefold curse, behold the first, until I name him, nameless be he, cursed be they who give him arms, the second, nor shall he bear arms until I arm for war. And lastly, know however high his birth, he shall not wed a woman of the earth. Malignity, to shame me with thy sin. Then passed into her tower, and locked her in. But Gwydion, departing with the youth, sware he would compass her, if not through truth, through wiles and learned magic, and he wrought, so that unbending Arianerald was brought to name the lad. Again he managed that, through strange enchantments as of war, he gat her to give arms, but then not for his life. Howbeit, could he get the youth a wife? Persisting, desperate at the last thing, wrought in him blusterous as a backward spring. Now Flew the youth was named, and Gwydion made his complaint to Math, the mighty son of Mathonwy. Said Math, despair not, we, with charms, illusions, and white sorcery, will seek to make, from mine our wondrous powers, a woman for him out of forest flowers. And so they toiled together one wan night, when the full moon hung low and watched a white, wild wisp-like face behind a mist. They took blossoms of briars, blooming by a brook, shed from the April hills, and phantom blooms of yellow broom that filtered faint perfumes, and primrose blossoms, frail of rainy smell, weak pink dim clustered in a glow-worm dell, wild apple sprigs that tipsied bells ablaze, and in far haunted hollows made a haze of ghostly fugitive fragrance, and the blue of hollow harebells hoary with dew, the gold of kingcups golden as low stars, and white of lilies rolled in limpid bars, like sleepy foam that swayed aslant and spilled slim nectar cups of musk the rain had filled, and poly wildwood windflowers, and the gloss and glow of celandine, and bulbs that boss and dot the oak roots bulging up the moss. Last on the elfin uplands pooled the buds that burn like spurts of moonlight when it suds, the showering clouds of blossomed meadow sweet, and made a woman fair from head to feet, complete in beauty, one far lovelier than Branwen, daughter of the grey King Llŷr, or that dark daughter of Leo de Grance, the stately Guinevere. And young Romance dreamed in the open Bibles of her eyes, music her motion and her speech-like sighs, of roses swinging in the wind and rain, and lilies dancing on the sunlit plain, and in her eyes and face there bloomed again the bluebell and the poppy, the fern and bud, gave grace and glory to her maidenhood, and all the attributes of all the flowers were in her body that was not like ours, and yet was like, but in her brow and face was love alone and beauty, and no trace, no least suggestion of an earthly pain, or hate, or sorrow, or of worldly stain, but hope, high heart, and happiness of life, and Blodeuwedd they named her, and for wife, baptizing her with light and dawn and dew, gave that next morning to the happy Thule. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Amadis et Miraflores by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Amadis et Miraflores. 1. Morning. The quickening day climbs to one star that, cradled, rocks itself in morn, whose airy opal, flaming far, makes fire of the mountain tarn. The hosts of morning storm the sky with streaming splendor, their bright lips blow laughter wild that shakes the rye, and from the bough the dew that drips on Oriana walking by. The calling rooks swarm round the towers, a heron sweeps through deeps of glare, and falconry among the bowers whistles his falcon down the air, while in the woods the bugled hunt with bearded cheeks blows wild amort, as dies the boar, or front to front upon the baying hounds the hart turns, antlering at the battle's brunt. The heathcock, stout amid his dames, upon the purple heathered hill, with glossy coat the morn enflames, sounds to his rivals challenge shrill. Where tossing white its plume of foam, the fountain leaps and twinkles by, embodying dawn and all its bloom, my Oriana draweth nigh, sweet as the heath bell's wild perfume. The mountain tarn is like a cloud of fallen and reflecting blue, in azure deeps the larks are loud, the larks that soar through dawn and dew. A wild swan, mirrored in the mere, moves with its image breast to breast, as our two souls as one appear, when to my heart her heart is pressed, the heart of Oriana here. 2. Evening. O sunset, from the springs of stars draw down thy cataracts of gold, and belt their streams with burning bars of ruby on which flame is rolled. Drench dingles with laburnum light, drown every copse in violet blaze, rain roselight down, and poppy bright die downward o'er the hills of haze, and bring at last the stars of night. The stars and moon, that silver world that like a spirit faces west, her foam white feet with light empearled, bearing white flame within her breast. Earth's sister sphere of fire and snow, who shows to earth her heart's pale heat, and bids her see its pulses glow, and hear their crystal currents beat with beauty, lighting all below. O cricket, with thy elfin pipe that tinkles in the grass and grain, and dove-pale buds that dropping stripe the glen's blue night and smell of rain, O nightingale, that so dost wail on yonder branch of blossoming snow, thrill, fill the wild heart-haunted dale, where Oriana, walking slow, approaches through the moonlight pale. She comes to meet me, earth and air grow radiant with another light. In her dark eyes and her dark hair are all the stars and all the night. She comes, I clasp her, and it is as if no grief had ever been. The world takes fire from our kiss. There are no other women or men but Oriana and Amadis. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Urganda by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Benjamin Harton. It is Sir Elid of the Sword, of whom his wife Helise hath heard, for 3 long years no wished-for word. His armour doffed, he comes in fur, and velvet all the warrior, and takes her hand and kisses her. Thrice have I seen the summer die, and thrice the autumn fading lie, and heard the weary winter sigh. Since last, my lord, my own true heart, from me thy wife with love didst part, and rode to war with Lisuart. So said Helise with many tears, still welcome Elid, though long years of silence, what with doubts and fears, have made me deem that thou wast dead. Why dost thou stare so overhead? What is it that thy soul doth dread? He said to her, my own, my best, to thee alone, which wilt thou rest? This hour from me shall be confessed, the thing that will not let me rest. It was at Hallowmas I spurred. Through woods therein no wild thing stirred, no sound of brook, no song of bird. When softly down a tangled way, a dim fair woman, white as day, rode on a palfrey, misty grey. Upon her brow a circlet burned, of jewels and the fire inurned, within them changed and turned and turned. I stared like one who wild and pale spurs Haglid through the night and hail, when lo, adown a forest vale, an angel with the Holy Grail. It vanishes, but once beheld, the longing heart is never quelled. Its loveliness hath so enspelled. She vanished, and I rode alone, save for a voice that did intone, Urganda is she, the unknown. And never shalt thou clasp the form of her who leads thee by a charm, to follow her through sun and storm. I cannot say for weal or woe, e'en now her magic bids me go, soft summoning through wind and snow. Helise with some old song beguiles his hallowed face until it smiles, and with her lute shapes sweeter wiles, till kingly figures woven in the shadowy heiress seem to win strange ghostly life and slay and sin, until her deep hair's golden glow sweep his dark curls as praying low she kneels a marble sculptured woe. And then she left him there to rest, a-weary with his haggard quest, all in grey, fur and velvet dressed. At midnight through the vaulted roof she heard armed steps of ringing proof. She heard the charger's iron hoof. The leaded lattice glowed a square of moonlight in the moonlit air. She flung it wide. What saw she there? Sir Elid in the moonlight's beam, stark, staring as if still a dream, rode downward towards the rushing stream. His helm and corset had he on, and in one gauntlet silver won, his bugle horn was upward drawn. Upon his horn he blew his best, then sang it seemed his merriest, I ride upon my love's last quest, and on her breast at last shall rest. Straight onward by some mighty will, into the stream below the hill, she saw him ride, then all was still. Not wider than her eyes are his, that stare where icy eddies kiss. His lips, Urganda's work is this. She cries, and where her warrior lies, with honor in his face and eyes, She bends above his form and sighs, and then she seems to hear a moan beside her, but she leans alone. Then laughter, and a cloud seems blown before her eyes that doth intone, "Beware, Helise, beware, beware, my curse, my kiss, that is despair. Kiss not his brow, lest unaware, Helise, Helise, my curse be there." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Hawking, read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. Hawking. I see them still when poring o'er old volumes of romantic lore, ride forth to hawk in days of yore by woods and promontories, knights in gold lace, plumes and gems, damsels crowned with anadems, whose falcons perch on wrists like milk, in hoods and jesses of green silk, from bannered Miraflores. The laughing earth is young with dew, the deeps above are violent blue, and in the east a cloud or two, empearled with airy glories, and with merriment and singing, silver bells of falcons ringing. Beauty, rosy with the dawn, lightly rides o'er hill and lawn, from towered Miraflores. The torrent glitters from the crags, down forest vista browse the stags, and from wet beds of reeds and flags the frightened lapwing hurries, and the brawny wild boar peereth at the cavalcade that neareth. Off his shaggy-throated grunt brings the king and court to hunt at royal Miraflores. The May itself in soft sea green is Oriana, spring's high queen, and Amadis besides her seen, some prince of fairy stories, where her castle's ivied towers drowse above her woods and bowers. Flaps the heron through the sky, and the wild swan gives a cry by nightly Miraflores. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Orlando by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Suggested by Ariosto's Orlando Furioso. When southern winds sowed woods and skies, Angelica, with bloom storms of the flowering May, when hill and battlefield were gay with peace and purity of flowers, I sat to dream beside a stream amid the bowers, clear as the deeps of thine blue eyes. And near the stream I saw a grotto banked with flowers, from which the streamlet fell in showers, cool sparkling through the sunlit bowers, Angelica. My cask I doffed to scoop the fount, Angelica. With liquid pureness bubbling cool, it rose, then clashed into the pool. Thy name I saw, hewn in the rock, and under it, ah no, I dreamed, my eyes did mock my senses, then I seemed to count, all fire lit, the letters, deep carved in the rock, Medoro carved in every rock. My brain went round like some wild clock, Angelica. O treachery, O lust of blood, Angelica, that one so fair should be so vile. No more for me again shall smile the brows of beauty, as of old with clarion call. No more shall battle make me bold, or chivalry fire my soul. The wood, away from all, from love and lust, shall house and hold my misery. The dawn breaks cold, and I lie naked on the wold, Angelica. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Yolanda of the Towers by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Benjamin Harton. Old forests belt and bar her towering battlements, and all the west with crest on crest, the blue o' the hills indents. Her gardens terrace cliffs that soar above a sea, dreamier and fuller of shadowy color than sunset's mystery. And league on league of coast, sand-ribbed of wind and wave, rolls dim and far with reef and bar, and many an ocean cave. The morning bright with beams and sea winds wakes the day. Its breezy lutes and foamy flutes make music on the bay. The deer are roused from rest, the seabirds breast the brine, and from the steep wild torrents leap, foaming 'neath rock and vine. But she in one tall tower, high built above the tide, in her heart a thorn, turns from the morn, wan-faced and weary-eyed. Long, long she looks a sea, as one who seeks a sail, but on her view the empty blue beats and her eyelids quail. She turns and slowly goes down from her sea-gray towers, to walk and weep like one asleep among the salt-slain flowers, until the sun is set and crocus heavens grown cold leave all their light to the new moon's white and one star's point of gold, until a breeze from sea sets in of balm and spice, and streams amid the stars half hid, thin mists as white as ice. And then her eyes grow large with hate or one last hope, and again she bends her gaze where blends the sea with heaven's slope. But not the night reveals, the night that seems to weep, and shudder down two stars that drown themselves within the deep. Then to herself she says, softly, ah God, to know no death or shame is his or blame who brought on me this woe. What though I know that hell at last will have its own? It will not heal my soul, I feel, though there he wail and moan. Could I his carrion see on yonder crag's wild crest, hung up to rot, a traitor's lot, my soul might find some rest. And this is she God made, of sunlight and of flowers, for love and kisses and fond caresses, Yolanda of the Towers. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Ermengarde by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org. Queen of the courts of love, she sleeps, one arm pillowing her raven hair, as dawn might night, or day kiss dusk, or darkness starry warm, be gathered of her sister, rosy light. Pale from the purple of the damask cloth, one hand hangs, as a lily bloom might, lone above a bed of poppies, or a moth might softly hover by a rose full blown. Heraldic, rich, the costly coverings sweep, fallen in folds, pushed partly from her breast, as through storm-broken clouds the full moon springs. From these one orb of her pure bosom pressed, she sleeps, and where the motless moonbeams sink through blazoned panes, and immaterial snow, in wide white jets, the lion fur seems to drink with tawny jaws their wasted, winy glow. Light-lidded sleep and holy dreams are hers, untouched of feverish sorrow or of care, soft as the wind whose fragrant breathing stirs the moonbeam tangled tresses of her hair. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Hacklenburg by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Brian Tomasetti. When down the hearts the echoes swarm, he rides beneath the mountain storm, with a mad halloo and a wild alarm of hound and horn and thunder. With his hunter black as night, band dogs eyed with lambent light, and a stag, a spectral white, rushes on before in flight, glimmering through the boughs and under. Long howling, crouched in bracken black, the werewolf shuns his ruinous track. On every side the forests crack, and mountain torrents tumble. And then the spirits of the air, whistling whirl with scattered hair, teeth that flash and eyes that glare, round him as he gallops there, in the rain and tempest rumble. Above the storm, the thunders growl, the torrents roar, the forests howl, is heard his hunting horn and owl, that hoots and sweeps before him, and beneath the blinding levin, on wild crags, the castle riven, of the Dumburg towers to heaven, beckoning on the demon driven, beckoning on and looming o'er him. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
An Antique. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. An Antique. Mildewed and grey, a marble stair leads to a balustrade of urns, beyond which two stone satyrs glare from vines and close-clipped yews and ferns. A path that winds and labyrinths twixt parallels of verdant box, around a lodge whose mossy plinths are based on emerald-coloured rocks. A lodge or ancient pleasure house built in a grove beside a lake, around whose edge the dun deer browse, and swans their snowy pastime take, and underneath and overhead the breathings of a water nymph. It seems the violet's scent is shed, mixed with the music of the lymph, and where Upon its pedestal, the old sundial marks the hours. Laburnum blossoms lightly fall, and duchess roses rain their flowers. The air is languid with perfume, as if their beauties, who of old intrigued it here in patch and plume, again the ancient terrace strolled, with gallants on whose rapiers' gems once sneered in haughtiness of hues, while touchstone wit and apothegms laughed down the long court avenues. And there, where bowers of woodbine pave, or heavily with sultry musk, two fountains of pellucid wave, in sunlight desolated dusk. I seemed to see the fountains twain of hate and love in Arden, where, in times of regal Charlemagne, great Roland drank, and Oliver, where wandered from Montauban's towers, the paladin Reynardo slept, while leaning o'er him through the flowers, Angelica above him wept. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Jaafer the Barmecide by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Jaafer the Barmecide. Scene Baghdad. Time of the Caliph Harun ar-Rashid. Sali ben Tarif speaks. With Imam Hassan I had reached the Khan, outside of Ambar. Jaafer at the door of his pavilion watched the caravan inbound from Yemen. Ah, the bales it bore of richest stuffs and spices! Mid the rout of porters, camel-drivers, old and poor, a singer stood, a blind man, singing out with luted preludes. Imam Hassan then, 'tis Sekkar, he to whom, with the blind about the Mosque of Moons, I with our holy men scattered my silver at the hour of prayer, when hearts are open unto Allah's ken. Danik or Durham, though, were wasted there. Yea, by the Prophet, had one sown dinars, he had not budged one finger o'er that stair. And so the beggars and the scavengers got all. Then I, the very same whom I, guard at the western portal, 'neath the stars, some midnights past heard singing, dim the dry, hot night, and Baghdad only knew of us until, grey shadows shuffling slowly by, pilgrims for Mecca passed, all vaporous in dust and darkness, them we challenged not. Slaves with the tribute of Nicephorus the Roman, from long shallops as they shot along the moonlit Tigris far away, timing their oars, raised languid chanting. What this blind man sang was sweeter than, let's say, the songs of Ibrahim, the dulcet frets of Zulzul's lute. I listened till the day made gold of all the city's minarets, and the muezzin summoned us to pray. Now while we gossiped, lounging slow along the packed bazaar, a fisher with his nets passed, singing Abu Neva's newest song. A honey merchant then, his tinkling mule all hennep hung with sweetness, then a throng of scholars, and their sheikh from mosque or school. A milk-white woman on a cream-white ass, black slaves attending, and, I am no fool, I knew her of the court, the noblest class, by her gem-bangled bracelets. Let Harun on the Euphrates with Zubaydi pass, a single day, at royal Rekkeh, noon and night his harem here, so it is said, is all intrigue. Then, drawling out his tune, 10,000 pieces to be paid for Jehia's head, ar-Rashid's late vizier. A crier passed us. Then the market's shade glittered with weapons, and we seemed to hear sword of the Caliph, Mesrur, and commands naming the Caliph. One swart officer flamed forth the Sultan's signet, and harsh hands were laid on whom I saw not, for my sight was dazzled by the scimitars, from bands of jewelled belts that burned, and keen and bright, swift hedged us out. Then broad the red blood dyed the ground around the body, and hoar white was raised a severed head. And stupefied, elbowing the rebel, "By my beard!" I cried, marking the face, Jaafer the Barmecide. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Pre-Existence by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. A Pre-Existence. An intimation of some previous life, or a dark dream by my waking soul divined, of some uncertain sleep, in which the sin of some past life, a life that someone lived, not I, yet I, long, long ago in Spain, I live again, wherein again I see from heathen battles to Toledo's gates, Damascened corslet broken, his camail and armet shattered, deep within the eaves anger of brass that burned around his helm, a hurrying flame, a galloping glitter, one right arrow wounded, and the city catch wild tumult from his coming, wilder fear, a cry before him and a wail behind, of wars beleaguered, ravin, conquered kings, triumphant Tarik, shackled Spain, revenge. And I, a Moslem slave, a miser Jews, housed near the Tagus, squalid and alone, save for his slave, a dog he beat and starved, leaner than my lank shadow when the moon, a battle beacon, westerns, all my bones a visible hunger, famished with the fear, soul garb of slaves, I bore him, I, who held him, heart and soul, more hated than his God, stood silent. Fools had laughed, I saw my way. War times grow weapons, and the blade I found was hacked but pointed. Well I knew his ways. The nightly nuptials of his jars of gems and bags of doubloons, well I knew his ways. No figure, woven in the hangings, where he hugged his riches in that secret room, was half so still as I, who gauntly stole behind him, humped and stooping, and his heart clove to the centre, stabbing from behind, thrice through his tattered tunic, murray-dyed. Forward he fell, his old face mid his gold, greyer and thinner than the moon of morn, while slow the blood dripped, oozing through the cloth, black and thick clotting round the oblong wounds. Great pearls of Oman, whiter than the moon, rubies of Badakhshan, whose bezels wept slim tears of poppy-purpled flame, and rich, rose, amber-pregnant carbuncles, wherein fevered a captive crimson, blurred with light, the table's raven cloth. Dim bugles, wan of cat-eyed hyacinths, moon emeralds with starry greenness stabbed, in limpid stains of liquid lilac, Persian amethysts, fire opals, savage and mesmeric, with voluptuous flame, long, sweet and sensuous as deep eyes of Orient women, sapphires beamed with talismanic violet, from tombs, deep-guarded, of primordial Solomons, scattered the velvet, and like gleeds amid, splintering the light from rainbow-arrowed orbs, length agonized with fire, diamonds of Golconda, one a dervish once had borne 7 days beneath a red Arabian sun, 7 nights beneath a round Arabian moon, under his tongue, an emir's ransom, held of some wild tribe, bleached in the perishing waste, a Bedouin Arab found sand-strangled bones, a skeleton, vulture-torn, fierce in whose skull one eyeball blazed, the diamond. At Aleppo bartered, a bauble for his desert love. Jacinth and Indian pearl, gem heaped on gem, flashed, rutilating in the taper's light, unearthly splinters of a rainbowed flame, a blaze of irised fire, and his face, long-haired, white sunk among them. And I took all, yea, all, jewel and gold and gem, although his curse burned in them, though meseemed, Each burning jewel glared a separate curse. Can dead men work us evil from the grave? Can crime infest us so that fear will slay? Richer than all Castile, and yet not dare drink but from cups of Roman myrrh, spar bowl sprayed with fibril gold, spar sensitive to poison. I no fool, and yet a fool to fear a dead Jew's malice. Yet how else, feasting within the music of my halls, while perfumed beauty danced in sinuous robes, diaphanous, more tenuous than those famed of loomed amorgos or silken cos, draining the unflawed moraine, ceres brimmed, had I reeled poisoned, dying wolfsbane slain. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The King by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Nancy Beard. Up from the glimmering east the full moon swung, a golden bubble, buoyed zenithward. Above black hills, the white-eyed stars that thronged, hot with the drought, the cloudless slopes of heaven, winked thirstily. No wind aroused the leaves, that o'er the glaring road hung motionless, withered and whitened of the weary dust. From many hooves of many a fellowship, of knights who rode towards quest or tournament. Among them those who brought the king disguised, whose mind was, in the lists to joust and be an equal mid unequals, man to man. Who from the towers of Edric passed, wherein some days he'd sojourned, waiting Lancelot. That morn it was, for with the morn a horn sang at dim portals, musical with dew, wild echoes of wild woodlands and the hunt, clear herald of the staunchest of his knights. And they to the great tilt at Camelot rode armoured off, a noise of steel and steeds. Thick in the stagnant moat the lilies lay, pale mid their pads. Above them, huge with chains, the drawbridge hung before the barbed grate, and far above, along lone battlements, his armour, moon-drenched, one lone sentinel, clanked drowsily. And it was late in June. She, at her lattice, loosely night-robed, leaned, thinking of one she loved, a pensive smile haunting her face, a face as fair as nights, nights when divinely beautiful with stars, 2 stars at least, that dreamed beneath her brows. Long raven loops and coils of sensuous hair rolled turbulence round white glimpsed neck and throat, that shamed the moonlight with a rival sheen. One stooped above her, and his nostrils breathed heavy perfumes that blossomed in her hair, and round her waist hooped one strong arm and drew her mightily to him, soft, crushing, cool, with yielding freshness of her form, her gown, then searched her eyes until his own seemed drunk and mad with passion. Then one hungry kiss, bruised, hard as anger, on her breathless lips, fiercer than fire, leaning lower, then a whispered, "Lovest but one, and he?" And then she, with impatience, "Rough and rude thou art. Why crush me, thou great Behr, with such a hug, or kill me with such kisses?" Then, as soft as some rich rose syllabing musk and dew, "And whom I love? Ah, Edric, need I say?" Then he, fierce smiling, swiftly, without word, his countenance harsh writhen into hate's gnarled hideousness, haled back her marvellous head, back, back by all its braids of gathered hair, till her full bosom's clamorous loveliness stark on the moon burst bare. Low leaning then, with mocking laughter, yea, by God's own blood, the king, O thou adulteress, and a blade glanced, thin as ice, plunged hard, hard in her heart. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Melancholia by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Winifred Assman. Iamque valle soli cum diceret Ambrociotis, in stigios fertur desiluisse lacus, morte nihil dignum passus, sed forte Platonus, divini eximum de nece legit opus. Callimachus. Now there was wind that night, wild wind and rain, and frantic thorns that huddled on the wold, seemed withered witches met in storm again, to keep their Sabbath and to curse and scold, with gnarled, fantastic gestures, lame and old. Deep in a hollow where some cabin lay, a lamplit window like an eye of gold, glared, winked, and closed, or was't an elfin ray, a jack-o'-lantern gleam, lost on a wild wood way? Still I held onward through the ugly night, breast deep in thistles, all their ghostly heads kinked close with wet, through the bedraggled plight of brakes of bramble tousled into shreds, and tangled wastes of briars, tumbling beds for winds to toss on. Once across a farm, unsteadily a lamp towards unseen sheds, like the blurred glow of some ungainly worm, a watery wisp of light crawled trailing through the storm. Then swallowing blackness of the night, and thin, the shrewd rain beat me, and the rough limbs whipped of dwarfed uneasy beeches. There within, their savage circle battered tombstones tipped, squat lengths to weeds the fighting winds had ripped and chopped to tatters. And I heard before, rounding a headland where the gaunt trees dripped, a shout borne deathward from night's ghastly shore, hoarse as 1,000 throats the river's sullen roar. Shuddering, I stopped, for, with my feet so caked with clay, damp dragging safer were the graves, crowding that vista of the wood which raked my face with burrs, then walking towards the waves, to feel earth slip away, the architraves of darkness plunge me downward to some pit of wallow and of water, madder knaves than I have stood thus in a fever fit of heart and brain, and shuddered from the brink of it. Wooingly silence whispered to me there, through boughs of dripping darkness, sad with rain, darkness that met my eyeballs everywhere, blind-packed and vacant as a madman's brain. And so I stood and heard the dead leaves drain, and through the leaves the haunted wind that hissed. Then suddenly, perhaps it was the strain, snapped in my temples, laughter seemed to twist with evil night's dead mouth that bent to mine and kissed. Insanity, 2 leaves that dabbled down, touched me with drizzle, and that laugh, ah well, no laugh, an owlet hooting at the frown night's hag face tortures while she works her spell. Yet I had sworn, before those kisses fell like winter on me, black as broken jet, an occult blackness like the prince of hell, a woman's hand had brushed my face, and yet a bat it might have been, made mad with wind and wet. And stark I stood among the sodden stones, icy with fever, hearing in each gale strange footsteps, while within my soul were moans for strength, as powerless as I was pale. Then I remembered that within a tale once I had read, a chronicle of ills cowled monks had written, how one shall not fail to find unsought the fiend if so he wills. Cloak, cap, and cock's crooked plume among the lonely hills. Was that his laugh? And that his vulture hand? No, no, for in the legend it was said, though moonless midnight curse the barren land, Satanas' shadow follows him as red as hell's red cauldron is. My terror fled, remembering this. How sad a fool was I, to dream hell's wickedness would bow his head by mine, and parley with me lie for lie, with cunning scrutiny of oblong eye by eye. Then I felt her presence, all awake unto her power that could lift or sink, and her straight eyes controlling like an ache my brain that had no mastery to think or to perform, and slowly, link on link, she bound me helpless like an inquisitor in vasty dungeons of the soul. No wink of light was there, but darkness bar on bar, self-convoluted chaos strangling will's high star. I am the mother of uneaseful sleep, the child of night and sister of dim death. Who knoweth me, yea, he shall never weep, yet bless and ban me in a single breath. Who knoweth me a coward is unneth, and saddest hearts have sought me over glad, to find grey comfort where the preacher saith there is no comfort. Melancholy mad, reach me thy hand, and know me if thy heart be sad. Thus did she speak. Her voice was like a flame of burning blackness. Then I felt the throb of her still hand in mine, and so I came gladly unto her. Yea, I too would rob time of his triumphs. Who would groan and sob beneath his fardels, hearing sad men sigh, when here is cure for life that like a lob rides us to death, for love a godless lie, and toil and hunger. Yea, what fool would fear to die? Then seemed I wrapped in rolling mists, and oh, her arm was round me, and her kisses dear, on eyes and lips, and words that none may know. What words of promise said she in mine ear? Drunk with her beauty, still I felt no fear. When past the forest, like some bounding brute, I heard the river roaring. Drawing near, again she whispered, and my soul grew mute before her voice that lulled like music of a lute. Within the webs of darkness and of day, the spider hours spin about thy world. Who now finds time to even laugh or pray, cramped in a term of years that are uncurled, like coils of some huge monster, head uphurled, to fang when the last fold falls. Slope on slope the night environs thee with space empearled, with hopeless stars by which men symbol hope, beneath whose light they breed and curse and pray and grope. And so she brought me to the river's brink, to plunge me downward. All the night was mine, and so, exulting, to death's darker drink I stooped and drank. What better drink divine, O man, hast thou? What wiser way is thine? Who find'st me carrion on a hungry coast, sand in mine eyeballs, in my hair the brine, and o'er my corpse with bitter lips dost boast. Poor fool, poor ghost, alas, poor melancholy ghost. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Woman of the World by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Czandra. 1. As to my soul, 'tis pathos and passion. As to my life, 't'hath a flavour of sin. What would you have when such is the fashion, was and will be, of the world we're in? Yes, I have loved. And have you? Have you reckoned the cost of all love? I can tell you, as much as a soul. Is it worth it? You'll know it that second you know that you love, and God pity all such. 2. My lover dissembled that ardour's pure beauty. I endured undeceived nor pretended, and gave all that his passion demanded, my duty, for I loved. And the world? Why, I was his slave. Should it worry I pleased him? Propriety sorrowed, uprolling her eyes as occasion, and, well, that lie, overglossed with the modesty borrowed, assisted my fall, and the end was, I fell. 3. Through love? No. The woman, that visible woman men usually know. None knows how we know of an inner more beauty, that part of the human we designate character. Look at the bow of the moon that is new, that bears in its crescent a world. So the flesh gleams the slenderest line of soul. That is love, the unevanescent, making the mortal immortal, divine. 4. Yes, I know what I am, have outlasted my season of pleasure and folly. You think it is strange that I let you say, love me? But why not? My reason requires illusions. They gave me that change which quiets remembrance. You kiss me, I wonder. When you say, you're beautiful, well, am I glad if I laugh? You declaim on my form. How no blunder of nature discords. If I sigh, am I sad? 5. How you stare at my eyes. Well, my lips, must they languish for kisses to redden? My eyes are as bright as a jewel I drown in my hair, with its anguish of tortuous fire that quivers tonight. Tears may be. This showy, that silly white flower were better. For me its simplicity? No. The gem I prefer to the lily. The hour has struck. I'm ready to go. My fan. Let us go. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Guinevere by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Czandra. Sullen gold down all the sky, roses and their sultry musk, whippoorwills deep in the dusk, yonder, sob and sigh. You're here, and I could weep, weep for joy and suffering. Where is he? He'd have me sing. There he sits, asleep. Think not of him. He's dead, for the moment, to us twain. Hold me in your arms again. Rest on mine your head. Am I happy? Ask the fire when it bursts its bounds and thrills some mad hours, as it wills, if those hours tire. He had gold. As for the rest, well, you know how they were set, saying that I must forget, and 'twas for the best. I forget? But let it go. Kiss me as you used of old. There, your kisses are not cold. Can you love me so? Knowing what I am to him, to that gouty grey one there on the wide veranda where fitful fireflies swim. Is it tears or what that wets eyes and cheeks, on brow and lip, kisses soft as bees that sip sweets from violets? See, the moon has risen, white as this open lily here, rocking on the dusky mere like a silent light. Let us walk, so soon to part, all too soon. But he may miss. Give me but another kiss, it will heat my heart, and the bitter winter there. So we part, my Lancelot, my true knight, and am I not your true Guinevere? Oft they parted thus, they tell, in that mystical romance. Were they placed, think you, perchance, for such love, in hell? No, it cannot be. Love is God, and God is love, and they live and love above, Guinevere and he. I must go now. See, there fell, molten into purple light, one wild star. Kiss me good night, and once more, farewell. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Perle Des Jardins by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Sydney M. What am I, and what is he who can take and break a heart, as one might a rose, for sport, in its royalty? What am I that he has made all this love a bitter foam blown about the wreck-filled gloam of a soul betrayed? He who of my heart could make hollow crystal, where his face, like a passion, had its place, holy, and then break. Shatter with neglect and sneers, but these weary eyes are dry, tearless clear. And if I die, they shall know no tears. But my soul weeps. Let it weep. Let it weep, and let the pain in my heart and in my brain cry itself to sleep. Ah, the afternoon is warm, and the fields are green and fair, many happy creatures there through the woodland swarm. All the summer land is still, and the woodland stream is dark where the lily rocks its bark just below the mill. If they found me icy there, mid the lilies, in pale whirls of the cresses in my curls, wet, of raven hair, poor Ophelia, are you such? Would you have him thus to know that you died of utter woe and despair o'ermuch? No, such acts are obsolete. Other things we now must learn. Though the broken heart will burn, let it show no heat. So I'll write him as he wrote, coldly, with no word of scorn. He shall never know a thorn rankles here. Now note, you'll forget, he says, and I feel 'tis better for us twain. It may give you some small pain, but 'twill soon be by. You are dark and Maud is light. I am dark, and it is said opposites are better wed, so I think I'm right. You are dark and Maud is fair. I could laugh at his excuse, if the bitter, mad abuse were not more than hair. But I'll write him, as if glad, some few happy words that might touch upon some past delight that last year we had. Not one line of broken vows, sighs or hurtful tears unshed, faithless hearts far better dead, nor a withered rose, but a rose, this rose to wear. Perle Des Jardins, all elate, with sweet life and delicate, when he weds her there. So, 'tis finished, it is well. Go, thou rose. I have no tear, word or kiss for thee to bear, and no woe to tell. Only be thus full of life, cold and proud, dispassionate, filled with neither love nor hate when he calls her wife. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Face to Face by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Romeo J. Dead, and all the haughty fate, fair on throat and face of wax, calm on hands, cross still and lax, cold, dispassionate. Dead, and no word whispered low at the dull ear now would wake one responsive chord or make one wan temple glow. Dead, and no hot tear would stir aught of woman sweet and fair, woman soul in feet and hair, once that smiled in her, She is dead, O God, and I must live, though life be but one long, hard, monotonous rut for me till I die. Creeds might help in such a case, but no sermon could have wrought more of faith than you have taught with your pale, dead face. Now I see, oh, I see, my mistake, so very small, yet so great it bungled all for you and me. Oft I said, I feel, I'm sure, she could never live that life. She is still my own true wife, she is good and pure. You were pure and I bemoiled. That you loathed me, it was just, weak of soul and left of lust, vulgar, low, and soiled. Closed the eyes once filled with dreams, great proud eyes, I see them yet, miniature nights of lucid jet filled with starry gleams. Sealed the lips, poor faded lips, once as red as life could make, sweet wild roses, half awake, dewy to their tips. Hair imperial still and warm as graces where one stone, jeweled, lay ensnared and shone like a star in storm. Eyes at parting big with pain, God, I see them still, the tear in them big as eyes of deer led by lights and slain. Woman true I falsely blamed, whom I killed with scorn and pride, woman pure of whom I lied, with the nameless named. All you said sweet has come true. Ah, this life had woe enough for the little dote of love given to me and you. Do you hear me? Do you know what I feel now, how it came? You beyond me like a flame, you before me like snow. Dead and all my heart's a cup, hollowed for repentant tears, bitter in the bitter years, slowly brimming up. Peace, 'tis well, but might have been better. Yes, God's time makes right. Better for me in his sight, with my soul washed clean. Do you hear me? Do you know how my heart was all your own, how my life is left alone now with naught but woe? Peace, be still. I kiss your hair, sweet goodbye. Upon your breast let this long white lily rest. God will find it there. There, beyond the sad world and clouds and stars and silent skies, where your eyes shall meet his eyes, and he'll understand. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Eve of All Saints by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Czandra. 1. This is the tale they tell of an Halloween. This is the thing that befell me in the village belle, beautiful Amy Dean. 2. Did I love her? God and she, they know, and I. Ah, she was the life of me, whatever else may be, would God that I could die. 3. That Halloween was dim. The frost lay white under strange stars, and a slim moon in the graveyard, grim, pale with its slender light. 4. They told her, go alone, with never a word, to the burial plot's unknown grave, with the oldest stone, when the clock on 12 is heard. 5. 3 times round it pass, with never a sound, each time a wisp of grass and myrtle pluck, then pass out of the ghostly ground. 6. And the bridegroom that's to be, at smiling wait, with a face like mist to see, with graceful gallantry, will bow you to the gate. 7. She laughed at this, and so bespoke us how to the burial place she'd go, and I was glad to know, for I'd be there to bow. 8. An acre from the farm, the village dead lay walled from sun and storm. Old cedars of priestly form waved darkly overhead. 9. I loved, but never could say the words to her, and waited day by day, nursing the hope that lay under the doubts that were. 10. She passed 'neath the iron arch of the legend at ground, and the moon, like a twisted torch, burned over one lonesome larch. She passed with never a sound. 11. 3 times the circle traced, 3 times she bent to the grave that the myrtle graced, 3 times, then softly faced homeward and slowly went. 12. Had the moonlight changed me so? Or fear undone her stepping soft and slow? Did she see and did not know? Or loved she another one? 13. Who knows? She turned to flee with a face so white it haunts and will haunt me. The wind blew gustily, the graveyard gate clanged tight. 14. Did she think that I, or what, clutching her dress? Her face so wild that not a star in a stormy spot shows half so much distress. 15. I spoke, but she answered not. Amy, I said, 'tis I. As her form I caught, then laughed like one distraught, for the beautiful girl was dead. 16. This is the tale they tell of that Halloween. This is the thing that befell me in the village bell. Beautiful Amy Dean. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Mater Dolorosa by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra. The nuns sing Ora pro nobis. The casements glitter above, and the beautiful Virgin, whose robe is woven of infinite love and sorrow, prays for them there on high. Who has most need of her prayers, tomorrow shall tell them, they or I. Up in the hills together we loved, where the world was true, our world of the whin and heather, our skies of a nearer blue, a blue from which one borrows a faith that helps one die. O Mother, thou Mother of sorrows, none needs such more than I. We lived, we loved unwedded, love's sin and its shame that slays, no ill of the years we dreaded, no day of their coming days, their many trials by noon and night, and I know no land, not any, where the sun shines half so bright. Was he false to me, my mother, or I to him, my God? Who gave thee right, O brother, to take God's right and rod, God's rod of avenging morrows, and the life here in my side? O mother, sweet mother of sorrows, would that I too had died. By the wall of the chantry, kneeling, I pray, and the organ rings, Gloria, Gloria pealing, Sancta Maria sings. They will find us dead tomorrow by the wall of their nunnery. O mother, thou mother of sorrow, his unborn babe and me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Love as It Was in the Time of Louis XIV by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Chocolate Yoda. Thrice on the lips and twice on the eyes, I kiss you or ever I kiss your bosom. When love is young, would you have it wise? Wise as the world goes? No, 'tis a blossom. Lovely and wise, since it's lovely, content to live or to die as its folly pleases. Life is a rose, and the rose's scent is love that grows as the rose increases. If I tell you the Marquis will die, will you smile and laugh when he's dead? This powder, my lily, that seems but an innocent sweet in this phial, do not touch it, breathe distant, a poison exili. Used a life to discover, its formula left to a pupil well worthy the master, the prudent, and pious Saint Croix, him of teacher bereft, the devil I deem must have taken as student. Quite a dealer in death, and ours was a case that those difficult drugs of his laboratory demanded. I visited, found him, his face bent over a sublimate, safe from the hoary. Light particles masked with a mask of fine glass. I told him your danger, Marie, and expounded our passion, despair, with many an alas. He smiled while a paste in a mortar he pounded. 3 fistfuls of Louis, he'd do it, he said. A delicate dust, gum, liquid, and metal. Crushed, crucibled, stay, tie this mask on your head. You see but a grain on your rose's pink petal, has shriveled and blasted it. Look how it dries. A perilous pulver, could Satan make better? To mix with that present of perfumes she dies. And who is the wiser, or say in a letter, to the husband of her who has smiled on you since, another grows bald, and he poured in a bottle. The subtlety, bah, be he beggar or prince, if he kiss but the seal, the venom will throttle. Well, I thought, I will test ere I risk, slyly drew. My dagger approached to the bandlet that tightly supported his mask. Its keen point, it was true. When it cracked, he fell dead. He but breathed of it lightly. Your letter is sealed and is sent. You are mine. By now he has broken the wax. If there flutters some dust in his nostrils, who will divine that thus it was poisoned? Our alchemist utters no word. You are happy, and I, oh, I feel that I love and am loved. The tidings come heavy. Tonight to the king, you are there, you will reel, will faint, now away to the royal levee. Note, in this poem, which originally appeared in a volume of mine entitled Lyrics and Idylls, published in 1890, some hypercritical critic in the New York Nation accused me of imitating Browning's The Laboratory. The truth of the matter is that the poem was written 10 months before I had ever read Browning's dramatic lyrics, and was suggested to me by the reading of the following passage in one of E.T.W. Hoffmann's, the German Poe's, stories. The passage occurs in Mademoiselle de Scuderi and is as follows, quote, the poisons which St. Croix prepared were of so subtle a nature that if the powder, called by the Parisians poudre de succession, or succession powder, were prepared with the face exposed, a single inhalation of it might cause instantaneous death. St. Croix, therefore, when engaged in its manufacture, always wore a mask of fine glass. One day, just as he was pouring a prepared powder into a phial, his mask fell off, and inhaling the fine particles of the poison, he fell dead on the spot. End quote. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Troubadour by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Czandra. He stood where all the rare voluptuous West, like some mad Maenad, wine-stained to the breast, laughed with delirious lips of ruby must, wherein it seemed the fierceness of all lust burnt like a feverish wine, exultant, whirled high in a golden goblet, gem impearled. And all the West, and all the amorous West, caressed his beauty, dreamed upon his breast, and there he bloomed, a thing of rose and snows, a passion flower of men of snowy rose, beneath the casement of her old red tower, whereat the lady sat as fair a flower as ever bloomed in Provence, and the lace mist-like about her hair half hid her face, and the emotions that his singing raised, so that he knew not if she blamed or praised. And where the white rose, climbing over and over, up to her wide-flung lattice like a lover, and stalks of lavender and fleur-de-lis, held honeycups up for the violent bee, within her garden by the ivied wall, there many a fountain, falling musical, flamed rubies in the eve against it flung. Like some wild nightingale, the minstrel sung, the passion, oh, of gently smoothing through long locks of brown, soft hands as lovers do, thy dark deep locks, rich jewelled as the dusk is scintillant with stars. Oh, frenzy rare of clasping slender fingers round thy hair. What balm, What breath of winds from summer seas, what silken softness, and what sorceries doth it contain? Ah, God, to lie wrapped strand on strand, deep in thy hair and die. Ay me, oh happy madness, and oh rapturous pain, with white hands smoothing back thy locks, to drain into thine eyes my soul. Oh, perilous eyes, as agates polished, where the thoughts that rise within thy heart are imaged, thoughts that pass as magic pictures in a witch's glass. What siren sweetness wailed to lyres of gold, what naked beauty that the Greeks of old God-bosomed through the bursting foam did see, could sway my soul with half their mastery. Ay me! Far o'er the sea of old time, once a witch, the fair Aeaean Circe, dwelt. So rich in marvellous magic, she was like a god, and made or unmade mortals with a nod, turned all her lovers into bird or brute. More cruel thou, who makest my heart a lute that lies before thee, hushed and sadly mute, who lettest it lie, yet from its soul might draw more magic music than Acrasia or Circe knew, that filled them with its bliss. Didst thou but take me to thine arms and kiss, I wis. Knee-deep amid the dews, the flowers there, beneath the stars that now were everywhere, flung through the perfumed heavens of angel hands, and linked in tangled labyrinths and bands of soft, rose-hearted flame and glimmer, rolled one vast immensity of mazy gold, he sang. Like some hurt creature, desolate, heart aching for the loss of some wild mate, hounded and speared to death of heartless men in old romantic Arden waste. And then turned to the moon that like a polished stone of precious worth low in the heaven shone, a pale poetic face, and passed away from the urned terrace and the fountain's spray. And that fair lady in dim drapery high in the old red tower, did she sigh to see him fading through the purple night, his lute faint twinkling in the uncertain light, then lost mid the rose-pleached avenues, dark walls of ivy hedged with low-clipped yews? And left alone with but the whispering rush of fountains and the evening's hyacinth hush, did she complain unto the stars above all the lone night of that forbidden love? Or down the rush-strewn stairs where Arras old waved with her mantled passage fold on fold, beyond the tower's iron-studded gate that snarled with rust, did she steal forth and wait deep in the dingled lavender and rose for him, her troubadour? Who knows? Who knows? End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
My Romance by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org. If it so befalls that the midnight hovers in mist no moonlight breaks, the leagues of the years my spirit covers, and myself forsakes, and I live in a land of stars and flowers, white cliffs by a silver sea, and the pearly points of her opal towers from the mountains beckon me, and I think that I know that I hear her calling from a casement bathed with light, through music of waters and waters falling, mid palms from a mountain height, and I feel that I think my love's awaited by the romance of her charms, that her feet are early and mine belated in a world that chains my arms. But I break my chains, and the rest is easy. In the shadow of the rose, snow white, that blooms in her garden breezy, we meet and no one knows. We dream sweet dreams and kiss sweet kisses. The world, it may live or die. The world that forgets, that never misses the life that has long gone by. We speak old vows that have long been spoken, and weep a long gone woe. For you must know our hearts were broken hundreds of years ago. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Epic by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org. To arms, the battle bugles blew. The daughter of their chief was she, lord of 1,000 spears and true. He but a squire of low degree. The horns of war blew up to horse. He kissed her mouth, her face was white. God grant they bear thee back no course. God give I win my spurs tonight. The watchtower's blazing beacon scarred with blood-red wounds the face of night. She heard men gallop battleward. She saw their armor gleam with light. My God, deliver me and mine, my child, my love. All night she prayed. She watched the battle beacons shine. She watched the battle beacons fade. They brought him on a bier of spears. For him, the deaf won spurs and name. For her, the grief of lonely years, and donjon walls to hide her shame. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Minstrel and the Princess by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. He had no hope to win her hand, a harper in a loveless land, and yet he sang of love, and marked the blue vein in her throat swell with mute rage at every note. And when he ceased, she spake him then, such whining slaves are less than men, and anger in her dark eyes wrote contempt thereof. He had no hope to win her hand, a harper in a hostile land, and yet he sang of peace, and marked how mockery curled her lip, with scorn as, 'neath each finger-tip, the chords breathed pastoral content, till haughtiness that beauty lent to beauty sneered, wouldst feel the whip, O fool, surcease. He had no hope to win her hand, a harper in a tyrant land, and so he sang of war. "Oh, fling thy harp away," she said. "O war, thy singers are not dead. Seat thee beside me, now I see thou art for battle, and must be brave as thy song. Well hast thou pled, my warrior." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Alcaid's Daughter by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Aaron K. The Alcaid's Daughter. The times they had kissed and parted, that night were over a score. Each time that the cavaliers started, each time she would swear him o'er. Thou art going to Barcelona, to make Naxera thy bride, seduce the lady Iona, and thy lips have lied, have lied. I love thee, thou knowest, and thou shalt not give away the love to my life thou owest, and my heart commands thee stay. I say thou hast lied and liest, for where is there war in the state? Thou goest by heaven the highest, to choose thee a fairer mate. Wilt thou go to Barcelona, when thy queen in Toledo is, to wait on the haughty Iona, when thou hast these lips to kiss? And they stood in the balcony over the old Toledo square, and, weeping, she took her lover a red rose out of her hair, and they kissed farewell, and higher the moon made amber the air, and she drew for the traitor and liar a stiletto out of her hair. When the night watch lounged through the quiet, with the stir of halberds and swords, not a bravo was there to defy it, not a gallant to brave with words. One man at the corner's turning, quite dead in a moonlight band, in his heart a dagger burning, and a red rose crushed in his hand. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Ishmael by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Hernandez. Ishmael, the Sultan, in the Ramadan. Amid his guards, bristling with yataghan, and Chris, his amines, viziers wisdom grey, pashas and marabous, betook his way through Meknes. For he had read the word that in the Quran says, slay, praying the Lord, pray, slaying the victim. So the Sultan went straight to the mosque, his mind on battle bent. In white burnous and sea-green caftan clad, he entered ere the last muezzin had summoned the faithful unto prayer, and let the Allah Akbar from the minaret invite to worship. Neath the lamps, lit gold, the many knelt and prayed. Upon the old mosaics of the mosque, whose high vault steamed with aloes incense, lean ecstatic streamed of Allah and His Prophet, how great is God, and how unstable man's estate. Conviction on him in this chanting low of Quran text, the callous passion so exalted soared. Lamped by religious awe, him seemed he heard God's everlasting law. Gainst unbelievers, and himself confessed the law's anointed sword, and so impressed, arose and spoke. The arabesques above, the marvelous work of oriental love, seemed, with new splendors of heaven's blue and gold, applauding all. And ere the gates were rolled, ogival, back to let the many forth, war was declared on all the Christian earth. Now had his army passed the closed bazaar, through narrow streets scourged with the streams of war, had passed the place of tombs and reached the wall of Meknes, above which, over all, its Merlin battlements in long array, seraglios and towers his palace grey, could still be seen when, girt with pomp and state, the Sultan passed the city's scalped gate. 2 dozing beggars, each one face a sore, sprawled in the sun the city's gate before, a leprous cripple and a thief, whose eyes, burnt out with burning iron, as if lies, the law for thieves, were wounds. Flies swarmed and raw, lifted shrill voices as they heard or saw, praised God, and bowed into the dust each face, with words of victory and Allah's grace, attend our Caliph, Mulay Ishmael, even at the cost of ours his day be well. And grimly smiling as he grimly passed, while Allah's glory is and still shall last, now, by Es-Surat, will the leaper's word, and thieves avail to help us. By my sword, yeah, let us see, whatever their intent, even as 'tis offered let their necks be bent. Though words be pious, evil at the soul, the prayer is not, so let their prayer be whole. Better than gold is death, meseems, for these, so by the hands of you, my Sudanese, they die, he said, and even as he said, rolled in the dust each writhing, withered head. And frowning westward as the day grew late, 2 bleeding heads stared from the city gate. 'Neath this inspection for the passer-by, there is no virtue but in God Most High. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
In Mythic Seas by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Mars. Beneath great saffron stars and skies, dark blue, among the Cyclades, a happy two, we sailed, and from the siren-haunted shore, all mystic in its mist, the soft wind bore the siren's song, where, on the ghostly steeps, strange foliage grew, deeps folding upon deeps, that hung and beamed with blossom and with bud, blue-petaled, pallid, or like urns of blood, dripping or blowing from wide mouths of blooms, on our hot brows cool gales of dim perfumes. While from the yellow stars that splashed the skies o'er our light shallop brooded mysteries of calm and sleep, until the yellower moon rose, full of fire above a dark lagoon. And as she rose, the nightingales on sprays of heavy Persian roses burst in praise of her wild loveliness, their boisterous pain heard through the pillars of her ruined fane. And round our lazy keel that dipped to swing, the spirits of the foam came whispering, and from grey Neptune's coral columned caves the wet Oceanids rose through the waves. With naked limbs we saw them breast the spray, their pearl-white bodies tempesting the way, their sea-green hair tossed streaming to the breeze, scattering with brightness all the tumbled seas. Mid-columned isles seen vaguely through the trees, we watched the satyrs chase the dryads, heard Pan's shrill trebles and the Triton's horn sound from the flying foam when ruddy morn, with dewy eyelids, opened azure eyes, and blushing rose and left her couch of skies. We saw the Naiad, clothed with veiling mist, half hidden in a bay of amethyst, with shell-like breasts, and at her hollow ear a shell's pink labyrinth held up to hear Circean echoes of the siren's strains, imprisoned in its cords of vermeil veins. Then stealing wily from a grove of pines, the Oread in cincture of green vines, her cautious feet, fragrant and twinkling wet, set in a bed of rainy serpolet, her flower-red lips half parted in surprise and expectation in her wondering eyes. As in a bosk a rustling noise she hears, a fawn, sly-eyed with furred and pointed ears, who leaps upon her as upon a dove, a great hawk pinions from the skies above. Diana sees, and on her wooded hills stays her fair band, the stag-hound's clamor stills. A senseless statue of cold weeping stone feels its embrace, the Oread is gone. The stag-hounds bay, again they urge the chase, while the astonished fawn's bewildered face paints all his wonderment. And wondering, he bends above the sculpture of a spring. And so we sailed, and many a morn of balm led on the hours of sunny song and calm. And it was life to her and me, and love, with the fair myths below, our God above, to sail in golden sunsets and emerge in golden morns upon a fretless surge. But alas, the stars that pierce the blue shine not forever, clouds must gather too. I knew not how it came, but in a while I found myself cast on a desert isle, alone with sorrow, wan with doubt and dread, the seas in wrath and thunder overhead. Deep down in coral caves, the one I love, no myths below, no God, it seemed, above. This recording is in the public domain.
Loke and Sigyn by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Nancy Beard. A daughter of winter, Skade, a giantess. One twisting serpent hung above his head, so that its blistering venom, roping down, beat on his upturned face and tortured him. Him had the gods of Asgard, Odin, and Thor, weary of all his wiles and evil ways, followed, and after many stormy moons, within the land of giants overcome, in Jotunheim and dragged beneath the world, into a cave the earthquake's hands had built, a cavern vast and terrible as that. They tell of hells whose ceiling is of snakes that hang a torrid torture yawning slime, in whose slow stream eternal anguish wades. And for his crimes they chained him to a rock, his lips still sneering and his eyes all scorn, and left him with the serpent over him. And, gathering round him from their larvae lairs, monsters, huge, warted-eyed with wells of fire. But Sigyn, Loke's wife, stole into him, and sate herself beside his writhen limbs, and held a cup of gold against the mouth, of ceaseless poison dripping in the gloom. Was it her voice lamenting, or the sound of far abysmal waters falling, falling down tortured labyrinths of hollow rock? Or was the Stromcall, he whose hoary harp is heard remote, who, sibling strange runes, sits grey behind the crashing cataract, within a grotto dim with mist and foam, his long thin beard white as the flying spray, slow swinging in the wind and keeping time, to his wild harp's notes, murmuring, whispering, beneath the talons of his hands of foam? Was it the voice of Sigyn, whose sad sound, soft from the deathless hush, detached itself, as some pale star from darkness that reveals the heavens in its fall, or but the deeps, of silence speaking to the deeps of night? Sad, sad and slow, yea, slower than sad tears, that fall from blinded eyes, her sad words fell. O love, O Loke, turn on me thine eyes, thy motionless eyes that woe has changed to stone, that slumber will not seal nor any dream. Yea, I will woo her down, woo slumber down, from her fair far-off skies, with some old song, the crooned syllables of some refrain, sung unto childhood by the mothers of men. Or shall I soothe thine eyes, shut with my hair, the fluttered amber of deep curls, until they shall forget their stone stolidity, and sleep creep in between the lined lids, and summon memory and pain away? Pale, pale thy face, that seems to stain the night with pallor, hueless as the brows of death. So pale, that knew we death as mortals know, I'd say that he, mysterious, had laid hands of talons on thee, and had left thee so. So still, and all the night is in my heart, so tired, and sleep is not for thee or me, never again for our or weary limbs. Around the shadows crouch, vague, obscene shapes, in horrible attitudes, and all the night, above, below, seems so much choking fog, that clogs my tongue, or with devouring maw, swallows my words and makes them sound far off, remote, deep down, emboweled of the earth, and then again it hounds them from my tongue, to sound as wildly clamorous as the hills sound when earth shakes with armies, men that meet with berserk fury, shouting, and the hurl and shock of iron spears on iron shields, and all the world is one wild wave of helms, and all the air is one wild wind of swords, on which the wild Valkyries ride and scream. Dread cliffs, dread chasms of rocks, howl back my words, while yet they touch the tongue to grasp the thought. And all the vermin, huddled in their holes, creep forth to glare and hiss them back again. How long ago since we beheld the rose of morning and the lily of noon, the great red rhododendron of the eve? How long ago since we beheld those thoughts of God, the stars that set their flowers imperishably in the fields of heaven, and the still changing yet unchanging moon? So long that I unto myself seem grown, as thou, long since, to rock, in sympathy, with all the rock above us and around. My countenance hath won, long since, with thee, the reflex of an alabaster black that builds vast walls around us, and whose frown makes stone thy brow as mine. O woe, O woe! And now that Eden's apples are denied, are not for lips of thee nor lips of me, the apples of gold that still keep young the gods, the years shall cleave this beautiful brow of thine with myriad wrinkles, and, in time, this hair, brown, and softer than the fur of seals, shall lose its luster, and instead shall lie, a drift of winter in a winter cave. A feeble grey seen in the glimmering gloom, but I shall age too, even as thou dost age. Yet we cannot die. The immortal gods can never die. What punishment to know, what pain to know we age, yet cannot die. Death will not come except with Ragnarok. That thought be near. Take comfort from the word, the dark word Ragnarok, which is thyself, thy vast revenge, thy monster synonym, thy banquet of destruction, thou whom fate, the Norns reserve to war and waste the worlds of gods and men, with thy two henchmen huge, the wolf and snake, the Fenris that devours the Midgard that engulfs the universe. O joy! O joy! Then shall those stars that glue their blinking scales unto old Ymir's skull, the dome of heaven, shudder from their spheres, a streaming fire, and thou, O Loki, thou, elected annihilation, shalt arise to devastate the earth and Assahem. And as this darkness now, this heavy night, clings to and chokes us till we, strangling, strive with purple lips for light and feel the dark, drag freezing down the throat to swell the weight that houses in our hearts and peoples our veins, so shall thy hate insufferably spread in fires of hell, in fogs of Niflheim, storm-like from pole to pole, o'erwhelming all. The twilight of the gods, behold it comes. The twilight of the gods, the root-red cock, I seem to hear crow in the halls of hell, the blood-red cock, whose cry shall bid thee rise. But oh, thy face, paler it seemeth now than icy marble, and the serpent rise. Its rustling coils and twists its livid length, hissing above thee, pouring eternal pain. Oh, could I kiss the lips o'er which he swings, the lips that once touched living flame to mine, at which sweet thought, as some sick flower of drought, at dreams of dew my lips with longing ache. Oh, could I gaze once more into thine eyes, whose starry depths outstarred the midnight heavens, or see them laugh as golden morning laughs, leaving her steps in roses on the hills, the peaks that wall the world and pierce the clouds, the hills where once we stood among the pines, the melancholy pines that plume the crags, and rock and sing unto the still fjords, like gaunt wild women lullabying their babes. Then could I die even as the mortals die, and smile in dying, but the serpent balks each effort to behold, or unloved lips, to ease the torture of my soul's desire. Thy face alone is comfort to my gaze, like some dim moon silvering through night and mist. Now from their lairs again the monsters creep, I feel their ghastly touches, and their eyes draw steadily nearer, wandering will-o'-the-wisps. The serpent strives to fang me as he swings, and in the cup's caked gold the venom swims, sees upward horribly to the horrible edge. She ceased, and then heard through the echoing night the chained god spoke, tumultuous violence and rage in every word. His utterance seemed large as the thunder when it, rolling, plants, heavy with earthquake and impending ruin, seismic feet on everlasting seas, and mountains silent with eternal ice. His eyes in hideous labor, and his throat, corded and gnarled with veins of boisterous blood, a crag of fury, and his foaming lips, a maelstrom of rebellious agony, of thwarted rage and wild arrested wrath, fierce vauntner of loud hate, one mighty fist, convulsed with clenchment in its give of ore, headlong for battle launching at the gods, clutched mad defiance, madder blasphemy, yet all unhurled and vain as mists of morn, or foam wind-wasted on the sterile sands of rainy seas, when Ran from whistling caves, watching the tempest-driven dragon wreck, already in her miser fingers feels the Viking gold that has not yet gone down, then all the cave again is dumb with night. He sees the spotted serpent writhe above, he sees the poison streaming towards his eyes, and now her cup is brimmed, but one more drop will float the filth grey o'er the venomed edge, into the river slowly flowing by. Swiftly she pours the vitriol torture, scarce a tithe of time it takes, but in that time the reptile's vomit slimes his helpless face, burns to the bone. All his fierce muscles twist, wrenching the knotted steel that locks his limbs, and shriek on shriek divides the solitudes. The ocean roars, and under toppling skies the mountains avalanche from pine-pierced sides their centuries of snow. Then all the night, once more, is filled with silence and with sighs. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
War Song of Harald the Red by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. And this is the song of battle they sang to the thrash of the oars, as the prows of their shield-hung dragons were driven along the shores. On to the battle, yo-ho for the slaughter! Hark to the grind of the oars that thunder! Clash of the prows as they crash through the water, hurl through the foam of the seas they sunder. Up with the axe and drive through the bristling beaks of the foe that our iron has broken, on through the sleet of the shafts that are whistling, arrows of ash in a wedge that is oaken. By the eye of Odin, whose frown is war, think of the Vikings' daughters who wear gold on their hips to hail by the hair, gold bound red as the beard of Thor. Virgins whose bodies white-bosomed are, for rape and ransom a kingdom's ravish, yours for the sweat and the blood you lavish. Hark on the shore how his fierce fangs clamour, oceans whose rocks are hungry for carrion. Ho, 'tis a sound as of swords that hammer, helms to the brazen snarl of the clarion. On to the revel of war, my bullies, blades that fury like fire to battle. On to the banquet through spray that gullies, bray of the beaks and the oars' wild rattle. When prow grinds prow and the arrows hail, think were it better with hollow-eyed hell to rot with cowards, or boast and yell hoarse toasts over skulls of the boisterous ale, high in Valhalla where heroes dwell. In vast Valhalla, where life wends well, the warrior's vault of whose shields with curses rings to the roar of the berserk verses. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Yule by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra. Behold, in the night there was storm, and the rushing of snow and of sleet, and the boom of the sea, and the moaning of pines in its desolate beat. And the hall of fierce Eric of Sogn with the clamour of wassail was filled, with the clash of great beakers of gold, and the reek of the ale that was spilled. For the Yule was upon them, the Yule, and they quaffed as from skulls of the slain, and shouted loud oaths in hoarse wit, and long quaffing swore laughing again. Unharnessed from each shaggy throat that was hot with brute lust and with drink, each burly wild skin and barbaric tossed, rent from the gold of its link. For the Yule was upon them, the Yule, and the wassails were shouted and roared by the berserks, the eaters of fire, and the jarls round the ponderous board. And huge on the hearth that writhed, hissing and bellied, an ingot of gold, the Yule log, the half of an oak from the mountains, was royally rolled. And its warmth and its glory that glared smote red through the width of the hall, and burnished the boar skins and bucklers and war axes hung on the wall. And the maidens who hurried big goblets that bubbled excessive with barm, blushed rose to the gold of thick curls as the shining steel mirrored each charm. And Eric's 100 grey scalds at the nod and the beck of the king, with the stormy rolled music of 100 wild harps, made the castle re-echoing ring. For the Yule was upon them, and battle and rapine were o'er, and Harald the Viking, the Red, and his brother lay dead on the shore. For the harrier, Harald the Red, and his merciless brother Black Ulf, with their men on the shore of the wintry sea, were carrion cold for the wolf. Behold, for the battle was ended, the battle that clamoured all day with the rumble of shields that were shocked and of spears that were splintered like spray, with the hewing of swords that fierce lightened like flames and that smoked with hot blood, and the crush of the mace that was hammered through helm and through brain that withstood, and the cursing and howling of men at their gods whom they cursed, till the caves of the ocean re-bellowed and storm on their battling burst. And they fought in the flying and drifting and silence of covering snow, till the wounded that lay with the dead were stiff frozen in woe. And they fought, and the mystical flakes that were clutched by the maniac wind drave sharp on the eyes of the kings, made the sight of their warriors blind. Still they fought, and with leonine wrath were they met, till the battle god Thor in his thunder-wheeled chariot rolled, making end of destruction and war. And they fell, like twin rocks of the mountains or pines that rushed, hurricane-hurled, from their world-rooted crags to the ocean below with the wreck of the world. But lo, not in vain their loud vows, on the black iron altars of war, not in vain as victims, the warriors, their blood as libation to Thor. Lo, a glitter and splendour of arms through the snow and the foam of the seas, and the terrible ghosts of the Vikings and the gauntleted Valkyries. Yea, the halls of fierce Eric of Sogn with the turmoil of wassail are filled, with the steam of the flesh of the boar and the reek of the ale that is spilled. For the Yule and the victory are theirs, and the wassails are shouted and roared by the berserks, the eaters of fire, and the jarls round the ponderous board. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Old World Idylls. To R. E. Lee Gibson by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. And one perchance will read and sigh, what aimless songs! Why will he sing of nature that drags out her woe through wind and rain and sun and snow, from miserable spring to spring, then put me by? And one perhaps will read and say, Why write of things across the sea, of men and women far and near, when we of things at home would hear? Well, who would call this poetry? Then toss away. A hopeless task have we, meseems, at this late day, whom fate hath made sad, bankrupt heirs of song, who, filled with kindred yearnings, tried to build a tower like theirs that will not fade out of our dreams. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Prelude and Part 1 of Accolon of Gaul, read for LibriVox.org by Honeybee's Meadow. Accolon of Gaul, Prelude. O wondrous legends from the storied wells of lost Baranton, where old Merlin dwells, nodding a white pole and a grave grey beard, as if some lake lady he, listening, heard, who spake like water, danced like careful showers, with blown gold curls through drifts of wild thorn flowers. Loose, lazy arms upon her bosom crossed, an instant seen, and in an instant lost, with one peculiar note, like that you hear, dropped by a reed bird when the night is near, a vocal gold blown through the atmosphere. Lo, dreams from dreams in dreams remembered, naught that matters much, save that it seemed I thought I wandered dim with someone, but I knew not whom, most beautiful and young and true, and pale through suffering, with curl-crowned brow, soft eyes and voice so strange they haunt me now, a dream perhaps in dreamland. Seemed that she led me along a flower-showered lea, trammelled with puckered pansy and the pea, where poppies spread great blood-red stain on stain, so gorged with sunlight and the honeyed rain. Their hearts were weary, roses lavished beams, roses wherein were huddled little dreams, that laughed coy, sidewise merriment like dew, or from fair fingers fragrant kisses blew. And o'er it lay a mist, and it was hard to see whence came it, whitherward it led. Like some wild frightened thing, it foamed and fled, sighing and murmuring from its fountain head. And following it, at last I came upon the region of romance, from whence were drawn its wandering waters and the storied wells of lost Baranton, where old Merlin dwells, nodding a white pole and a great grey beard. And then, far off, a woman's voice I heard, wilder than water, laughing in the bowers, like some strange bird. And then, through wild thorn flowers, I saw her limbs glance, twinkling as spring showers. And then, with blown gold curls, tempestuous tossed, white as a wood nymph, she a vista crossed, laughing that laugh wherein there was no cheer, but soulless scorn, and so to me drew near, her sweet lascivious brows white wonderment, and grey great eyes, and hair which had the scent of all the wild Brazilian's perfumes, drowned in it, and, aflame in gold, one blooms, blood point thrust deep, and Viviane, Viviane! The wild seemed crying, as if swept with rain, and all the young leaves laughed, and surge on surge swept the witch-haunted forest to its verge, that shook and sighed and stammered as in sleep a giant half aroused, and, with a leap, that Samite hazy creature, blossom-white, showered mocking kisses down, then, like a light, beat into gusty flutterings by the dawn, then quenched, she glimmered, and, behold, was gone. And in Brasiland I stood alone, gazing at Merlin, sitting on a stone. Old Merlin, charmed there, dreaming drowsy dreams, a wondrous company, as many as gleams that stab the moated mazes of a beach. And each grave dream, behold, had power to reach my mind through magic, each one following each in dim procession, and their beauty drew tears down my cheeks, and Merlin's grey cheeks too. One in his beard hung tangled, bright as dew. Long pageants seemed to pass me, brave and fair, of courts and tournaments with silvery blare, of immaterial trumpets high in air, and blazoned banners, shields, and many a spear of Uther waved an incorporeal fear, and forms of Arthur rose, and Guinevere, of Tristram, and of Iseult, and of Mark, and many others, glimmering in the dark of Merlin's mind, they rose and glared, and then the instant's fostered phantoms passed again. Then all around me seemed a rippling stir of silken something, wilier, lovelier than that witch-mothered beauty, Vivienne, approaching with dead knights amid her train, pale through the vast Broceliande, and then a knight, steel-helmeted, a man of men, passed with a fool, King Arthur's dagonet, who on his head a tinsel crown had set, in mockery, and as he went his way, behind the knight the leaves began to sway, then slightly parted, and Morgane le Fay, with haughty, wicked eyes and lovely face, studied him steadily a little space. Part 1 of Accolon of Gaul, read for LibriVox.org by Honeybee's Meadow. Again I hold thee to my heart, Morgane, here where the restless forest hears the main toss as in troubled sleep. Now hear me, sweet, while I that dream of yesternight repeat. First let us find some rock or mossed retreat, where we may sit at ease. Why dost thou look so serious? Nay, learn lightness from this brook, and gladness from these flowers, my Accolon. See the wild vista there, where purpling run long woodland shadows from the sinking sun. Deeper the wood seems there, secluded as the tame wild deer that, in the moss and grass, gaze with their human eyes, where grow those lines of pale starred green, and where yon fountain shines, urned deep in tremulous ferns. Let's rest upon yon oak trunk by the tempest overthrown, years ago. See how 'tis rotted brown, but here the red bark's firm and overgrown, of trailing ivy darkly buried. Share my throne with me, come, cast away thy care, sit here and breathe with me this wildwood air, musk with the wood's decay that fills each way, as if some shrub, while dreaming of the May, in longing languor weakly tried to wake its perished blossoms, and could only make ghosts of such dead aromas as it knew, and shape a spectre of invisible dew, to haunt these sounding miles of solitude. Still, thou art troubled, Morgane, and the mood, deep in thy fathomless eyes, glows, canst not keep mine eyes from seeing. Dark thy thought, and deep, as that of some wild woman, found asleep by some lost knight upon a precipice, whom hath he wakened with a sudden kiss, as that of some frail elfin lady, light as are the foggy moonbeams, filmy white, who waves diaphanous beauty on a cliff, that, drowsing, purrs with moon-drenched pines. But if the lonely night follow, foul fiends rise and drag him crashing down, while she, tall on the crag, triumphant, mocks him with glad sorcery, till all the wildwood echoes shout with glee. Follow thy figure further, Accolon. Right fair it is, too soon, alas, art done, said she, and tossing back her heavy hair, said smilingly, yet with a certain air of hurt impatience, why dost not compare this dark expression of my eyes, ah me, to something darker? Say it is to thee as some bewildering mystery of a tarn, a mountain water that the morning scorn to anadem with fire and leave grey, to which a champion cometh when the day hath tired of breeding for the twilight's head, flame-petalled blooms, and, golden chapelted, sits waiting, rosy with deep love, for night, who cometh sandaled with the moon, the light of the auroras round her vast hair, tortuous with stars that burn as in a lair. The eyes of hunted wild things glare with rage, and on her bosom doth his love assuage. Yea, even so, said Accolon, his eyes searching her face. The knight, as I surmise, who cometh heated to that haunted place, stoops down to lave his forehead, and his face meets fairy faces, elfins in a ring, that shadow upward, smiling, beckoning down to wonders magic built of old, for some dim witch, a city walled with gold, with beryl battlements and paved with pearls, its lambent towers wrought of foamy swirls of alabaster, and that witch to love, more beautiful than any queen above. He pauses, troubled. But a wizard power, In all his bronzen harness that mad hour plunges him, whither? What if he should miss those cloudy beauties and that creature's kiss? Ah, Morgaine, that same power Accolon found potent in thine eyes, and it hath drawn and plunged him, whither? Yea, to what far fate? To what dim end? What veiled and future state? With shadowy eyes, long, long she gazed in his, then whispered dreamily the one word, bliss. And, like an echo on his sad mouth sate, the answer, bliss? Deep have we drunk of late. But death, I feel, some stealthy-footed death, draws near, whose claws will clutch away. Whose breath? I dreamed last night thou gatherest flowers with me, fairer than those of earth, and I did see how woolly gold they were, how woven through with fluffy flame and webby with spun dew. And asphodels, I murmured then, these sure are Eden amaranths, so angel pure that love alone may touch them. Thou didst lay the flowers in my hands. Alas, then grey the world grew, and meseemed I passed away, in some strange manner on a misty brook, between us flowing, striving still to look beyond it, while, around, the wild air shook with torn farewells of pensive melody, aching with tears and hopeless utterly. So merciless near, meseemed that I did hear that music in those flowers, and yearned to tear their ingot cord and gold-crowned hearts, and hush their voices into silence, and to crush. Yet o'er me was a something that restrained the melancholy presence of too pained and awful burning eyes that cowed and held my spirit while that music died or swelled, far out on shoreless waters, borne away, like some wild bird that, blinded with the ray of dawn it wings towards, lifting high its crest, to glory round it, sings its heavenliest, when suddenly all's changed, with drooping head, daggered of thorns it plunged on, fluttering, dead. Still it seems to sing, though wrapped in night, the slow blood beating on its breast of white. And then I knew the flowers which thou hadst given were strays of parting grief and waifs of heaven, for tears and memories, importunate. They spoke to me of loves that separate. But God, ah God, my God, thus was I left, and those were with me who were so bereft. The haunting torment of that dream of grief weighs on my soul and gives me no relief. He bowed and wept into his hands, and she, sorrowing, beheld. Then, resting at her knee, raised slow her oblong lute and smote some chords, but ere the impulse saddened into words, said, "And didst love me as thy lips would prove? No visions wrought of sleep might move thy love. Firm is all love in firmness of his power. With flame, reverberant, moated stands his tower, so built as not to admit from fact a beam of doubt, and much less of a doubt from dream. All such the alchemic fire of love's desires, that motes its tower with flame, turns to gold wires, to chord the old lyre, new whereon he lyres." She ceased, and then, sad softness in her eye, sang to his dream a questioning reply. Will love be less when dead the roguish spring, who, with white hands, sowed violets, whispering, when petals of her cheeks, wine-wasted through, of withering grief, are laid beneath the dew? Will love be less? Will love be less when comes the summer, tall, her throat a lily, long and spiritual, when, like a poppied swathe, hushed haunt of bees, her form is laid in slumber on the leas? Will love be less? Will love be less when autumn, sighing there, droops with long frost streaks in her dark, dark hair, when her grave eyes are closed to heaven above, deep, lost in memory's melancholy love? Will love be less? Will love be less when winter at the door shakes from grey locks the icicles long and hoar, when death's eyes, hollow o'er his shoulder dart, dark looks that ring with tears, then freeze the heart? Will love be less? And in her hair wept softly, and her breast rose and was wet with tears, as when distressed night steals on day, rain sobbing through her curls. Though tears become thee even as priceless pearls, weep not, Morgane, mine no gloom of doubt, but grief for sweet love's death I dreamed about. He said, May love, the flame anointed be, Lord of our hearts and King eternally. Love, ruler of our lives, whose power shall cease, no majesty when we are laid at peace, but still shall reign when souls have loved thus well, our God in heaven or our God in hell. So they communed. Afar her castle stood, its slender towers glimmering through the wood. A forest lodge rose, ivy buried, near a woodland vista where faint herds of deer stalked like soft shadows, where, with many a run, mavis and throstle corralled in the sun, and where through trees was seen a surf-white shore, for this was Morgane's realm, embowered gore, and that her castle, sea-built chariot, that rooky pile, where she a while forgot Uriens, her husband, now at Camelot. Hurt in that battle where King Arthur strove with the 5 heathen kings, and, slaying, drove the 5 before him, Accolon was born to a grey castle on his shield one morn. A castle like a dream, set high in scorn, above the world and all its hungry herds, belted with woods melodious with birds, far from the rush of spears and roar of swords, and the loud shields of battle bloody lords, and fields of silent slain where havoc sprawled, gorged to her eyes with carnage. Dim, high-halled, and hushed it rose, and through the granite-walled huge gate and court, upstairs of marble sheen, 6 damsels bore him, tire-maids of a queen, stately and dark, who moved as if a flame of starlight shone around her, and who came with healing herbs and searched his wounds, a dame, so radiant in raiment silvery, so white that she attendant seemed to be on that high holy grail which evermore the table round hath sought by wood and shore, the angel-guarded cup of mystery, that but the pure in body and soul may see. Thus not for him, a worldly one, to love, who loved her even to wonder, skied above his worship as the moon above the main, that strives and strives to reach her, pale with pain, she with her peaceful, pitiless virgin cheer, watching his suffering, year on weary year. To Accolon such seemed she, then, too late, his heart's ideal, merciless as fate, for whom his soul must yearn till death, and wait, and dream of, evermore with sighs and tears, through the long waste of unavailing years, seeing her ever luminously stand in luminous heavens, beckoning with her hand. Before which vision heart and soul were weak, and dumb with love that would, yet could not speak. Her beauty filled him with divine despair. Around his heart she seemed to wrap her hair, her raven hair, and drag him to his doom. Her looks were splendid daggers in the gloom of his sick soul, his heart's invaded tower, stabbing, yet never slaying, every hour. Thus worshipping that queen, Morgane le Fay, for many a day within his room he lay, longing to live now, then again to die, as now her face, or now her glancing eye, bade his heart hope, with smiled approval of, his passion, now despair, with scorn of love. His love, that dragged itself before her feet, dog-like, to whom even a blow was sweet. Ah, never dreamed he of what was to be, nay, nay, how could he, while the agony of his unworth possessed his soul so much, he never thought such loveliness and such perfection could stoop from its heaven, far as his world, and to his arms be given. One night a tempest tore and tossed and lashed the writhing forest, and deep thunders dashed sonorous shields together, and anon, vast in the thunder's pause, the sea would groan, like some enormous curse a knight hath lured from where it soared to maim it with his sword, and Accolon, from where he lay, could see the stormy, wide-wrenched night's immensity, yawn hells of golden ghastliness and sweep, distending foam, tempestuous, up each steep of racuous iron. In a fever fit he seemed to see, on crags the lightning lit, with tangled hair wild blown, nude mermaids sit, singing and beckoning with foam-white arms, some far ship struggling with the strangling storm's resistless exultation. And there came one breaker, mountained heavenward, all aflame, with glowworm green that boomed against the cliff, its bulked thunder, and there, pale and stiff, tumbled in eddies of the howling rocks, his dead drawn face, with lidless eyes, and locks, oozed close with brine, hurled upward streamingly to streaming mermaids. Then he seemed to see the vampire echoes of the hoarse wood, who, with hooting, sought him down the casement drew, wet, shuddering, hag-like fingers, and, at last, thronged up the turrets with an elfin blast of baffled mockery, and whirled wildly off, back to the forest with a maniac scoff. Then, far away, hoofs of 100 gales, as wave rams wave up windy bluffs of Wales, loosed from the battlemented hills the loud herders of tempest drove their herds of cloud, that down the rocking night rolled, with the glare of swimming eyeballs and the hurl of hair, blown, black as rain, from misty maned brows, and mouths of bellowing storm, in mad carouse, with whips of wind, rolling and ruining by, headlong, along the wild and headlong sky. Once when the lightning made the casement glare, squares touched to gold, athwart it swept her hair, as if a raven's wing had cut the storm, death driven seaward, and the vague alarm of her swift coming filled his soul with hope, and wild surmise that winged beyond the scope of all his dreams had dreamed of. When he saw 'twas she, the all-adored, he felt no awe, when lo she kneeled beside him, beautiful as some lone star, and white, and said, to lull thy soul to sleep, lo, I have come to thee, didst thou not call me? Yea, he said, maybe, thou heardst my heart that calls continually, but with my lips I called thee not. But stay, the night is wild, thou wilt not go away, the night is wild, and it is long till day, to see thee like a benediction near, to hear thy voice, to have thy cool hand here, smoothing my feverish brow and matted curls, to see thy white throat, whiter than its pearls, lean o'er me, breathing, feel the influence of thy large eyes, like stars, whose sole defence against all storm is beauty, is to see and feel a portion of divinity. My heart's high dream come true, my dream of dreams. Then paused and said, see how the tempest streams, how sweeps the tumult, and the thunder gleams, as, when King Arthur charged on battlefields of Humber, glared the fiery spears and shields of all his knights, when the 5 kings went down, in the wild hurl of onset overthrown. But thy white presence, like the moon, has sown this room with calm, and all the storm in me, the tempest of my soul, dies utterly. So let me feel thy hand upon my cheek, and speak. I love thy voice. Beloved, speak. Thou lov'st a thing of air, fond Accolon. Is thy love then so spiritual? Nay, anon 'twill change, methinks, whatever may befall. Earth-love, thou'lt find, is better after all. She smiled, and sudden, through the moon-rent wall of storm, baptizing moonlight, foot and face, bathed and possessed her as his soul the grace and sweetness of her smile, whose life was brief, but long enough to heal him of his grief. Now rest, said she, I love thee with much love. Thou didst not know I loved, but God above, he knew and had divinement. Winds may blow, to lie by thee to-night my mind is, so, she laughed, sleep well, for me, give me thy word of knighthood. Look thou, and this naked sword, laid here betwixt us, let it be a wall, strong between love and lust, and loves me all in all. Then she unbound the gold that clasped her waist, undid her hair, and, like a flower faced, stood sweet an unswayed stem that ran to bud, in bloom and beauty of young womanhood. And fragrance was to her as natural as odour to the rose, and white and tall, all ardour and all fervour, through the room she moved, a presence as of pale perfume, and all his eyes and lips and limbs were fire, his tongue, delirious, babbled of desire, cried, thine is devil's kindness, which is even worse than fiend's fury, since the soul sees heaven, among eternal torments unforgiven. Temptation neighboured, like a bloody rust, on a bright blade, leaves ugly stains, And lust is love's undoing, when love's limbs are cast naked before desire. What love so chaste, but that such nearness of what should be hid makes it a lawless love? But thou hast bid. Rest thou, I love thee as dost know, and all my love shall battle with love's foe. Thy word, she said, and pure as peaks that keep snow-drifted crowns, upon him seemed to sweep an avalanche of virtue in one look. And he, whose very soul within him shook, exclaimed, "'Tis thine!" And hopes that in his brain had risen with rainbow gleams, set sad as rain, at that high look she gave of chastest pain. Then turned, his face deep in his hands, and she laid the broad blade between them instantly. And so they lay, its iron between them twain, unsleeping he, for all the brute disdain of passion in him struggled up and stood, a rebel wrangling with the brain and blood. An hour stole by, she slept or seemed to sleep. The winds of night blew vigorous from the deep, with rain scents of storm-watered wood and wold, and breathed of ocean breakers moonlight rolled. He drowsed, and time passed, stealing as for one whose life is but a dream in Avalon. Vast bulks of black wind-shattered wrack went by, the casement square of heaven, a crystal die, a crown of moonlight round each cloudy head, that seemed the ghosts of giant kings long dead. And then he thought she lightly laughed and sighed, so soft a taper had not bent aside, and leaned her warm face, seen through loosened hair, above him, whispering, soft as is a prayer, "Behold, the sword, I take the sword away." It curved and clashed where the strewn rushes lay, shone glassy, glittering like a watery beam of moonlight. In the moonlight he did deem she moved in sleep, and dreamed perverse nor wist the things she did, until two hot lips kissed his wondering eyes to knowledge of her thought. Then said he, "Love, my word, is it then naught?" But now he felt fierce kisses over and over, and laughter of, "Thy word? Art thou my lover? Kisses are more than words. Come, give them me. As for thy word, I give it back to thee." Sleep is a spirit who beside us sits, or through our frames like some dim glamour flits. From out her form a pearly light is shed, as from a lily in a lily bed, a firefly's gleam. Her face is pale as stone, uncertain as a cloud that lies alone in empty heaven. Her diaphanous feet are easy as the dew or opaline heat of summer meads, with ears aurora pink as dawn's. She leans and listens on the brink of being, dark with dreadfulness and doubt, wherein vague lights and shadows move about, and palpitations beat like some huge heart of earth, the surging pulse of which we're part. One hand that hollows her divining eyes glows like the curved moon over twilight skies, and with her gaze she fathoms life and death, gulfs where man's conscience, like a restless breath of wind, goes wandering, whispering low of things, the irremediable, where sorrow clings. Around her limbs a veil of woven mist wavers and turns from fibered amethyst to textured crystal, through which symboled bars of silver burn, and cabalistic stars of nebulous gold, shrouding her feet and hair. Within this woof, fantastic everywhere, dreams come and go, the instant images of things she sees and thinks, realities, shadows with which her heart and fancy swarm, that in the veil take momentary form. Now picturing heaven in celestial fire, and now the hell of every soul's desire, hinting at worlds God wraps in mystery, beyond the world we touch and know and see. No, never, no, would they forget that night. Too soon the sleepy birds awoke the light. Too soon for them, trailing grey skirts of breeze, the drowsy dawn came wandering through the trees. Too soon, she sighed, and he, alas, too soon, but at their scutcheoned casement overstrewn of dew and dreams, the dim wind knocked and cried, "Arise, come forth, O bridegroom and O bride." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Part 2 of Accolon of Gaul, Read for LibriVox.org by Honeybee's Meadow. Morn and the autumn dreaming sat among his ancient hills, autumn who was now wrung by crafty ministers, sun, rain, and frost, to don imperial pomp at any cost. On each wild hill he reared his tents of war, flaunting barbaric standards wide and far, around which campfires of the red leaves raged, his tottering state by flattering zephyrs paged, who, in a little fretful while, would soon work red rebellion under some wan moon, pluck his old beard, deriding, shriek and tear his royalty, and scatter through the air his tattered majesty, then from his head dash down its golden crown, and in its stead set up a death's head mockery of snow, and leave him stripped, a beggar bowed with woe. Blow, woodwind, blow, the day is fair and fine, as autumn skies can make it, brisk as brine, the air is, rustling in the underbrush, mid which the staghounds leap, the huntsmen rush. Hark to the horns, the music of the bows, a mort, the hunt is up and goes. Beneath the acorn-dropping oaks, in green, dark woodland green, a boar-spear held between his sow and hunter's head, and at his thigh a good broad hanger, and one hand on high, to wind his horn that startles many a wing, and makes the forest echoes reel and ring. Away, away they flash, a belted band, from Camelot through the haze-haunted land, with many a lemur leashed, and many a hound, with mouths of bell-like music, now that bound, uncoupled, forward, for behold the hart, a 10-tined buck doth from the covert dart, and the big staghounds swing into the chase, the wild horns sing, the price seems but apace, on ear 'tis wound, but see, where interlace the dense briered thickets, now the hounds have lost the slot there where their woodland way is crossed by intercepting waters full of leaves. Beyond, the hart a tangled labyrinth weaves, through deeper boscage, and it seems the sun makes many shadowy stags of this wild one, that lead in different trails the foresters, and in the trees the ceaseless wind that stirs, seems some strange witchcraft that, with baffling mirth, mocks them the unbayed heart, and fills the earth with rustling sounds of running. Hastening thence, galloped King Arthur and King Uriens, with one small brachet hound, now far away. They heard their fellowship's faint horns, and day wore on to noon, yet there before them they still saw the hart plunge bravely through the brake, leaving the bracken shaking in his wake. And on they followed, on through many a copse, above whose brush, close on before, the tops of the great antlers swelled anon, then lo, were gone where beat the heather to and fro, but still they drave him hard, and ever near seemed that great heart unwearied, and 'twas clear the chase would yet be long, when Arthur's horse gasped mightily, and, lunging in his course, lay dead, a lordly bay, and Uriens reined his grey hunter, labouring, and thence King Arthur went afoot, when suddenly he was aware of a wide waste of sea, and, near the wood, the hart upon the sod, bayed, panting unto death and winded hard. So with his sword he slew him, then the price wound loudly on his hunting bugle thrice, as if each echo which that wild horn's blast roused from its sleep the solitude had cast, for ages on it, had a silvery band of moving sounds of gladness, hand in hand, arisen, each a visible delight, came 3 fair damsels, sunny in snowy white, from the red woodland gliding, they, the knight, for so they deemed the king, who came alone, graced with obeisance, and, "Our lord," said one, "tenders you courtesy until the dawn, the earl, Sir Damas, for the day is gone, and you are weary, safe in his strong keep, led thither with due worship, you shall sleep." And so he came, o'erwearied, to a hall, an owlet-haunted pile, whose weedy wall towered rock on rock, its turrets crowding high, loomed, ancient as the crags, against a sky, wherein the moon hung, owl-eyed, round and full, an old, gaunt, giant castle, like a gull, hung on the weedy cliffs, where broke the dull, vast monotone of ocean that uprolled its windy waters, and where all was old, and sad, and swept of winds, and slain of salt, and haunted grim of ruin, where the vault of heaven bent ever, clamorous as the rout of the defiant headlands stretching out into the night with their voluminous shout of wreck and wrath forever. Arthur then, among the gaunt earl's followers, swarthy men, ate in the wild hall. Then a damsel led, with flaring torch, the tired king to bed, down lonely labyrinths of that corridored keep, and soon he rested, sunk in heavy sleep. Then suddenly he woke, it seemed mid groans and dolorous sighs, and round him lay the bones of many men and bodies mouldering, and he could hear the wind-swept ocean swing its sighing surge above, and so he thought, it is some nightmare weighing me, distraught by that long hunt, and then he sought to shake the horror off and to himself awake. But still he heard sad groans and whispering sighs, and gaunt from iron-ribbed cells the eyes of pale, cadaverous knights regarded him, unhappy, and he felt his senses swim with foulness of that dungeon. What are ye? Ghosts, or chained champions, or a company of fiends? He cried, then, Speak, if speak ye can, speak in God's name, for I am here, a man. Then groaned the shaggy throat of one who lay, a wasted nightmare, dying day by day, yet once a knight of comeliness and strong, and great and young, but now through hunger long, a skeleton with hollow hands and cheeks. Sir Knight, said he, know that wretch who speaks is only one of 20 knights entombed by Damas here, the earl who so hath doomed us in this dungeon where starvation lairs. Around you lie the bones whence famine stares of many knights, and would to God that soon my liberated ghost might see the moon, freed from the horror of this prisonment. With that he sighed, and round the dungeon went a rustling sigh as of the damned, and so another dim, thin voice complained their woe. No, he doth starve us to obtain this end, because not one of us his strength will lend to battle for what still he calls his rights, this castle and its lands. For of all knights he is most base, lacks most in hardihood. A younger brother on Slake hath he, good and courteous, withal most noble, whom this Damas hates, yea, even seeks his doom, denying him to his estate all right, save that he holds by main of arms and might. Through puissance hath on Slake some few fields, and one right sumptuous manor, where he deals with knights as knights should, with an open hand, though ill he can afford it, through the land. He is far famed for hospitality. Onslake is brave, but Damas cowardly, for Onslake would decide with sword and lance, body to body, this inheritance. But Damas, vile as he is courageless, doth on all knights his guests lay this duress, to fight for him or starve. For you must know that in this country he is hated so. There is no champion who will take the fight. Thus fortunes it our plight is such a plight. Quoth he and ceased, and, wondering at the tale, the king lay silent, while each wasted, pale, poor countenance perused him. Then he spake, And what reward if one this cause should take? Deliverance for all if of us one consent to be his party's champion. But treachery and he are so close kin, we loathe the part as some misshapen sin, and here would rather with the rats find death, than, serving him, serve wrong and save our breath, and on our heads perhaps bring down God's curse. May God deliver you in mercy, sirs, and help us all, said Arthur, at which word straightway a groaning sound of iron was heard, of chains rushed loose and bolts jarred rusty back, and hoarse the gate croaked open, and the black of that rank cell astonished was with light that danced fantastic with the frantic night. One high torch, sideways worried by the gust, sun that dark den of hunger, death, and dust. And one tall damsel, vaguely vestured, fair, with shadowy hair, poised on the rocky stair, and laughing on the king. "What cheer?" said she. "God's life, the keep stinks vilely, and to see such noble knights indungeoned, starving here, doth pain me sore with pity. But what cheer?" "Thou mockest us. For me, the sorriest since I was suckled, and of any quest, this is the most imperiling and strange. But what wouldst thou?" said Arthur. She, "A change I offer thee, through thee to these with thee, if thou wilt promise, in love's courtesy, to fight for Damas and his brotherhood. And if thou wilt not, look, behold this brood of lean and dwindled bellies, spectre-eyed, keen knights once, who refused me. So decide." Then thought the king of the sweet sky, the breeze that blew delirious over waves and trees, thick fields of grasses and the sunny earth, whose beating heart filled the high heart with mirth, and made the world one sovereign pleasure house, where king and serf might revel and carouse. Then of the hunt on autumn plaintive hills, lone forest lodges by the radiant rills. His palace at Caerleon upon Usk, and Camelot's loud halls that through the dusk blazed far and bloomed, a rose of revelry, or in the misty morning, shadowy, loomed, grave with audience. And then he thought of his round table, and the Grail wide sought, in haunted holds by many a haunted shore. Then marvelled of what wars would rise and roar, with dragon heads unconquered, and devour this realm of Britain, and crush out that flower of chivalry whence ripened his renown. And then the reign of some besotted crown, some bandit king of lust, idolatry, and with that thought for tears he could not see. Then of his best-loved champions, King Ban's son, and Galahad, and Tristram, Accolon, and then, ah God, of his loved Guinevere, and with that thought, to starve mid horrors here! For, being unfriend to Arthur and his court, well knew he this grim earl would bless that sport of fortune which had fortuned him so well, as to have his king to starve within a cell, in the entombing rock beside the deep. And all the life, large in his limbs, did leap, through eager veins and sinews, fierce and red, stung on to action, and he rose and said, "That which thou askest is right hard, but lo, to rot here harder, I will fight his foe. But mark, I have no weapons, and no mail, no steed against that other to avail." She laughed again. "If we must beg or hire, fear not for that, these thou shalt lack not, sire." And so she led the way, her torches fire, sprawling with spidery shadows at each stride, the cobwebbed kinds of scowling arches wide. At length they reached an iron-studded door, which she unlocked with one harsh key she bore. Mid many keys bunched at her girdle, thence they issued on a terraced eminence. Below, the sea broke sounding, and the king breathed open air again that had the sting and scent of brine, the far blue-billowed foam, and in the east the second dawning's gloam. Since that unlucky chase was freaked with streaks, red as the ripe stripes of an apple's cheeks. And so, within that larger light of dawn, it seemed to Arthur now that he had known this maiden at his court, and so he asked. But she, well tutored, her real person masked, and answered falsely, "Nay, deceive thee not, thou saw'st me ne'er at Arthur's court, I wot, for here it likes me best to sing and spin, and needle hangings, listening to the din of ocean sitting some high tower within. No courts or tournaments or hunts I crave, no knights to flatter me, for me the wave, the cliffs, the sea and sky, in calm or storm, my garth wherein I walk at morn, the charm of ocean, redolent at bounteous noon, and sprayed with sunlight, night's free stars and moon, white ships that pass, some several every year, these ancient towers, and those wild mews to hear." "An owlet maid!" the king laughed, but untrue was she, and of false Morgaine's treasonous crew, deep in intrigues, even for the slaying of the king, her brother, whom she did not love. And presently she brought him where, in state, the swarthy Damas mid his wild men sate. And Accolon, at castle chariot still, had lost long weeks in love, her husband ill. Morgane, perforce, must leave her lover here. Among the hills of Gore a lodge stood near, a cascade in the forest, where their wont was to sit listening the falling fount, that, through sweet talks of many idle hours, on moss banks varied with the violet flowers, had learned the lover's language, sighed above, and seemed, in every fall, to whisper, love. That echoed through the lodge, her hands had draped with curious hangings, where were worked and shaped remembered hours of pleasure, body and soul, imperishable passions, which made whole the past again in pictures, and could mate the heart with loves long dead, and recreate the very kisses of those perished nights, with woven records of long dead delights. Below the lodge with an earned shell, the water pooled and made a tinkling well. Then, slipping thence, through dripping shadows fell, from rippling rock to rock. Here Accolon, with Morgane's hollow lute, as eve drew on, came all alone, not even her brindled hound, to bound before him o'er the gleaming ground, no handmaid lovely of his loveliest fair, or paging dwarf in purple with him there. Only her lute, about which her perfume clung, odorous of memories, that made bloom her absent features, making them arise, like some rich flower before his memory's eyes, that seemed to see her lips and to surmise the words they fashioned, then the smile that drank her soul's deep fire from eyes wherein it sank, and slowly waned away to deeper dreams, fathomless with thought, down in their dove-grey streams. And so for her imagined eyes and lips, heart-fashioned features, all the music slips of all his soul, him seems, into his voice, to sing her praises, and, with nervous poise, his fleet, trained fingers waken in her lute such mellow riot as must make envy mute the nightingale that listens quivering. And well he hopes that, winging thence, 'twill sing a similar song, whose passions burn and pain its anguished soul, now silent, not in vain, beneath her casement in that garden old, dingled with heavy roses, in the gold of Camelot's stars and pearl-encrusted moon. And still he hopes the heartache of the tune will clamour secret memories in her ear, of life less dear than death with her not near, of love who longs for her to have her here, till melt her eyes with tears, and sighs and sobs o'erwhelm her soul, and separation throbs hard at her heart, that longing lifts to death a prayerful pleading, crying, but a breath, one moment of real heaven there, in his arms, close, close, and, for that moment, then these charms, this body, hell canst have for evermore. And sweet to know, perhaps its song will pour into the dull ear of her drowsy lord a vague suspicion of some secret word, borne by the bird, love's winged messenger, to her who lies beside him, even her, his wife, whom still he loves, whom Accolon thus sings of where the woods of Gore grow wan. The thought of thy white coming, like a song, breathed soft of lovely lips and lute-like tongue, sways all my bosom with a sweet unrest, makes wild my heart that oft thy heart hath pressed. Come, press it once again, for it is strong, to bear that weight which never yet distressed. O come, and straight the woodland is stormed through with wilder wings, and brighter with bright dew, and every flower, where thy fair feet have passed, puts forth a fairer blossom than the last. Thrilled of thine eyes, those arsenals of blue, wherein the arrows of all love are cast. O love, she comes! O love, I feel her breath, like the soft south that idly wandereth through musical leaves of laughing laziness. Page on before her, how sweet, none can guess. Sighing, she comes, thy heart's dear life and death, in whom is all thy bliss and thy distress. She comes, and all my mind doth rave, for words to tell her how she doth enslave my soul with beauty, then o'erwhelm with love, that loveliness no words can tell whereof. Words, words like roses, every path to pave, each path to strew, and no word sweet enough. She comes, through me a passion, as the moon works wonder in the sea, through me doth swoon, ungovernable glory, and her soul seems blent with mine, and now, to some bright goal, compels me, throbbing like a tender tune, exhausting all my efforts of control. She comes! Ah, God, ye little stars that grace the fragmentary skies and scatter space, brighter her steps that golden all my gloom. Ah, wood indulging, violet vague perfume, sweeter the presence of her wildflower face, that fragrance fills my life, and stars with bloom. Oh, boundless exaltation of the blood, that now compels me to some higher mood, diviner sense of something that outsoars the earth. Her kiss, that all love's splendor pours into me, all delicious womanhood, so all the heart that hesitates adores. Sweet, my soul's victor, heart's triumphant sweet, within thy bosom love hath raised his seat. There he sits crowned, and from thy eyes and hair shoots his soft arrows as the moonbeams fair, that long have laid me supine at thy feet, and changed my clay to ardent fire and air. My love, my witch, whose kiss, like some wild wine, has subtly filled me with a flame divine, an aspiration whose fierce pulses urge in all my veins, with rosy surge on surge, to hurl me in that heaven, all which is mine, thine arms, from which I never would emerge. His ecstasy the very foliage shook, the wood seemed hushed to hear, and hushed the brook, and even the heavens, wherein one star shone clear, seemed leaning nearer, his glad song to hear, to which its wild star throbbed, all golden pale, and after which, deep in the purple veil, awoke the passion of the nightingale. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Part 3 of Accolon of Gaul, read for LibriVox.org by Honeybee's Meadow. As one hath seen a green-gowned huntress fair, morn in her cheeks, and midnight in her hair, keen eyes as grey as rain, young limbs as lithe as the wild fawn's, and silvery voice as blithe as is the wind that breathes of flowers and dews, breast through the bramble-tangled avenues, through briar and thorn that pluck her gown of green, and snag it here and there, through which the sheen of her white skin gleams rosy, eyes and face, ardent and flushed, fixed on the lordly chase. So came the evening to that shadowy wood, or so it seemed to Accolon, who stood, watching the sunset through the solitude. So evening came, and shadows cowled the way, like ghostly pilgrims who kneel down to pray before a wayside shrine, and radiant rolled along the west the battlemented gold of sunset walled the opal-tinted skies that seemed to open gates of paradise on soundless hinges of the winds, and blaze a glory far within of chrysoprase, towering in topaz through the purple haze. And from the sunset down the roseate ways to Accolon, who, with his idle lute, reclined in reverie against the root of a great oak, a fragment of the west, a dwarf in crimson satin tightly dressed, skipped like a leaf the early frosts have burned, a red oak leaf, and like a leaf he turned, and danced and rustled, and it seemed he came from Camelot, from his beloved dame, Morgane le Fay. He on his shoulder bore a mighty blade wrought strangely o'er and o'er, with mystic runes, drawn from a scabbard which glared venomous with angry jewels rich. He, louting to the knight, "Sir Knight," said he, "your lady, with all tenderest courtesy, assures you, unworthy bearer I, of her good message, of her constancy." Then, doffing the great baldric with the sword, to him he gave them, saying, "From my lord, King Arthur, even his Excalibur, the magic blade which Merlin gat of her, the Lady of the Lake, who, as you wot, fostered in infanthood Sir Launcelot, upon some isle in Brione's tangled lands, of meres and mists, where filmy fairy bands, by lazy moons of summer, dancing fill, with rings of morris, every grassy hill. Through her fair favour is this weapon sent, who begged it of the king with this intent, that for her honour soon would be begun a desperate battle with a champion of wondrous prowess, by Sir Accolon, and with the sword Excalibur more sure was she that he against him would endure. Magic the blade, and magic too the sheath, which, while 'tis worn, wards from the wearer death. He ceased, and Accolon held up the sword, Excalibur, and said, It shall go hard with him through thee, unconquerable blade, whoe'er he be, whom on my queen hath laid insult or injury. And hours as slow as palsied hours in purgatory go for those unmasked, till I have slain this foe. Here, page, my purse. And now to her who gave, dispatch and say, to all commands, her slave, to death obedient I, in love or war, her love to make me all the warrior. Bid her have mercy, nor too long delay, from him who dies an hourly death each day, till, her white hands kissed, he shall kiss her face, through which his life lives on, and still finds grace. Thus he commanded, and, incontinent, the dwarf departed, like a red shaft sent, into the sunset's sea of scarlet light, burning through wildwood glooms, and as the night, with votarous cypress veiled the dying strife, sadly of day, and closed his book of life, and clasped with golden stars in dreamy thought of what this fight was that must soon be fought, belting the blade about him, Accolon, through the dark woods towards chariot passed on. And it befell him thus the following dawn, as he was wandering on a dew-drenched lawn, glad with the freshness and elastic health of sky and earth that lavished all their wealth, of heady winds and racy scents, a knight and gentle lady met him, gay bedight, with following of 6 esquires, and they held on gloved wrists the hooded falcon grey, and rode a-hawking o'er the leas of gore, from Onslake's manor, where he languished, sore, hurt in the lists, a spear wound in his thigh, who had besought, for much he feared to die, this knight and his fair lady, as they rode, to hawk near chariot, Morgaine's abode, that they would beg her in all charity to come to him, for in chirurgery of all that land she was the greatest leech, and her for his recovery beseech. So Accolon saluted, they drew rein, and spake their message, for, right over fain, were they toward their sport, that he would bear petition to that lady, but not there was Arthur's sister, as they well must wot, but now a sennight lay at Camelot. The guest of Guinevere, and with her there 4 other queens of Father Britain were, Iseult of Ireland, she of Cornwall queen, King Mark's wife, who right rarely then was seen at court for jealousy of Mark, who knew her to that lance of lioness how true, since mutual quaffing of a philtre, while how guilty Guinevere on such could smile. She of North Gales, and she of Eastland, and she of the Out Isles queen, a fairer band, for sovereignty and love and loveliness was not in any realm to grace and bless. So Accolon informed them. In distress, then quoth that knight, I, see how fortune turns, and varies like an April day that burns, now welkens blue with calm, now scowls them down, revengeful, with a black storm's wrinkled frown. For look, this Damas, who so long hath lain, a hiding vermin, fearful of all pain, dark in his banded towers by the deep, wakes from a 5 years' torpor and asleep, and sends dispatch a courier to my lord, Sir Onslake, with, tomorrow with the sword, Earl Damas and his knight at point of lance, decides the issue of inheritance, body to body, or by champion. Right hard to find such ere tomorrow dawn, though sore bestead lies Onslake, if he could, he would arise and save his livelihood. Then thought Sir Accolon, one might suppose, so soon this follows on her message, those Same things befall through Morgaine's arts, who knows? Howe'er it be, as 'twere for her own sake, this battle I myself will undertake. Then said to those, I know the good on's lake, if he be so conditioned, harried of estate and life, in knighthood and for love, of justice I his quarrel will assume. My limbs are keen for armour, let the groom prepare my steed, right good 'twill be again, to feel him under me. Then, of that train, ask that one gentleman with him remain, and men to squire his horse and arms, and then, when this was granted, mounted with his men, and thence departed, and ere noontide they came to a lone dismantled priory, hard by a castle, gainst whose square grey towers, matricolated, mossed, in forest bowers, full many a siege had beat and onset rushed, a forest fortress, old and deep embushed, in wild and woody hills, and then one wound, a hoarse slug-horn, and at the savage sound, the drawbridge rumbled, moatward, clanking, and into a paved court rode that little band. When all the world was morning, gleam and glare of autumn glory, and the frost-touched air rang with the rooks as rings a silver lyre, swept swift of minstrel fingers, wire on wire. Ere that fixed hour of prime came Arthur, armed for battle royally. A black steed warmed, a keen impatience 'neath him, cased in mail of foreign make, a coutred head and tail, in costly sendal, rearward, wine-dark red, amber as sunlight to his fretful head. Blue armour of linked steel had Arthur on, beneath a robe of honour made of drawn, ribbed satin, diapered and purfled deep, with lordly gold and purple, whence did sweep 2 acorn-tufted bangles of fine gold, and at his thigh a falchion, battle old, and triple-edged, its rune-stamped scabbard of Cordovan leather, baldriched rich above, with new-cut deerskin that laborious wrought, and curiously with slides of gold was fraught, and buckled with a buckle white that shone, tongued red with gold, and carved of walrus's bone, and sapphire set, a burgonet of gold, whereon a wyvern sprawled, whose jaws unrolled, a tongue of garnet agate, of great prize, its orbs of glaring ruby, great in size, encased his head and visor barred his eyes, and in his hand a wiry lance of ash, latoned with sapphire silver like a flash, a splinter of sunlight in the morning zeal, glittered its point as 'twere a star of steel. A squire attended him, a youth whose head waved many a jaunty curl, whereon a red, cock-feathered cap shone brave, 'neath which as keen as some wild hawk's his green-grey eyes were seen, and party-coloured leather shoes he had upon his feet, his legs were silken-clad, in hose of rarest tautness, and a spear, bannered and bronzen, dappled as a deer, one hand upheld like some bright beam of morn, and round his neck was hung a bugle-horn. So with his following, while, bar on bar, the blue mist lay on woodside and on scar, through mist and dew, through shadow and through ray, joustward Earl de Masse led the forest way. Then to King Arthur, when arrived with these, where bright the lists shone, bannered through the trees, a wimpled damsel with a falchion came, mounted upon a palfrey, all aflame with sweat and heat of hurry, and from her your sister, Morgaine, your Excalibur, with tender greeting, for you well may need its aid in this adventure, so Godspeed, said and departed suddenly, nor knew the king that this was not his weapon true, a brittle forgery, in likeness of that blade of baser metal, in unlove and treason made by her of all his kin, the nearest Morgaine, who, her end to win, stopped at no thing, thinking, with Arthur dead, the crown would grace her own, and Accolon's head. Then, heralded, into the lists he rode. Opposed flashed Accolon, whose strength bestrode, exultant, strong in talisman of that sword, a dun horse lofty as a haughty lord, white pasterned, and of small, impatient hoof, both knight and steed shone armed in mail of proof, of yellow dappled, variegated plate, of Spanish latin, and of sovereign state, his surcoat robe of honour, white and black, of satin, crimson offried, at his back. The wind made billow, and from forth this robe, Excalibur, a throbbing golden globe, of vicious jewels, thrust its splendid hilt, its broad belt tawny, and with gold work gilt. An eyelid clasped, black, of the black sea-horse, tongued red with rosy gold, and pride and force sat on his winged helmet, plumed of rich, bronze-hammered latin, blazing upon which 100 brilliants glittered, thick as on a silver web bright studding dews of dawn, its crest a taloned griffin, high that ramped, in whose horned brow one blood-red gem was stamped. A spear of ash, long shafted, overlaid, with azure silver, whereon colours played, firm in his iron gauntlet lithely swayed. Intense on either side the champions stood, shining as serpents that, with spring renewed, in gleaming scales, met on a wildwood way, their angry tongues flickering at poisonous play. Then clanged a herald's trumpet, and harsh heels, sharp thrust, each courser felt, the rowelled steels, spurred forward, and the couched and fiery spears flashed as two bolts of storm the tempest steers. With adverse thunder, and, in middle course, crashed full the unpierced shields, and horse from horse, lashed, madly pawing, and a hoarse roar rang from the loud lists, till far the echoes sang, of hill and rock-hung forest and wild cliff. Rigid the champions rode where, standing stiff, their esquires tended them the spears they held. Again the trumpet blew, and, firmly selled, forward they galloped, shield to savage shield, and crest to angry crest. The wyvern reeled, towering against the griffin, scorn and scathe upon their fiery fronts, and in the wrath of their gem-blazing eyes, each figure stood, a symbol of the heart beneath the hood. The lance of Accolon, as on a rock, the storm-launched foam breaks baffled with the shock. On Arthur's sounding shield burst splintered force, but him resistless Arthur's, high from horse, uplifted, headlong bore, and crashed him down, a long sword's length unsaddled. Accolon for one stunned moment lay, then rising drew the great sword at his hip that shone like dew, smitten with morn. "Descend," he grimly said, "to proof of better weapons, head to head, enough of spears, to swords." And from his height the king clanged down, and quick, like some swift light, his moon-bright brand unsheathed, and hollowed high, each covering shield gleamed, slantwise, towards the sky. A blazoned eye of bronze, and underneath, as 'neath two clouds, the lightning and the death of the fierce swords played. Now a shield descends, a long blade leaps, and now a fang that rends, another blade, loud as a battle word, beats downward, trenchant, and, resounding heard, a shield's fierce face replies. Again a sword swings for a giant blow, and, bulked again, burns crashing from a sword. Thus o'er the plain, over and over, blade on baleful blade, teeth clenched and eyes behind their visors shade, like wild beasts' eyes in caverns, shield to shield, the champions strove, each scorning still to yield. Then Arthur drew aside to rest upon his falchion for a space, but Accolon, as yet, through virtue of that magic sheath, fresh and almighty, and no nearer death now than when first the fight to death begun, chafed at delay. But Arthur, with the sun, his heavy mail, his wounds and loss of blood, made weary, ceased, and for a moment stood, leaning upon his sword. Then, "Dost thou tire?" sneered Accolon, and then, with fiercer fire, "Defend thee, yield thee, or die recreant!" And at the king aimed a wild blow aslant, that beat a flying fire from the steel. Stunned by that blow, the king, with brain a-reel, sank on one knee, then rose, infuriate, nerved with new vigour, and with heat and hate, gnawed all his strength into one blow of might, and in both fists his huge blade knotted tight, and swung, terrific, for a final stroke, and as the lightning flames upon an oak, boomed on the burgonet his foeman wore, hacked through and through its crest and cleanly shore, with hollow clamour from his head and ears, the brag and boasting of that griffin fierce. Then, in an instant, as if made of glass, that brittle blade burst, shattered, and the grass shone, strewn with shards, as 'twere a broken ray. It fell, and bright in feverish fragments lay. Then groaned the king, disarmed, and straight he knew this sword was not Excalibur, too true, and perfect tempered, runed and mystical, that weapon of old wars. And then withal, looking upon his foe, who still with stress fought on, untiring, and with no distress of wounds or heat, he thought, I am betrayed. Then as the sunlight struck along that blade, he knew it by the hilt for his own brand, the true Excalibur, that high in hand now rose avenging. For Sir Accolon in madness urged the unequal battle on, his king defenceless, who the hilted cross of that false weapon grasped beneath the boss of his deep-dented shield crouched, and around, like some great beetle, laboured o'er the ground, whereon the shards of shattered spears and bits of shivered steel and gold made sombre fits of flame, mid which, hard-pressed and cowering beneath his shield's defence, the dauntless king crawled, still defiant, and devising still how to secure his sword, and by what skill. Him thus it fortuned when most desperate, in that close chase they came where, shattered late, lay, tossed the truncheon of a bursten lance, which, deftly seized, to Accolon's advance, he wielded with effect, against the fist, smote where the gauntlet clasped the nervous wrist, that heaved Excalibur for one last blow. Sudden the palsied sinews of his foe relaxed in effort, and the great sword seized, was wrenched away, and straight the wroth king eased himself of his huge shield, and hurled it far, and clasping in both arms of wiry war his foe, Sir Accolon, as one hath seen a strong wind take an ash tree, rocking green, and swing its sappy bulk, then, trunk and boughs, crash down its thundering height in wild carouse, and wrath of tempest, so King Arthur shook, and headlong flung Sir Accolon, then took, tearing away, that scabbard from his side, and hurled it through the lists, that far and wide gulped in the battle breathless. Then still wroth, he seized Excalibur, and grasped of both, wild hands, swung trenchant, and brought glittering down on rising Accolon. Steel, bone, and brawn, that blow hewed through, unsettled every sense. Bathed in a world of blood, his limbs lay tense a moment, then grew limp, relaxed in death. And bending o'er him from the brow beneath, the king unlaced the helm. When dark, uncasqued, the knight's slow eyelids opened, Arthur asked, Say, ere thou diest, whence and who thou art, what king, what court is thine, and from what part of Britain dost thou come? Speak! For, methinks, I have beheld thee. Where? Some memory links me strangely with thy face, thy eyes. Thou art... Who art thou? Speak! He answered, slow, then short, with laboured breathing, I, one Accolon, of Gaul, a knight of Arthur's court, anon. But to what end? Yea, tell me, am I slain? Then bent King Arthur nearer, and again drew back, then, anguish in his utterance, sighed. One of my table? Then asked softly, Say, whence hadst thou this, my sword? Say, in what way thou camest by it? But, wandering, that night, heard with dull ears, divining but by sight, the question asked and answered, Woe, the sword! Woe worth the sword! Lean down, canst hear my word? From Morgane, Arthur's sister, who had made me king of all this kingdom, so she said, Hadst thou not risen, accursed like a fate, to make our schemes miscarry? Wait, nay, wait! A king, dost hear? A gold and blood-crowned king, I, Arthur's sister queen, No bird can wing higher than her ambition, that resolved her brother's death was needed, and evolved plots that should ripen with the ripening year, and here be reaped, perhaps. Nay, nay, not here. Farewell, my Morgaine. Yea, 'twas she who schemed, while there at chariot we loved and dreamed, gone some 6 months. There nothing gave us care. Each morning was a liberal almoner, prodigal of silver to the earth and air. Each eve a fiery dragon cloud enrolled, convulsive, dying overwhelmed with gold. On such an eve it was that, redolent, she sat by me and said, "My message sent, some night, within the forest, thou my knight, thou and the king, my men, the forest fight, murder perhaps, but well, who is to blame?" So with her blood-red thoughts to me she came, to me, that woman brighter than a flame, and wooed my soul to hell with love accursed, with harlot lips from which my being first drank hell and heaven. She who was in sooth my heaven and hell, but now, behind her youth, she shrivels to a hag. I see the truth. Harlot! Nay, spouse of Uriens, king of gore, wanton! Nay, witch, sweet witch, what wouldst thou more? Hast thou not had thy dream, and wilt thou grieve that death so ruins it? Thou dost perceive how I still love thee. Witness bear this field and he to whom I would not yield. Would thou wert here to kiss me ere I die. Would thou wert here to kiss me ere I die. Then anger in the good king's gloomy eye glowed, instant embered, as one oft may see a star blaze up in heaven, then cease to be. Slow from his visage he his visor raised, and on the dying knight a moment gazed, then grimly said, "Look on me, Accolon, I am thy king." He, with an awful groan, blade battered as he was, beheld and knew, strained to his tottering knees, and gasping drew up his full-armoured height and hoarsely cried, "The king!" and at his mailed feet crashed and died. Then came a world of anxious faces pressed about King Arthur, who, though sore distressed, bespake that multitude. While breath and power remain, judge we these brothers, this hard hour, hath given to Damas all this rich estate. So it is his, allotted his by fate, and force of arms. So let it be to him. For stood our oath on knighthood not so slim, but that it hath this strong conclusion, this much by us as errant knight is done. Now, our decree, as King of Britain, hear. We do command Earl Damas to appear, no more upon our shores, or any isles of farthest Britain in its many miles. 1 week be his, no more, then we will come, even with an iron host, to seal his doom. If he be not departed overseas, with all his men and all his outlawries, from his own towers, around which seabirds clang, alive and naked shall he starve and hang, and rot, vile food for kites and carrion crows. Thus much for him. But all our favour goes toward Sir Onslake, whom it likes the king to take into his knightly following. Of the Round Table, bear to him our word. But I am overweary. Take my sword. Unharness me, for more and more I tire, and all my wounds are so much aching fire. Yea, help me hence. Tomorrow I would fain to Glastonbury, and with me the slain. So bore they then the wounded king away, the dead behind, as closed the autumn day. But when within that abbey he waxed strong, the king remembering the marauder wrong, which Damas had inflicted on that land, commanded Lionel with a staunch band to stamp this weed out if still rooted there. He, riding thither to that robber lair, led Arthur's hopefullest helms, when thorn on thorn reddened 100 spears one winter morn, and found a ruin of fire-blackened rock, of tottering towers that shook to every shock of the wild waves, and loomed above the bents, turrets and cloudy clustered battlements. Wailing with wind that swept those clamorous lands, above the foam that climbed with hailing hands, desolate and gaunt, reflected in the flats, hollow and huge, the haunt of owls and bats. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Part 4 of Accolon of Gaul, read for LibriVox.org by Honeybee's Meadow. Hate, born of wrath, and mother red of crime, in hell was whelped, ere the hot hands of time, artificer of God, had coined our world, within the formless void, and round it furled its lordly raiment of the day and night, and germed its womb with beauty and delight. And hell sent hate to earth, that it might use, and serve hell's ends, filling with flame its crews. For her half-brother Morgaine had conceived unnatural hatred, so much so she grieved, envious and jealous for the high renown and might the king had gathered round his crown, through truth and honour. And who was, it said, those nearest to the crown, or those to dread? Warm in your breast a serpent, it will sting, the breast that warms it, and albeit the king knew of his sister's hate, he passed it by, thinking that love and kindness gradually would win her heart to him. He little knew the witch he dealt with, beautiful to view, and all the poison she could stoop to brew. She who, well knowing how much mightier the king than Accolon, rejoiced that her wits had secured from him Excalibur, without which she was certain, in the joust, the king were as a foe unarmed. Her trust, smiled, confident of conclusion, eloquent within her, whispered of success that lent her heart a lofty hope, and at large eyes piled up imperial dreams of power and prize. And in her carven chamber, oaken dark, traceried and arrest, when the barren park dripped, drenched with autumn, for November lay, swathed frostily in fog on every spray. She at her tri-arched casement sate one night, ere yet came courier from that test of might. Her lord in slumber, and the castle full of drowsy silence and the rain's dull lull. The king removed, my soul, he is removed, ere now dog-dead he lies. His sword hath proved too much for him, yet let him lie in state. The great king, Arthur, but regenerate. Now crown our other monarch, Accolon, and with him Love, the ermined, balmy son of gods, not men, and nobler hence to rule. Love, love almighty, beautiful to school the hearts and souls of mortals. Then this realm's iron-husked flower of war that overwhelms the world with havoc will explode and bloom, the amaranth, peace with love for its perfume. And then O Lancelot's and Tristram's vowed to Guinevere's and Isoude's, now allowed no pleasure but what hour by stolen hour in secret places brings to flaming flower. You shall have feasts of passion evermore. And outthrust love, now shivering at the door, no more shalt stand neglected and cast off, insulted and derided, and the scoff of war, the bully whose hands of insult fling off, for the iron of arms, thy hands that cling about his brutal feet, that crush thy face, bleeding into the dust. Here, in war's place, we will erect a shrine of sacrifice, love's sacrifice, a shrine of purest price, where each shall lay his heart and each his soul, for love, for earthly love, who shall control the world and make it as the heaven whole, being to it its stars and moon and sun, its firmament and all its lights in one. And if by such love heaven should be debarred, its God, its spheres, with spiritual love instarred, hell will be heaven, our heaven, while love shall thus remain earth love that God encouraged in us. And now for Uriens, my gaunt old lord, there lies my worry. Yet hath he no sword, no dangerous dagger I hid softly here, sharp as an adder's fang, or for his ear. No instant poison to insinuate, ice in his pulses and with death abate. So did she then determine on that night of lonely autumn, when no haggard, white, wan, watery moon dreamed on the streaming pane, but on the leads beat the incessant rain, and the lamenting wind wailed wild among the trees and turrets like a phantom throng. So grew her face severe as skies that take suggestions of far storm, whose thunders shake the distant hills with wrath and cleave with fire a pine the moaning forest mourns as sire. So touched her countenance that dark intent, and in still eyes her thoughts were evident, as in dark waters, luminous and deep, the heavens glass themselves when o'er them sweep the clouds of storm, and austere stars they keep, ghostly and grey, locked in their steadfast gloom. Then, as if some great wind had swept the room, silent, intense, she rose up from her seat, as if dim arms had made her a retreat, secret as thought to move in, like a ghost, noiseless as sleep and subtle as the frost, poised like a light and borne as carefully. She trod the gusty hall, where shadowy the hangings rolled a dim Pendragon war. And there the mail of Uriens shone, a star, glimmering above, a dying cresset dropped from the stone vault and flared, and here she stopped, and took the sword, fresh burnished by his page, long as a flame of pale, arrested rage. For she had thought that, when they found him dead, his sword laid by him on the bloody bed would be convictive that his own hand had done him this violence when fever mad. The sword she took, and to the chamber where King Urien slept she glided like an air, smooth in seductive sendal, or a fit of fairy song, a wicked charm in it that slays, an incantation full of guile. She paused upon his threshold for a while, listened, and, sure he slept, stole in and stood, crouched o'er his couch, about her heart the blood caught, strangling, then rose throbbing, thud on thud, up to her wide-stretched eyes, and up, as wine might, whirling wildly in a cup. Then came rare recollection, with a mouth sweet as the honeyed sunbeams of the south, trickling through perplexed ripples of the leaves, to whose faint form a veil of starshine cleaves, intricate gauze from memoried eyes to feet, feet softer than the sifted snows and fleet, to come and go and airy anxiously. She, trembling to her, like a flower a bee nests in, and makes an audible mouth of musk, lisping a downy message to the dusk, laid lips to ears, and languaged memories of, now hateful Uriens. How her maiden love had left Caerleon secretly for Gore, with him one day of autumn. How a boar, wild as the wildness of the solitude, raged at her from a cavern of the wood, that, crimson-creepered, yawned the bristling curse, murderous upon her, as her steed grew worse, and, terrified, fled snorting down the dell. How she had flung herself from out the cell, in fear, upon a bank of springy moss, where she lay swooning, in an utter loss of mind and limbs, wherein she seemed to see, or saw in horror, half unconsciously, as one who pants beneath an incubus, and strives to shriek or move, delirious. The monster thing thrust towards her, tusked and fanged, and hideous snouted, how the whole wood clanged, and buzzed and boomed, 100 sounds and lights, lawless about her brain, like leaves wild nights of hurricane harvest, shouting. Then, it seemed, a fury thundered twixt them, and she screamed, as round her flew the uprooted loam that held leaves, twigs, and matted moss, and, clanging, swelled, continual echoes with the thud of strife, and groan of man and brute that warred for life. How all the air, gone mad with foam and forms, spun froth and, twixt her, wrestled hair and arms, and hoofs and feet that crushed the leaves and shred, whirling them wildly, brown and yellow and red. And how she rose and leaned her throbbing head, with all its uncoiffed braids of raven hair, dishevelled on one arm, as white and fair and smooth as milk, and saw, as through a haze, the brute thing throttled and the frowning face of Uriens bent above it, browed with might, one red swollen arm that pinned the hairy fright, strong as a god's, iron at the gullet's brawn, dug in its midriff, the close knees updrawn, wedged, as with steel, the glutton sides that strove, a shaggy bulk, with hooves that drove and drove. And then she saw how Uriens swiftly slipped one arm, the monster's tearing tusks had ripped, and ribboned redly, to the dagger's hilt, which at his hip hung long, its haft gold gilt. Flame-like it flashed, and then, as bright as ice, plunged and replunged, again, now twice, now thrice. And the huge boar, stretched out in sullen death, lay, bubbling blood, with harsh, laborious breath. Then how he brought her water from a well, that rustled freshly near them as it fell, from its full-mantled urn, in his deep cask, and begged her drink, then bathed her brow, a task that had accompanying tears of joy and vows of love, and intercourse of eyes and brows, and many kisses. Then, beneath the boughs, his wound dressed, and her steed still violent from fear, she mounted and behind him bent, and clasped him on the same steed, and they went on through the gold wood towards the golden west, till, on one low hill's forest-covered crest, grey from the gold, his castle's battlements pressed. And then she felt she'd loved him, till had come fame of the love of Iseud, whom, from home, Tristram had brought across the Irish foam, and Guinevere's for Launcelot of the Lake. Then how her thought from these did seem to take reflex of longing, and within her wake desire for some great lover who should slake, and such found Accolon. And then she thought how far she'd fallen, and how darkly fraught with consequence was this. Then what distress were hers and his, her lovers, and success, how doubly difficult if, Arthur slain, King Uriens lived to assert his right to reign. So she stood pondering with the sword, her lips breathless, and tight as were her finger-tips about the weapon's hilt, and so she sighed. Nay, nay, too long hast lived, who shouldst have died, even in the womb, my sorrow, who for years hast leashed my life to thine, a bond of tears, a weight of care, and not that thus I part, thus harshly sever, ugly that thou art, into the elements, naked. O'er his heart the long blade paused, and then descended hard. Unfleshed, she flung it by her murdered lord, and watched the blood spread darkly through the sheet, and drip, a horror, at impassive feet, pooling the polished oak. Regretless she stood, and, relentless in her ecstasy, a lovely devil, demon-crowned that cried for Accolon, with passion that defied control in all her senses, clamorous as a torrent in a cavernous mountain pass, that sweeps to wreck and ruin, at that hour, so swept her longing towards her paramour. Him whom King Arthur had commanded when, born from the lists, she should receive again, her lover, her dear Accolon, as was just, as was but due her for her love and lust. And while she stood revolving if her deeds secret were safe, behold, a noise of steeds, arms, jingling stirrups, voices loud that cursed, fierce in the northern court. To her a thirst, for him her lover, war and power it spoke, him victor and so king, and then awoke desire to see and greet him, and she fled, like some wild spectre, down the stairs, and red burst on a glare of lynx and glittering mail, that shrunk her eyes and made her senses quail. To her a bulk of iron, bearded fierce, down from a steaming steed into her ears. This from the king, O queen, laughed harsh and hoarse. 2 henchmen beckoned, who pitched sheer with force, loud clanging at her feet, hacked, hewn and red, crusted with blood, a knight in armour, dead. Her Accolon, flung in his battered arms, by what to her seemed fiends and demon forms, wild torched, who mocked, then with the parting scoff, this from the king, phantoms in fog rode off. And what remains, from Camelot to Gore? That night she, wailing, fled, thence to the shore, as old romances tell, of Avalon, where she hath majesty gold-crowned and won. Clothed dark in cypress, still her lovely face is young and queenly, sweeter though in grace, and softer for the sorrow there, the trace of immemorial tears as for some crime, attempted or committed at some time, some old, unhappy time of long ago, that haunts her eyes and fills them with its woe. Sad eyes, dark, future-fixed, expectant of that far-off hour awaited of her love, when the forgiving Arthur cometh and shall rule, dim king, o'er all that golden land, that isle of Avalon, where none grows old, where spring is ever and never a wind blows cold, that lifts its mountains from forgotten seas of surgeless turquoise deep with mysteries. And so was seen Morgana nevermore, save once, when from the Cornwall coast she bore the wounded Arthur from that last fought fight of Camlan in a black barge into night. But some may see her, with a palfreyed band of surge-stoled maidens, through the drowsy land of autumn glimmer, when are sadly strewn the red leaves, and, broad in the east, the moon hangs, full of frost, a lustrous globe of gleams, faint on the mooning hills as shapes in dreams. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Peridor, the Son of Evrawc, by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra. Beyond the walls, past wood and twilight field, the Usk slipped onward under wharf and wall of old Caerleon. Rolling down it seemed, incarnadined with splendour of the west, the heathen blood of all of Arthur's wars. So she had left him, and he stood alone within the carven casement, where a ray of sunset laid a bleeding spear athwart the dark oak hall, and on the arras gaunt a crimson blade of battle red that dripped. And now life's bitterness took Peridor by all his heartstrings smiting. He would go, equipped for quest, through all the savagery of mountain and of forest. And this girl? Forget her, and her game of shuttlecock, of battledore and shuttlecock with his heart. This Angharad, this child the court had spoiled. Now he remembered how he once had ridden, spurring his piebald stallion down the square upon the king's quest, and a girl had laughed from some bedragoned balcony of walls that faced the gateway, and in passing he had glimpsed her beauty. It was she. And then he thought how she had haunted him for days, for weeks, and how, returning to Caerleon, his long quest ended, how it thus befell. Deep snow had fallen, and the winter wood lay carpeted with silence, and he rode into a vista where a raven lay slain of a hawk, some blood drops dyed the snow. He lost himself in quaint comparisons of how the sifted drift was as her skin, the raven's feathers as her heavy hair, and in her cheeks the health of maidenhood red as the blood drops. So he sat and dreamed, when one rode up in angry steel and spoke thrice to no answer, and in anger dashed a gauntlet in his face and made at him. And how he slew him and rode over him, fiercer than fire, then how he returned to find her fairer than their Gwendolen, who ere the coming of this loveliness divided all men's hearts with Gwenhwyvar, crowned beauty of the beautiful at court, with Gwenhwyvar, and fair among the fair. Thus, while he mused, he thought he heard her voice, or was it fancy, teasing him with sounds of music and of words, or did he hear her lute below the creepered walls, whose leaves crimson with autumn reddened all the court, burning continual sunset, where she sat beside the ceaseless whisper of the foam of one faint fountain. Sweeter mockery had never held him, and he heard her sing. Ask me not now to sing to thee songs I have loved to sing before. I love thee not, it cannot be. The dream is done, the song is o'er. Come, hold my hands, look deep into the heartbreak of my eyes that bore glad welcome erst and now. Adieu, 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 for evermore. Once more shalt kiss my mouth and brow, once more my hair, as oft of yore when it was love, and I and thou, then nevermore, ah, nevermore. Thou must not weep, I cannot weep, I love thee not, should I regret? Nay, go, forget my face and sleep, sleep and forget, sleep and forget. Ay, that I will, thy face, thy form, thy voice, O bird of spring, whose beak is in my heart. Take out thy beak and sing me back my soul. O bird of spring, he said, when flowers are dead thy wing will winter underneath the pine, and hunger for the summer that is gone will slay thy music with the memory. God give thou find no winter in thy heart, whenas dost find the frost invades thy voice. Ah, lovelier than thy song, there's that in me that harps and sings of thee, that troubadours thy beauty, ballads, sonnets it, and makes a lyric of each heartbeat, all in vain. Thou dost not heed, thou wilt not hear it sing, or if thou dost, 'tis but in wantonness, indifference, pretending interest, then praise, a moiety and mockery, and this to one who'd love thee over all belief, above all women and beyond all men. She strummed her lute. He listened and then laughed. God's life! Our dragonet might teach me sense, the folly that I am. What, have I slept a sennight in the taking of the moon, or danced sleep-footed with the forest fays? One would imagine. No. O silken lust, O wantonness, whose soft voluptuous skirts trail sweet contamination through these halls. O lawless love, whose evil influence haunts and parades Caerleon corridors. O vanity and falsehood throned within the faithless court. Here's another soul, fresh, fragrant like a wild flower of the woods, ready and willing to be plucked and worn and placed among those soiled and hothouse flowers you long have worn, Iseult and Gwenhwyvar. The forest flower, innocent as yet, the fairest, hence the more to be desired, the quickest too to wither, whose sweet name is Angharad. Ho, page, my horse, my mail. God's wounds, my horse, my arms, I will away. And many nights he passed, nor saw who asked what quest he rode. Inscrutable deeds behind his visor, and along his sullen spear, adventure bitter as a burning ray, into the night he galloped with the stars. And one lone night, 2 years thereafter, lost within a forest wilder than wild Dean, where neither wind nor water shook the leaves that hung as turned to stone above the moss and grass that wrapped the scaly rocks, death-dry and barren torrents, where he had not found or man or hut or slot of boar or deer. Through miles and miles of lamentable trees and twisted thorns beneath the autumn moon, pale as a nun's face seen in cloistered walks, above dead tree-tops, like the rugged rock of melancholy cliffs, he saw wild walls of some vague castle thrust, grey battlements and hoary towers like a wizard's dream. Great greedy weeds and burrs and briars packed its moat and roadway. At the very gate, weeds higher than a man, their ancient stalks devoured with the dust and spider-webs, or smothered with the slime where croaked the toad. And Peredur against the portal rode, and with his spear-point beat upon its bolts a sounding minute. But no wolf-hound bayed, only dull echoes of interior walls and hollow rock that arched the empty halls. And once again his truncheon shook the gate and roused a round-eyed owl that screamed and blinked like some fierce gargoyle on the bartizan, and from a crevice, like an omen, hurled a frantic bat. And then he heard a grate, concealed within the gloomy battlements, slide slowly, and a lean, gaunt, red-haired youth, lit with a link, addressed him. And he saw that famine had sunk hollows in his cheeks and fixed gaunt misery in mouth and eyes. "What knight art thou?" he asked, "and whence dost come?" And Peredur replied, "First let me in. I am of King Arthur's court. Long have I ridden through miles and miles of melancholy woods. The night begins to storm, and I would rest." Then said the youth, sad mirth about his mouth, "Rest shalt thou, yea, and since thou haply hast fasted all day, thou shalt break bread with us." Then he retired from the grated slide, undid harsh chains and shot back stubborn bolts, and stiff with rust the snarling hinges swung. And Peredur rode armed into a court, neglected and pathetic, with strewn leaves and offal, where the weed and wiregrass creviced with wisps the loose and broken stones. And overhead, around the mournful walls, huge oaks thrust ancient boughs of mistletoe and withered leaves, whose twisted wildness seemed the beckoning arms of hunger, and the hands, hooked and distorted, darkly threatening, of murder, enemies that pitiless had laid long siege to that old forest hold. And he dismounted, and in clanking mail strode down the hall, and in the hall beheld youths, lean and auburn-haired, round the hearth, some 18 of an equal height, and clad alike in dingy garments that looked worn and old. And these were like to him who first had bid him welcome, and they greeted him and took his arms and bade him to a seat. And then an inner door flung wide, and lo, 5 maidens like 5 forest flowers came, dark-eyed, dark-haired. Behold, the queen of these was Angharad, clad in ragged robe of faded satin that once had been rich. She looked at Peredur, and he at her, and with glad eyes once more his soul beheld the hair far blacker than the bird that wings athwart the milk-white moon, the matchless skin, inviolably white as windflowers blown among the mighty gospels of the trees, and in her cheeks the rose of maidenhood, red as round berries winter bushes dot the dimpled drift with under loaded boughs. She knew him not, or seemed to, or forgot to speak his name when as she looked at him and, blushing, welcomed. And they sat and talked until the night waxed late. And as they talked he marked that hunger had made hollow haunts of all their eyes, and so he longed to ask, but courtesy forbade him. Late it grew, and late and later, and at last there came a knocking, and as shadowy as 2 ghosts 2 nuns came gliding, sandalled silence in frail footsteps and pale caution on pale lips. One brought a jar of wine, and one brought bread, 6 loaves of wheaten flour. And these said, God bear us witness, lady, this is all. Now is our convent barren as thy board. And so departed, and they sat and ate. The wind upon the forest and the rain upon the turrets. Had he heard a sigh, or was it but the echo of his own, born of great weariness that broke his rest? A dream, a dream. The autumn storm is on, and sows the wood with witchcraft, and the leaves are chased by imps of darkness through the hail and hurling rain. The wind is wild with leaves. Again he slept. The rain among the trees, the wind upon the turrets. Had he moaned, now that he lay awake and heard the wind hoot on the towers like a green-eyed owl? The rain and wind, the night is black with rain. Within the forest like a voice, the wind, and on the turrets like swift feet, the rain. Now was he sure 'twas weeping, and arose and found her at his door, and took her hand, that like a soft persuasion lay in his. He felt long sobbings shake it, and he said,
Tell me, my sister, wherefore dost thou weep? And Angharad, yea, I will tell it thee. My name is Angharad. My father held an earldom under Arthur, yea, the first in all his kingdom, and this castle, too, was his, with cantrevs to the west and east. When I was but a girl, Earl Adanc met and loved me. Once, when hunting, he came here and sought my father and demanded me. He said he loved me and would have but me to grace his bed and board, this earl. But I did not love him, being but a child, my father's only child. I could not love, and so my father said this should not be. The earl was wroth. I heard his furious stride beneath my casement. Double demons pinched his evil eyes, and 20 gnarled his face. He cursed us ere he rode beyond our walls. Then to Caerleon was I sent, and there became a woman of young Guinevere, until my father's death 2 years agone, when I returned, a countess, to find war and Adanc here around beleaguered walls. So hath he stripped me of my appanage, save this one keep, whose strength hath held out long, manned by my foster brothers, brave and young, strong to endure, but lacking still in arms, no match for knights like Adanc. Thou hast met the 18 youths whose valour will not yield. But what avail their valour and their will against hard hunger, now our larder lacks, and lacks the convent too, whereon we leaned? At Adanc comes tomorrow morn, the truce for our 1 day's deliberation done. If he prevail, the thought is like hot hands here on my brain. His oath is that the night shall see me given over to his grooms. She wept with tremblings. Then said Peredur, Go, dry thy tears, my sister, and this earl, if he be early, call me not too late. Fear not, I will not go until my sword hath crossed the sword of so much wickedness, and proved this base ambition. Go and sleep. A morning, grey with mist that gathered drops of drizzle on the ever-dripping leaves, and then the mist divided, ghostly mail, spears, and limp pennants, and the shadowy steeds of shadowy knights and chieftains. And it seemed a host of phantoms came to lay dim siege to phantom walls, whose warriors were ghosts. Afar a bugle flourished in the fog, disconsolate, no echo of the wood to bear its music burden. To the moat advanced a herald, and within the wall the grate was opened, and the gaunt-eyed youth held parley with them. How the earl would make end of the long dispute to-day, and leave, 'twixt 3 a single combat to decide. So Peredur bade arm him, and prepare his horse for battle, and bade give the earl his answer for the castle, that one knight would try the hauberks of the banded 3. And he rode forth, and one rode up and scoffed, a knight in russet armour with loud words. Small means to large results, forsooth, thou boast. A vicious palate hath thy appetite, that feasted long with hunger, and must now conclude the banquet with 3 deaths. Sir Death, here is thy death, and hacked at Peredur a heavy stroke that gashed his chain camail. But, rising in stiff stirrups, ere he passed, 2-handed swung the sword of Peredur, and helm and head of him who fell were twain, halved like an apple, and the walls were glad. Then came another, clad in silver mail, as he were Galahad, and in the mist glimmered like moonlight, and with levelled spear demanded, Whence, and what art thou? This stroke was never fathered by long fasting. Then quoth Peredur, I am of Arthur's court. Then sneered the other with a mocking laugh. A goodly service truly that of his, since all his knights whom I have met have died. Quoth Peredur, Thy falsehood choke thee dead, within thy throat thus do I nail thy lie. And at his gorget hurled his ponderous spear, ere that one met him, spurring at full speed, disdainful. And the desperate stroke of him who had wrought havoc with the Table Round glanced shattering from the sloping shield, while he, bent backwards o'er his saddle, rolled, his tongue cleft at the root, and all the walls were glad. Now came a third, a black knight, and a black enormous steed. No words he wasted, but the fierce spears splintered from the baldric's burned swift blades, and battle held his breath a while to see the great shields rock beneath the great blows. Oppose, deploy, as hilt to hilt they hewed at helm and gorget, while the conflict dripped between the splintered greaves from many wounds. Then Peredur, his whole strength wrenching at unyielding shelter of his foeman's shield, beat down his guard and smote. And Adanc lay beneath the Son of Evrawc, whose swift hands raised off his casque and laid a blind blade bare across hot eyes, and set a heel of steel upon his throat, and said, "Thou coward, curse! What woman wilt thou war with now? 'Tis well thy features are thus evil, and might breed nightmares among the kestrels, kites, and crows. Else hadst thou been ere this, so says my sword, a head the shorter, and that head hung high upon the highest battlement. What now? What wilt thou do for thy vile life? What now? Speak, or I smite. O thou base villainy, out on thy ugly mouth. Speak." Cursing, he, a stricken bulk, growled, "Let me live, and I upon my knighthood swear that I will make unto this woman Angharad returns for all her losses. Let me live." And so the sword slid from his eyes and from his neck the heel, and he rose to make in full due restitution of her lands to her he had so robbed and harassed, and in time this was fulfilled. But Peredur remained, for to be near her and to do for her was all his happiness, until the land acknowledged her with all obedience, her rights established. What more now remained to lend excuse unto his long delay? And so he went to her and led her from amid her maidens, and bespoke her how he would ride hence, and would but say farewell. Awhile she gazed at him, and when she spoke the springs of tears seemed starting in her throat, crystal and quivering. But with steady gaze, "Dost thou, my knight, desire then to go? Methought that thou wouldst tarry yet a little while. Well hast thou fought for me." A moment was he silent, turning then, ground iron strides along the lofty hall, and so returned with iron strides, and said, "Ay, by my God, who knows I have not fought for thee, but still against thee. 'Tis my curse to love thee all these years. I came not here to woo, thou wouldst but laugh. Haply thou hast forgotten me, thou hast. Yea, hast forgotten, aye, long, long ago, that Son of Evrawc, Evrawc of the North, who wooed thee once. Hast memory of him yet? Look in his eyes once more and say farewell." My soul, she said, "O my true soul, this shall not be, my soul." He heard her low voice pleading softly, and deep in his heart new life leapt up and sang in every pulse. She loves me, yea, she loves me. And it seemed he heard her as men hear the voice of hope upon despair's black brink, and see one star bloom like a lily with a heart of fire throbbing within it, slowly out of night. Each syllable the petal of a flower, a rose of music, welcome as the star. The first the eve gives silvery utterance to, or as the firstling bud, the wildwood rose, dropped from the rosy lips of laughing spring. I have remembered. Think'st thou I have not, O Son of Evrawc, thou who couldst not see, 'neath bells of folly and a merry mask, a girl's dear secret through her tinsel acts? Or was thy love but fancy? Ah, too soon I heard the vapid ending of a tale coquetry had begun for other end. But if thou wilt, we can resume the tale, the beautiful story of true love. Tell on, my heart, or have we reached the end? And is it wedlock? Both were wrong. The one, because his love was blind, impetuous, nor saw the love that would have proved 'twas love, not lust, before surrender. The other, that she sought for wisdom in the frivolous, and so made falsehood of her dearest truth, deceived more than deceiving. Wilt thou go? He had no rhetoric to make reply, only his arms about her and his eyes upon her eyes and kisses on her mouth. Long time they stood. Outside the sunset flung barbaric glory on the autumn wood, and lifting up her face he said to her, "Hast thou thy lute still? Then come sing to me that song again that pleased me once so ill, 2 years ago at parting. If it please no better now, straightway I will depart, and thou with me. Yea, on one steed, if needs, we will ride forth together to the Queen, to old Caerleon, and King Arthur's court, and Guinevere shall kiss thee and confess thou art her loveliest flower, my own wild rose, and give thee to me who will wear thee here. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Isolde by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Nancy Beard. But when the queen, La Belle Isolde, heard these tidings, she made such sorrow that she was full nigh out of her mind, and so upon a day she thought to slay herself, and never for to live after Sir Tristram's death. La Mort d'Arthur. 1. The wild dawn flares o'er wood and vale, o'er all the world she used to love. Lo, on her couch it finds her pale, the dawn that breaks with flame above. Her lute, that once was all her care, to which her love had often sung, upon a damask-covered chair, now lies neglected and unstrung. Back from her face her hair she throws, her heavy hair that falls and slips, then rising to the casement goes, with languid eyes and pallid lips. 2. With feverish face from morn till noon, and noon till middle night she stoops, from her high lattice late and soon, in search for him among the troops, that come and go or loiter by. For there had come a dame in garb of pearls and samite green of dye, a stately woman on a barb, from Camelot, who, looking round, had sneered, mid herdsmen and such craft, this Tristram lives like any hound. Then as she shook her curls and laughed, and flashed on Isolde looks of scorn, trailing her glimmering jewels past, I met a madman yestermorn, within the forest, wild, aghast. He stood, all naked in the rain. 'Twas Tristram, he of Lyonesse, a good knight once, but now, again. She laughed, then sneered, and one might guess the thing she hinted in disdain. 3. So Isolde watched now. Long she leant from her high tower that hapless dawn. Above her bloomed the firmament, below the world was dewy wan. She saw a long lake where the stags came down to drink, and woods of pines, beyond which mountains loomed whose crags, gaunt guardians of Mark's boundary lines, grey watchtowers hawk-like overhung, and mid the pines wild ivy clung. She saw a castle lift its old green walls of ruin, now a cave for bandits and a robber hold, of lust beside a torrent's wave. Then o'er a bridge whose granite arched the torrent's foam she saw a knight, behind whom spear-armed followers marched, like Galahad in glittering white, ride from the forest-covered height. 4. High on a barb whose trappings shone, inlaid with laton gold of hue, star-bright amid the dawn and dew, proud on his lordly stepping roan, he rode and seemed of chivalry, the star until he stood alone before the court and spoke his lie, and said, for him too heart and tongue Mark's gold had bought. I saw him die. Alas, for one so brave and young, but better so than still to be a madman and a mockery. Then smiled around the questioning court, as one who brought no ill report. And she believed, and front to front with all her misery that eve, which, sombre-visaged, o'er the mount above day's burning bier did grieve, and bow her melancholy star. With tearful eyes she watched the light streak all the heaven with blood afar, and lingered far into the night, lamenting at her casement bar. 5. Oh, I'm like one who o'er her light, her lamp of love bends down when low. All on a sudden, out of night, dashing it down, there comes a blow that leaves all darkness, and she hears a demon whispering in the gloom that shuts her in with all her fears. So thought she, lonely in her room. Then took her lute and touched such airs as Tristram loved, sad songs of Breon. She once had heard, all unawares, Sir Launcelot sing in old Carleon. To Guinevere upon the stairs, the terrace stairs, beside the Usk, deep in the nightingale-haunted dusk. Then ceased and wept until the stars, seen through her tears, made heaven all tears, on fire with tears that left their scars upon its face, and all the years of grief and love seemed in their spheres. And reaching out her arms, she cried, O God, that I had died! O Tristram, Tristram, art thou near? O love, be near me in this hour of anguish and of fear, which, like yon fountain's ceaseless foam, unseen beneath this starlit tower, deep in the shadow of its dome, throbs on and on within my life, the utter darkness of its woe. O hour of grief! O hour of strife! Why must my young heart suffer so? Why must my sick soul sigh, and God not hear, nor let me die? 6. When rose the moon, and far away a nightingale beneath the tower, heard through the fountain's falling spray, made lonelier yet that lonely hour, and twixt the nodding grove and lake, a glimmering fawn stalked through the night, and snuffed the wind, then bent to slake its thirst. She veiled her face, as white as death's, and said, The way is clear, there is no use in waiting here. Come, let me cure this heart that bursts. This pain is more than I can bear. Come, let me still this soul that thirsts. Upon the lake, as thick as stars, in heaven the lilies lie asleep. There lies a way beyond these bars, these walls of flesh that hold and keep. The nightingale shall find its mate, the fawn its fellow, and must I, the spouse of grief, the wife of hate, live on alone until I die? How long, O God, to wait? Far through the darkness went her cry. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Dream of Sir Galahad by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Nancy Beard. With the knights Parador and Gawain he sits, in a chapel in Lyonesse, speaking while the dawn slowly reddens on the sea, grey seen through the open door. 1. Cast on sleep there came to me 3 great angels o'er the sea, moaning near the priory, cloudy clad in awful white, each one's face a lucid light, rayed and blossomed out of night. 2. In my sleep I saw them rest, each a long hand on her breast, like the new moon in the west, and their hair like sunset rolled down their shoulders, burning cold, an insufferable gold. 3. Flaming round each high brow bent, 4-fold starry gold that sent light before them as they went. 'Neath their burning crowns their eyes shone like awful stars, the skies rock in shattered storm that flies. 4. Dark their eyes were lurid dark, and within their eyes a spark, like the opals burned, my sark seemed to shrivel 'neath their gaze, as with marvel and amaze all my soul it seemed to raise. 5. And I saw their mouths were fire, ruby red, as the desire of the Cinque Graal, fair and dire, were their lips, whereon the kiss of all heaven lay, the bliss of all happiness that is. 6. Calm as beauty, lying dead, tapers lit at feet and head, were they round whom prayers seemed said, fragrant as that woman who, born of blossoms and of dew, and of magic wedded lieu. 7. And the first one said to me, Thou hast slept thus holily, while 7 sands ran shadowy. Earth hath served thee like a slave, serving us who found thee brave, pure of life and great to save. 8. No, she touched my brow. A pain as of arrows pierced my brain, ceased, and earth, both sea and plain, vanished, and I stood where thought stands and worship, spirit fraught, watching how the heavens are wrought. 9. Then the second said to me, Thou hast come all sinlessly, through life's sin-enveloped sea. Know the things thou hast not seen, filling all the soul with sheen, meaning more than earth may mean. 10. See, her voice sang like a lyre, comprehending all desire, in its gamuts throbbing fire, and my inner eyelids, which, dimmed clairvoyance, raised and rich as one chord's vibrating pitch. 11. Grew my soul with light that saw the embodiment of awe, love, divinity, and law, orbed and aeon, and the power, circumstance like some vast flower, from which time fell, hour on hour. 12. Neath the third one's mighty will, all my soul lay very still, feeling all its being thrill, as she, smiling, said to me, Thou dost know, and thou canst see, what thou art, arise and be. 13. To my lips her lips she pressed, and my newborn soul, thrice blessed, clasped her radiance and caressed, mounted and in glory clad, soared with them who chorused glad, Christ awaits thee, Galahad. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
After the Tournament by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. The good knight, Sir Lionel de Gainis, wounded unto death, addresses his lady Evrawc in the forest of Dean, whither he has been borne on his shield. And shall it be, when white thorns flake, with blossoms all the Maytime break, the rustle of a flower or leaf will let thee know that I am near thee, as thy grief, as long ago? Or shall it be, when blows and dies the wood anemone, 2 eyes will gaze in thine as faint as frost, and thou in dreams will hear the sigh of one long lost, who near thee seems? Or shall it be, where waters soothe the stillness, thou wilt hear the smooth, dim notes of a familiar lute, and in thine ears old Provence melodies long mute, like falling tears? Now doff my helm, loop thine white arm beneath my hair, so let thy warm blue eyes gaze in mine for a space, a little while, love, it will rest me, and thy face, ah, let it smile. Now art thou, yet let thy hair, a golden wonder, fall, thy fair, full throat bend low, thy kiss be hot with love, not dry with anguish, sweet my Everlot, now let me die. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Dark Tower by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Childe Ronald to the Dark Tower came. King Lear. The hills around were iron, the sky a boundless black, where wells of the lightning opened and boiled with blazing wrack. When he came to the giant castle, the wild rain on his back. Huge in the night and tempest, over the cataract's bed, its windows ulcers of fire, its gate a hell-lit red. The dark tower loomed, and wildly a voice sang overhead. Thrice under its warlock turrets, where the causeway of rock was laid, thrice there at its owlet portal his scornful bugle brayed, and the drawbridge clanged at his summons, and he rode in unafraid. The heavens were riven asunder, one glare of blinding storm, and the blackness chasmed with thunder blazed form on demon form, as he rode in the court of the castle, the shield upon his arm. His sword unsheathed and open the visor of his casque, Childe Ronald entered the donjon, his gauntlet should unmask. But naught save night and silence he found, and none to ask. His heel on the stair crashed iron, his hand on the door clashed steel. In the hall the roar of the torrent, in the turret the thunder's peal. And there in the highest turret she sat at a spinning wheel. She spun the flax of a spindle, all in a magic space. She spun with her head bent downward, his lady fair of face. She spun all wildly singing, all spellbound in that place. Again, when he gazed on her beauty, the heart in his breast was wax. Again, when he heard her singing, the thews of his limbs grew lax. She spun, nor saw him, spinning a spindle of blood-red flax. And now the flax was fire, that wrapped her skein on skein, and now a flaming serpent, and now a blazing chain. But he seized the enchanted spindle, and all its spells were vain. She looked upon Childe Ronald, and never a word she said, but kissed his mouth and forehead, and leaned on his breast her head. She smiled upon Childe Ronald, and into the night they fled. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Blind Harper by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. And so it came that I was led to wizard walls that haggard hung, old as their rock, black-mossed and dead, wild swarmed with towers, and flaming flung around them far a moat of red, a million poppies sprung. And here I harped, all seemed asleep, till hoarse beneath harsh hinges gnarled, and iron clanged within the keep. And then from one gaunt casement barred with night, a woman dim and deep gazed at me long and hard. To her I sang, and as she leaned in beauty to me, dark and tall, and loud I sang of love I gleaned, an inkling of her court withal. For lo, above her watched a fiend, wolf-eyeballed on the wall. Still, still I sang, and then she laughed loud and long and evilly, and in her face I saw was craft, and hate, and all the sins that be. And overhead with pointed shaft the fiend glared down on me. Still, still I harped, then up she leapt, when loud I sang of Ermengarde, the Queen of Love, whose court is kept at Anjou, I, who am her bard. And from her side a raven swept, while loud she laughed and hard. Its iron beak had pierced my eyes, before my mind had half divined that those wild walls that touch the skies, with hell-built towers terror-lined, were Lilith's, mother of lusts and lies, love's foe, who left me blind. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Childe Ronald by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Czandra. Childe Ronald rode adown the wood, his spear upon his knee, when lo, he saw a girl who stood beneath an old oak tree. And when Childe Ronald saw her there, so fair and fresh of hue, 10 tire maids wait to comb thy hair, and 10 to latch thy shoe. A gown of sendal, gold and pearls for neck and ear. But I am but a low-born girl, who wait my lover here. Childe Ronald took her by the hand, and drew her to his side. Thou shalt be a lady of the land, now mount by me, and ride. She needs must mount, and through the wood they rode unto the sea, when in his towers at last she stood, a pale-faced girl was she. Unbusk her tire girls, take off these rags, quoth he, and clothe her body in silk, and pearls, and red gold, neck and knee. They busked her in a shift of silk, and in a samite gown. They looped her throat with pearls like milk, and crowned her with a crown. They brought her in unto the priest. She saw nor priest nor groom. They married her and made a feast, then led her to her room. Unbusk me, tire maids, now it hath come to lie. Comb down my locks in simple braids, a simple maid am I. Unbusk me, handmaidens, long will I lie abed, and when Childe Ronald lies by me, 'twill be when I am dead. When I am cold and dead, sweethearts, and song be turned to sigh, no love of mine hath he, sweethearts, and a wretched bride am I. A harper harped in the banquet hall. An ancient man was he. The song he sang was sweet to all, but it was sad to me. He sang and harped of a maiden fair, whose face was like the morn, who gave her lover a token there beneath the trysting thorn. He harped and sang of a damoiselle who swore she would be true, and then of a heart as false as hell he cursed with curses too. And at the first curse, note for note, my roses turned to rue, or ever the second curse he smote, no more of earth I knew. And see, they cried, her eyes how wide, and lo, her face how wan, and they shall see me paler-eyed, or ever the night be gone. Unbusk me, tire maids, for now 'tis time to lie. Let down my locks in simple braids, a simple maid am I. And there is wonder, and there is wail, and pale is every guest. Childe Ronald too is pale, far paler than the rest. The guests are gone, all wild and wan. He saw the guests depart, but she is wanest of the one, a dagger in her heart. Within the room Childe Ronald stands, and then sinks upon his knees. He stares with horror on his hands, then rises up and flees. He rises from his knees with dread. He flies that room unblessed. Oh, can it be? He sees the dead, the blood upon her breast. Now, saddle me my horse, for I must ride, but by his side is it remorse that follows stride for stride? Within the wood, the dark pine wood, he rides with closed ears, but evermore the ceaseless thud of following hoofs he hears. With close shut eyes and down-bowed head he rides among the trees, but evermore the restless dead there at his side he sees, and evermore the autumn blast above him sobs and sighs. Who rides so far? Who rides so fast with closed ears and eyes? He hears it not. He gallops on. The rain cries in the trees. Who is this rides so wild and wan, and what is it that he flees? Oh, who are they, and whither away? Oh, whither do they ride? Across the world till Judgment Day, Childe Ronald and his bride. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Morgan Le Fay by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. In dim samite she was bedight, and on her hair a hoop of gold, like foxfire in the torn moonlight, was glimmering cold. With soft grey eyes she gloomed and glowered, with soft red lips she sang a song. What knight might gaze upon her face, nor fare along? For all her looks were full of spells, and all her words of sorcery, and in some way they seemed to say, "Oh, come with me! Oh, come with me! Oh, come with me! Oh, come with me, my love, Sir Kay." How should he know the witch, I trow, Morgan Le Fay? How should he know the wily witch, with sweet white face and raven hair, who through her art bewitched his heart, and held him there? Eftsoons his soul was waxed a mort, to wold and wield, to slade and stream, and all he heard was her soft word, as one a dream. And all he saw was her bright eyes, and her fair face that held him still, and wild and wan she led him on, o'er vale and hill, until at last a castle lay beneath the moon among the trees, its Gothic towers old and grey with mysteries. Tall in its hall 100 knights in armour stood with glaive in hand, the following of some great king, lord of that land. Sir Bors, Sir Balin, and Gawain, all Arthur's knights, and many mo', but these in battle had been slain long years ago. But when Morgan with lifted hand moved down the hall, they louted low, for she was Queen of Shadowland, that woman of snow. Then from Sir Kay she drew away, and cried on high all mockingly, "Behold, Sir Knights, the knave I bring, who lay with me. Behold, I met him mid the firs, beside him there he made me lie. Upon him, yea, there rests my curse, now let him die." Then as one man those shadows raised their brands, whereon the moon glanced grey, and clashing all strode from the wall against Sir Kay. And on his body bent and bowed 100 blades as one blade fell, while over all rang long and loud the mirth of hell. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Lady of the Hills by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Though red my blood hath left its trail, for 5 far miles I will not fail, as God in heaven wills. The way was long through that black land, with sword on hip and horn in hand. At last before thy walls I stand, O Lady of the Hills. No seneschal shall put to scorn the summons of my bugle horn. No warder stern shall stay. Yea, God hath helped my strength too far, by bandit cavern, wood, and scar, to give it pause now, or to bar my all-avenging way. This hope still gives my body strength, to kiss thy mouth and eyes at length, where all thy kin can see. Then, midst thy towers of crime and gloom, sin haunted as the halls of doom, to strike thee dead in that wild room, red lit with revelry. Madly I rode, nor once looked back. Before my face the world reeled black, with nightmare wind and rain. Witch-lights flared by me on the fen, and through the forest. Was it then the eyes of wolves, or ghosts of men, that flamed and fled again? Still on I rode, my way was clear, from that wild time when, spear to spear, deep in the wind-torn wood, I met him. Dead he lies beneath your trysting oak. I clenched my teeth and rode, my wound scarce let me breathe, that filled my eyes with blood. And here I am, the blood may blind my eyesight still, but I will find thee through some inner eye, for God, He hath this thing in care. Yea, I will kiss again thy hair, then tell thee of thy leman there, and smite thee dead, and die. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Demon Lover by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. The moon looks cold on the withered wold, the wind blows fierce and free, the thin snow sifts and stings and drifts, blown by the haunted tree. The gnarled tree groans and sighs and moans, and shudders to its roots. Is it the fear of a footstep near, or the owl in its top that hoots? Is it a gust of thin snow dust the wind sweeps from the plain? Is it a breeze that wails and drees, cries sanely, Flora Main? The moon hangs white in the winter night, the wind blows fierce and free, and Flora Main her place hath ta'en beneath the haunted tree. What is it whines, what is it shines with owlet eldritch light? With raven plume forth from the gloom a man stalks still and white. His face is dim, his sword swings grim, his long cloak flutters wide. His kiss falls bleak on her mouth and cheek as he folds her to his side. What is it gleams, what is it streams so wan on Flora Main? The moonlit breeze, or his heart she sees through the stab like a burning stain. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Princess of Thule by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. In a kingdom of mist and moonlight, or ever the world was known, past leagues of unsailed waters, there reigned a king whose daughter was fair as a starry stone. The northern lights were daylight, and day was twilight there. The king was wise and hoary, and his daughter like the glory of 7 kingdoms fair. The day was dim as moonlight, the night was misty grey, with slips of dull stars bluer, where the princess met her wooer, a page like the month of May. His face was white as moonlight, his hair a crumpled gold. Oh, she was wise as youth is, and he was young as truth is, and the king was old. When day grew out of the moonlight, across the misty wold, a hunting or a hawking, they rode for ever mocking the good grey king and old. At night in mist and moonlight, where hung the horns and whips, in courts to the kennels leading, or where the hounds were feeding, he kissed her eyes and lips. They whispered in the moonlight, and kissed in moon and mist. Enough, we're done with hiding. There came the old king riding, a hawk upon his wrist. Oh, fain was she and eager, and he was over fain. His cup and couch are ready, then let thy hand be steady, and he'll not wake again. Is it the mist or moonlight, or a dead face staring up? The old king's couch was ready, and his daughter's hand was steady, giving the poisoned cup. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Daughter of Merlin by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. For the mountains' hoarse greetings came hollow from stormy wind chasms and caves, and I heard their wild cataracts wallow like monsters the white of their waves. And that shadow said, Lo, you must follow, and our path is o'er myriads of graves. Then I felt that the black earth was porous, and rotten with dust and with bones, and I knew that the ground that now bore us was cadaverous with death as with stones, and I saw burning eyes, heard sonorous and dolorous sighings and groans. But the night of the tempest and thunder, the might of the terrible skies, and the fire of hell that coiled under the hollow earth smoulders and sighs, and the laughter of stars and their wonder mingled and mixed in her eyes. And we clomb, and the moon old and sterile clomb with us o'er torrent and scar, and I yearned for her oceans of beryl, wan mountains and cities of spar. "'Tis not well," then she said, "you're in peril of falling and failing your star." And we clomb through a murmur of pinions and rattle of talons and plumes, and a sense as of darkest dominions, deep lost of the dead and their tombs, swam round us with all of their minions, of dreads and of dreams and of dooms. And we clomb till we stood at the portal of the uttermost point of the peak, and she led with a step more than mortal on upward where glimmered a streak, a star, a presence immortal, a planet whose light was still weak. And we clomb till the limbo of spirits, of lusts and of sorrows below, swung nebular, and we were near its starred summit, its glory of glow. And we entered its light and could hear its white music of silence and snow. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Tristram to Iseult by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Yea, there are some who always seek the love that lasts an hour, and some who in love's language speak, yet never know his power. Of such was I, who knew not what sweet mysteries can rise within the heart when 'tis its lot to love and realize. Of such was I, Iseult, till lo, your face on mine did gleam, and change that world I used to know into an evil dream. That world wherein on hill and plain great blood-red poppies bloomed, their hot hearts thirsty for the rain, and sleepily perfumed. Above, below, on every part, a crimson shadow lay, as if the red sun streamed athwart, and sunset was alway. I know not how, I know not when, I only know that there she met me in the haunted glen, a poppy in her hair. Her face seemed fair as Mary's is, that knows nor sin nor wrong. Her presence filled the silences, as music fills a song. And she was clad like the Mother of God, as 'twere for Christ's sweet sake. But when she moved, and where she trod, a hiss went of a snake. Though seeming sinless, till I die, I shall not know for sure why to my soul she seemed a lie, and otherwise than pure. Nor why I kissed her soon and late, and for her felt desire, while loathing of her passion ate into my heart like fire. Was it because my soul could tell that, like the poppy flower, she had no soul, a thing of hell, that o'er mine had no power? Or was it that your love at last my soul so long had craved, from that sweet sin which held me fast, at that last moment saved? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Knight-Errant by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by JJ. The wych elm shivers in the gale. The thorn tree's top is bowed. The night is black with rain and hail, and mist and cloud. The winds upon the woods and fields are swords, two fiends unsheathed. Two fiends that snarl behind their shields, and grind their teeth. The foxfire in the marshy place, as he rides on and on, gleams ghastly as a dead man's face, and then is gone. The owl shrieks from the splintered pine, demonic ridicule. He hears the werewolf howl and whine, and lap the pool. Black bats beat blindly by his eyes. Like death's own horrible hands, his quest leads under haunted skies to haunted lands. He rides with fire upon his casque, and fire upon his spear, the roadway of his soul's set task, without a fear. Right steels the sinews of his steed, and tempers his straight sword. He rides the causeway of his creed, without a word. No man shall make the iron pause, in gauntlet and in thew. He rides the highway of his cause, to die or do. His purpose leads him, like a flame, through forest and through fen, to castle walls of wrong and shame, and blood-stained men. Hopes are the lips that wind the horn, before the gates of lust. Through 50 dragons hiss him scorn, still will he trust. Strength is the hand that thunders at the entrances of night. Through 10 score demons crush him flat, still will he fight. Love's is the heart that finds a way to dungeons vast of sin. 1,000 deaths may rise to slay, still will he win. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Forester by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Czandra. The Forester. I met him here at Amendorf one spring. It was the end of April, and the hearts, treed to their ruin-crested summits, seemed one pulse of tender green and delicate gold, beneath a heaven that was like the face of girlhood waking into motherhood. Along the furrowed meadow, freshly ploughed, the patient oxen, loamy to the knees, plodded or lowed or snuffed the fragrant soil, and in each thorn-tree hedge the wild birds sang a song to spring, full of its own wild self and soul, that heard the blossom-laden May's heart beating like a star at break of day. As kissing red the roses, she drew near, her mouth's ripe rose all dewdrops and perfume. Here at this inn, and underneath this tree, we took our wine, the morning prismed in its flame-crystalled gold. A goodly vintage that, tang with the ripeness of full 20 years. Rare, I remember, wine that spurred the blood, that brought the heart glad to the songful lip, and made the eyes unlatticed casements whence a man's true soul smiled, breezy as the blue. As royal a Rhenish, I will vouch to say, as that old legends tell which necromance and magic keep. Gnome guarded in huge casks of antique make deep in the Kyffhäuser, webbed, frosty, grey with saltpetre and mould, the cellar of the knights near Sittendorf. So solaced by the wine we sat an hour. He told me his intent in coming here. His name was Rudolf, and his native place Franconia, but no word of parentage. Only his mind to don the buff and green and live a forester with us and be enfellowed in the Duke of Brunswick's train, and for the Duke's estate even now was bound. Tall was he for his age, and strong and brown, and lithe of limb, and with a face that seemed hope's counterpart, but with the eyes of doubt, deep stealthy discs, instinct with starless night, that seemed to say, "We're sure of earth at least, for some short while, my friend, but afterward, nay, ransack not tomorrow till today, lest it engulf thy joy before it is." And when he spoke, the fire in his eyes worked restless as a hunted animal's, or like the Count von Hacklenberg's, the eyes of the wild huntsman, his that turn and turn, feeling the unseen presence of a fiend. And then his smile, a thrust-like thing, that curled his lips with heresy and incredible lore, when Christ's or the Virgin's holy name was said, exclaimed in reverence or admonishment, and once he sneered, "What is this God, you mouth? Employ whose name to bless yourself or damn? A curse or blessing? It hath passed my skill to interpret what he is. And then your faith, what is this faith that helps you unto him? Distinguishment unseen, design unlawed. Why, earth, air, fire and water, heat and cold, Hint not at him, and man alone it is who needs must worship something. And for me, no god like that whom man hath kinged and crowned. Rather your Satan cramped in hell, the fiend, God-countenanced as he is and tricked with horns. No god for me, bearded as Charlemagne, throned on a tinsel throne of gold and jade. Earth's pygmy monarchs imitate in mien and mind and tyranny and majesty, aping a god in a sonorous heaven. Give me the devil in all mercy then, bad as he is, for I will none of such. And laughed an oily laugh of easy jest, to bow out God and let the devil in. Then, as it chanced, old Kurt had come that morn with some 6 of his Dirken foresters from the Thuringian forest, wet with dew, and fresh as morn with early travel, bound for Brunswick, Trumburg, and the Hackle past. Chief huntsman he then to our lord the Duke and father of the loveliest maiden here in Ammendorf, the sunny Ilsabe. Her mother dead, the grey-haired father prized his daughter more than all that men hold dear, his only happiness, who was beloved of all as Laura of Thuringia was, for gentle ways that spoke a noble soul, winning all hearts to love her and to praise, as might a great and beautiful thought that holds us by the simplest words. Blue were her eyes as the high glory of a summer day, her hair serene and braided over brows white as a hart's dove's wing, and auburn brown and deep as mists the sun has drenched with gold. And her young presence, like embodied song, filled every heart she smiled on with sweet calm, like some Tyrolean melody of love, heard on an alpine path at close of day, when homing shepherds pipe to tinkling flocks. Being with you a while, so when she left, how shall I say it? 'Twas as when one hath beheld an Undine on the moonlit Rhine, who, ere the mind adjusts a thought, is gone, and to the soul it seems it was a dream. Some 30 years ago it was, and I, commissioner of the Duke, no sinecure I can assure you, had scarce reached the age of 30, that we sat here at our wine, and 'twas through me that Rudolph, whom at first for some rash words dropped then in argument the foresterhood was like to be denied, was then enfellowed. Yes, said I, he's young, Kurt, he is young, but look you, what a man, what arms, what muscles, what a face for deeds, an eye that likes me not, too quick to turn. But that may be the restless soul within, a soul perhaps with virtues that have been severely tried and could not stand the test. These be thy care, Kurt, and if not too deep in vices of the flesh, discover them, as divers bring lost riches up from ooze. Thou hast a daughter, let him be thy son. A year thereafter was it that I heard of Rudolph's passion for Kurt's Ilsabe. Then their betrothal, and it was from this how her fair memory haunts my old heart still, sweet Ilsabe, whose higher womanhood, true as the touchstone which philosophers feign transmutes to gold base metals it may touch, had turned to good all evil in this man. Surmised I of the excellency which refinement of her purer company and contact with her innocence had resolved his fiery nature to conditioning slave. And so I came from Brunswick, as you know, is custom of the Duke, or by his seal, commissioned proxy, his commissioner, to test the marksmanship of Rudolph, who succeeded Kurt with marriage of his child, an heir of Kuno. He, great-grandfather to Kurt, and of this forest keepership the first possessor, thus established here, or this the tale they tell on winter nights. Kuno, once in the Knight of Wippach's train, rode on a grand hunt with the Duke, who came grandfather of the father of our Duke, with much magnificence of knights and squires, great velvet vestured nobles, cloaked and plumed, to hunt Thuringian deer. Then morn, so wraith to bid good morrow to the husbandman, heavy with slumber, was too slow for these, and on the wind-trod hills recumbent yawned, aroused an hour too soon, ashamed, disrobed, rubbed the stiff sleep from eyes that would still close, like some young milkmaid whom the cock hath waked, who sits within her loft and half asleep stretches and hears the house below her stir, yet sits and yawns, reluctant still to rise. Horns sang and deer-hounds tugged a whimpering leash, or loosened, bounded through the baying glens, and ere the mountain mists, compact of white, broke wild before the azure spears of day, The far-off hunt that woke the woods to life seemed but the heartbeat of the ancient hills. And then near noon, within a forest brake, the band dogs roused a red gigantic stag, lashed to whose back with gnarly knotted cords and borne along like some pale parasite, a man shrieked, tangle-bearded, and his hair a mane of forest burrs. The man himself, emaciated and half naked from the stag's mad flight through headlong rocks and trees, one bleeding bruise, his eyes 2 holes of fire. For such the law then, when the peasants chased or slew the dun deer of his tyrant lords. If caught, as punishment the withes and spine of some strong stag, a gift to him of game enough, till death in the antlered herd, or slow starvation in the haggard hills. Then was the great Duke glad, and forthwith cried to all his hunting train a rich reward for him who slew the stag and saved the man, but death for him who slew both man and beast. So plunged the hunt after the hurrying slaught. A shout and glimmer through the sounding woods like some wild torrent that the hills have loosed, death for its goal. 'Twas late, and none had yet risked that hard shot, too desperate the risk, beside the poor life and a little gold. Then this young Kuno, with hot eyes, wherein hunt and impatience kindled reckless flame, cried, "Has the dew made wet each powder pan? Or have we left our marksmanship at home? Here's for its heart, the fiend direct my ball," and fired into a covert, packed with briars and intertangled wall of matted night, wherein the eye might vainly strive to pierce 1 fathom, gaze 1 foot beyond. But ha! The huge stag staggered from the brake, heart hit and fell, and that wan wretch, unbound, rescued, was cared for. Then his Grace the Duke, charmed with the eagle aim, called Kuno up, and there to him and his forever gave the forest keepership. But envious tongues were soon at wag, and whispered went the tale of how the shot was free, and how the balls used by young Kuno were free bullets, which to say is lead by magic moulded in the presence and directed of the fiend. Of some effect these tales, and of some force even with the Duke, who lent an ear so far as to ordain Kuno's descendants all to proof of skill ere their succession to the father's office. Kurt himself hath shot the silver ring out of the popinjay's beak, a good shot he, you see, who would succeed. The devil guards his secrets close as God, for who can say what elementaries demonic lurk in desolate dells and hills and shadowy woods, malignant forces who, malicious vassals of satanic power, are agents to that evil none may name, who signs himself through these a slave to those mortals who call in the aid of hell, and for some earthly transitory gift barter their souls and all their hopes of heaven. Of these enchanted bullets let me speak. There may be such. Our earth hath things as strange, perhaps, and stranger that we doubt not of, while we behold not only neath the thatch of ignorance's hovel, but within the stately halls of wisdom's palaces, how superstition sits an honoured guest. A cross-way, so they say among the hills, a cross-way in a solitude of pines, and on the lonely crossway you must draw a bloody circle with a bloody sword, and round the circle runic characters, weird and symbolic, here a skull and there a scythe, and crossbones and an hourglass here, and in the centre, fed with coffin wood, stolen from the grave of, say, a murderer, a fitful fire. 11 of the clock, the first ball leaves the mould, the sullen lead mixed with 3 bullets that have hit their mark, and blood the wounded sacramental host, stolen, and hence unhallowed, oozed when shot fixen to a riven pine. Ere midnight strike, with never a word until that hour sound, must all the balls be cast, and these must be in number 63, 3 of which the fiend's dark agent, demon Samael, claims for his master and stamps for his own, to hit aside their mark, askew for harm. The other 60 shall not miss their mark. No cry, no word, no whisper, even though vague, gesturing shapes that loom like moonlit mists, their faces human but of animal form, whinnying and whining lusts, fawn-faced, goat-formed, rise thick around and threaten to destroy. No cry, no word, no whisper should there come, weeping a wandering shadow like the girl you love or loved, now lost to you, her eyes hollow with tears, sad, palely beckoning with beautiful arms or censoring, her face wild with despondent love, who, if you speak or waver from that circle, hideous change, shrinks to a wrinkled hag, whose harpy hands shall tear you limb from limb with horrible mirth. Nor be deceived as some far midnight bell strike that anticipated hour, nor leave by one short inch the circle, for, unseen though now they be, hell's minions still are there, watching with flaming eyes to seize your soul. But when the hour of midnight sounds, will come a noise of galloping hoofs and outriders, shouting 6 midnight steeds, their nostrils pits of burning blood, postillioned, roll a stage, black with groaning wheels of spinning fire. Room there! What ho! Who bars the mountain way? On over him! But fear not, nor fare forth. 'Tis but the last trick of your bounden slave, and ere the red moon rushes from the clouds and dives again, high the huge leaders leap, their forehoofs flashing and their eyeballs flame, and spun a spiral spark into the night, hissing the phantasm flies and fades away. Some say there comes no stage, that Hakonberg, wild huntsman of the hearts, comes dark as storm with rain and wind and demon dogs of hell. The terror of his hunting horn, an owl, and the dim deer he hunts rush on before. The forests crash, and whirlwinds are the leaves, and all the skies a-thunder as he hurls straight on the circle, horse and hounds and stag. And at the last, Plutonian cloaked, there comes infernal fire streaming from his eyes, upon a stallion gaunt and lurid black, the minister of Satan, Samael, who greets you, and informs you, and assures. Enough. These wives' tales told to what I've seen. To Amendorf I came, and Rudolf here with Kurt and his assembled men in buff and woodland green were gathered at this inn. The abundant year, like some sweet wife, a smile at her brown baby, autumn in her arms, stood mid the garnered harvests of her fields, dreaming of days that pass like almoners, scattering their alms in minted gold of flowers, of nights that forest all the skies with stars. Where through the moon, bare-bosomed huntress rides, one cloud before her like a flying fawn. Then I proposed the season's hunt, till eve the test of Rudolph's skill postponed, at which he seemed embarrassed. And 'twas then I heard how he an execrable marksman was, and tales that told of close, incredible shots that missed their mark, or how the flintlock oft flamed harmless powder while the curious deer stood staring, as in pity of such aim, or as inviting him to try once more. Howbeit he that day acquitted him of all this gossip in that day's long hunt, missing no shot, however rashly made or distant through the intercepting trees, and the piled various game brought down of all good marksmen of Kurt's train had not sufficed, doubled, nay trebled there to match his heap, and marvelling the hunters saw, nor knew how to excuse them. My indulgence given, some told me that but yesterday old Kurt had made his daughter weep, and Rudolf frowned by vowing end to their betrothed love, unless that love developed better skill against the morrow's test. His ancestors' high fame should not be tarnished. So he railed, then bowed his grey head and sat moodily, but looking up, forgave all when he saw tears in his daughter's eyes, and Rudolf gone out in the night black with approaching storm. Before this inn, crowding the green, they stood, the holiday village come to view the trial, fair maidens and their comely mothers with their sweethearts and their husbands, and I marked Kurt and his daughter here, his florid face all creased with smiles at Rudolph's great success, hers radiant with happiness, for this, her marriage eve, so had her father said, should Rudolf come successful from the hunt. So pleased was I with what I'd seen him do, the trial of skill superfluous seemed, and so was on the bare brink of announcing when out of the western heavens deepening red, like a white message dropped of scarlet lips, a wild dove clove the luminous clouds, and there upon that limb a peaceful moment sat. Then I, "Thy rifle, Rudolf, pierce its head," cried, pointing, "and chief forester art thou?" Why did he falter with a face as strange and strained as terrors? Did his soul divine what was to be with tragic prescience? What a bad dream it all seems now. Again I see him aim. Again I hear her cry, "My dove! Oh, Rudolf, do not kill my dove!" and from the crowd, like some sweet dove herself, a fluttering whiteness, rushed our Ilsabe, too late. The rifle cracked, the unhurt dove rose, beating frightened wings. But Ilsabe, my God, the sight fell, smitten, sudden red sullying the whiteness of her bridal bodice, showed where the ball had pierced her innocent heart. And Rudolph? Ah, of him you still would know. When he beheld this thing which he had done, why, he went mad, I say, but others not. An hour he raved of how her life had paid for the unholy missiles he had used, and how his soul was 3 times lost and damned. I say that he went mad and fled forthwith into the haunted hearts. Some say to die, the prey of demons of the Domberg ruin. I, one of those less superstitious, say, he in the Baudet, from that blackened rock, whereon were found his hunting cap and horn, the devil's dancing place, did leap and die. End of poem. Read by Czandra. This recording is in the public domain. The Moated Manse by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Czandra. The Moated Manse. 1. And now, once more we stood within the walls of that old manor near the riverside. Dead leaves lay rotting in its empty halls, and here and there the ivy could not hide the year-old scars made by the Royalists' balls around the doorway, where so many died in that last effort to defend the stair, when Rupert, like a demon, entered there. 2. The basest cavalier who e'er wore spurs or drew a sword, I count him, with his grave eyes neath his plumed hat like a wolf's, whom curs rouse to their harm within a forest cave, and hair like harvest and a voice like verse for smoothness. Ay, a handsome man and brave. Brave, who would question it? Yea, though 'tis true he warred with one weak woman, and her few. 3. Lady Isolda of the Moated Manse, whom here that very noon it happened me to meet near her old home. A single glance showed me 'twas she. I marvelled much to see how lovely still she was, as fair perchance as when Red Rupert thrust her brutally, her long hair loosened, down the shattered stair, and cast her shrieking mid his followers there. 4. She's for you. Take her, I promised it. Take her, my bullies. Shouting so, he flung her in their midst. Then on poor hands, split and beaten by his dagger when she clung resisting him, and knees, she crept a bit nearer his feet and begged for death. No tongue can tell the way he turned from her and cursed, then bade his men draw lots for which were first. 5. I saw it all from that low parapet, where, bullet wounded in the hip and head, I lay face upward in the whispering wet, exhausted mid the dead and left for dead. We had held out 2 days without a let against these bandits. You could trace with Red from room to room how we resisted hard, since the great door crashed into their petard. 6. The rain revived me, and I leaned with pain and saw her lying there pale, soiled and splashed and miserable. On her cheek a stain, a dull red bruise, made when his mad hand dashed and struck her to the stones. The wretched rain dripped from her dark hair, and her hands were gashed. Oh, for a musket, or a petronel with which to send his devil's soul to hell. 7. But, helpless, there I lay, no weapon near, only the useless sword I could not reach his traitor's heart with, while I chafed to hear the laugh, the insult and the villain's speech of him to her. Oh, God! Could I but clear the height between, and hanging like a leech, my fingers at his throat, tear out his base vile tongue, yea, tear and lash it in his face. 8. But, badly wounded, what could I but weep with rage and pity of my helplessness and her misfortune? Could I only creep a little nearer so that she might guess I was not dead, that I my life would keep, dedicate to revenge? Oh, the distress of that last moment when, half dead, I saw them mount and bear her swooning through the shaw. 9. Long time I lay unconscious. It befell some woodsman found me, having heard the sound of fighting cease, that for 2 days made hell of that wild region. ventured on the ground for plunder, and it had not then gone well with me, I fear, had not their leader found that in some way I would repay his care, so bore me to his hut and nursed me there. 10. How roughly kind he was! For weeks I hung twixt life and death, health like a varying, sick and fluttering pendulum, now this way swung, now that, until at last its querulous tick beat out life's usual time and slowly rung the long, loud hours that exclaimed, "Be quick, arise, go forth, hear how her black wrongs call, make them the salve to cure thy wounds withal." 11. They were my balsam, for ere autumn came, weak still but over eager to be gone, I took my leave of him. A little lame from that hip wound, and somewhat thin and wan, I sought the village. Here I heard her name, and shame's made one. How Rupert passed one dawn, how she among his troopers rode astride, like any man, pale-faced and fever-shied. 12. Which way these took, they pointed, and I went like fire after. Oh, the thought was good that they were on before, and much it meant to know she lived still, she whose image stood like flame before me, making turbulent each heartbeat with her wrongs that were fierce food unto my hate, that courage cried, "Rest not, think of her there, and let thy haste be hot." 13. But months went by, and still I had not found, yet here and there as wearily I sought I caught some news, how he had held his ground against the Roundhead troops, or how he'd fought, then fled, returned and conquered. Like a hound questing a boar, I followed, but was brought no nearer to my quarry. Day by day it seemed that Satan kept him from my way. 14. A woman rode beside him, so they said, a fair-faced wanton, mounted like a man. Isolde, my Isolde, better dead, yea, dead and damned than thus, the courtesan bold, unreluctant to such men. A dread that such should be unmanned me. Doubt began to whisper at my heart, but I was mad to insult her with such thoughts whose love I had. 15. At last, one day I rested in a glade near that same woodland which I lay in when sore wounded, and while sitting in the shade of an old beech, what? Did I dream? Or men like Rupert's own ride near me, and a maid, Isolde, or her double? Wildly then I rose and, shouting, leapt upon my horse, unsheathed my sword, and rode across their course. 16. Mainly I looked for Rupert, and by name challenged him forth. Dog, dost thou hide behind, insulter of women, coward, save where shame and rapine call thee? God at last is kind, and my sword awaits. Like an upbeating flame my voice rose to a windy shout, and blind I seemed to sit, till with an outstretched hand Isolde rode before me from that band. 17. Gerald, she cried, not as a soul surprised with gladness that she loved, deemed dead, still lives, but like the soul that long hath realized only misfortune, and to fortune gives no confidence, though it be recognized as good. She spoke. Lo, we are fugitives, Rupert is slain, and I am going home. Then like a child, asked simply, Wilt thou come? 18. Oh, I have suffered, Gerald, oh my God, what shame, what torture. Once my soul was clean, stained and defiled, behold it. I have trod sad ways of hell and horror, I've seen and lived all depths of lust. Yet, oh my God, blameless I hold myself of what hath been, though through it all, yea, this thou too must know, I loved him, my betrayer and thy foe. 19. Sobbing she spoke as if but half awake, her eyes far fixed beyond me, far beyond all hope of mine. So it was for his sake, his love, that she had suffered. Blind and fond, for what return? And I, to nurse a snake and never dream its nature would respond with some such fang of venom. 'Twas for this that I had ventured all, to find her his. 22. At first half stunned I stood, Then blood and brain, like two stern judges who had slept, awoke, rose up and thundered, "Slay her." Every vein and nerve responded, "Slay her at a stroke." And I had done it. But my heart again, like a strong captain in a tumult, spoke, and the fierce discord fell, and quietly I sheathed my sword and said, "I'll go with thee." 21. But this was my reward for all I'd borne, my loyalty and love, to see her eyes hollow from tears for him, her thin cheeks worn with grief for him, to know them all for lies, her vows of faith to me, to come forlorn where I had hoped to come on paradise, on hell's black gulf, and as if not enough, soiled as she was and outcast, still to love. 22. Then rode one ruffian from the rest, clay-flecked from spur to plume with hurry, seized my rein and, "What art thou?" demanded, "who hast checked our way, challenged?" Then, with some disdain, Isolde, "Sir, my kinsman did expect your captain here. What honour may remain to me, I pledge for him. Hold off thy hands. He but attends me to the Moated Manse." 23. We rode in silence, and at evening came unto the Moated Manse. Great clouds had grown up in the west, on which the sunset's flame lay like the hand of slaughter. Very lone its rooms and halls, a splintered door that lame swung on one hinge, a cabinet overthrown, or arras torn, or blood-stain turning wan, showed us the way the battle once had gone. 24. We reached the tower chamber towards the west, in which on that dark day she thought to hide from Rupert, when at last 'twas manifest we could not hold the manse. There was no pride in her deep eyes now, nor did scorn invest her with such dignity as once defied him, bursting in to find her standing here, prepared to die like some dog-hunted deer. 25. She took my hand, and, as if naught of love had ever been between us, said, "All know the madness of that hour when with his glove he struck, then slew my brother and brought woe on all our house, and thou, incensed above the rest, came here and made my foe thy foe." But he had left. 'Twas then I promised thee my hand, but my heart was gone from me. 26. Yea, he had won me, this same Rupert, when he was our guest. Thou knowest how gallantry and recklessness make heroes of most men to us weak women. And so secretly I vowed to be his wife. It happened then my brother found him in some villainy. The insult followed. Guy was killed, and thou dost still remember how I made a vow. 27. But still this man pursued me, and I held firm to my vow, albeit I loved him still, unknown to all, with all the love unquelled of first impressions, and against my will. At last, despair of winning me compelled him to the oath he swore. He would not kill, but take me living, and would make my life a living death. No man should make me wife. 28. The war that now consumes us did indeed give him occasion. I had not been warned, when down he came against me in the lead of his marauders. With thy help I scorned his mad attacks 2 days. I would not plead nor parley with him who came hoofed and horned like Satan's self in soul, and with hell's aid took this strong house and kept the oath he made. 29. Months passed. Alas, it needs not here to tell what often thou hast heard, of how he led his ruffians here, now there, or what befell me of dishonour. Oft I wished me dead, loathing my life, than which the nether hell hath less of horror. So we fought, or fled from place to place until a year had passed, and Parliament forces hemmed us in at last. 30. Yea, I had only lived for this, to right with death my wrongs sometime, and love and hate contended in my bosom, when that night before the fight that should decide our fate, I entered where he slept. There was no light, save of the stars to see by. Long and late I leaned above him there, yet could not kill. Hate raised the dagger, but love held it still. 31. The woman in me conquered. What a slave to our emotions are we, to relent at this long-waited moment. Wave on wave of pitying weakness swept me, and I bent and kissed his face, then prayed to God and gave my trust to God and left to God the event. I never looked on Rupert's face again, for in the morning's combat he was slain. 32. Out of the defeat escaped some scant threescore of all his followers, and night and day we fled, and while the Roundheads pressed us sore, and in our road, good as a fortress, lay the Moated Manse, where our threescore or more might well hold out. I pointed them the way, and we are come amid its wrecks to end the crime begun here. Thou must go, my friend. 33. Go quickly, for the time approaches when destruction must arrive. Oh, well I know all thou wouldst say to me. What boots it then? I tell thee thou must go, that thou must go. Yea, dost thou think I'd have thee die mid men like these for such a one as I? No, no, thy life is clean. Thou shalt not cast away thy clean life for my soiled one. I will stay. 34. I said. Then spoke, I know not what it was, and I seized her hand and kissed it, and then said, Thou art my promised wife. Thou hast no cause that is not mine. I love thee. We will wed, Isolde. Come. A moment did she pause, then shook her head and sighed. My heart is dead. This cannot be. Behold, that way is thine. I will not let thee share the way that's mine. 35. Then turning from me, ere I could prevent, passed like a shadow from the shadowy room, leaving my soul in shadow. Naught was meant by my sweet flower of love then. Bloom by bloom I'd watched it wither, then its fragrance went, and dust it was now. It was dark as doom, and bells seemed ringing far off in the rain, when from that house I turned my face again. 36. Then in the night a trumpet, and the dull close thud of horse, and clash of spurs and arms, and glimmering helms swept by me. Sorrowful I stood and waited, till against the storm's black breast the manse, a burning carbuncle, blazed like a battle beacon, and alarms of onslaught clanged around it. Then, like one who bears with him God's curse, I galloped on. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. You're welcome.